I was in the Mozzie, drop top. I be in that foreign like I'm Bobby. Hustled in your building, and you couldn't stop me. Like the homie Jim Jones, I be in the lobby. Nigga tried to hit me 2 times with the shotty. Missed me, I dodged both shots. Kyrie, do it anywhere, having sex in the Bugatti. Nobody couldn't see us cause the windows got foggy. They ain't try to rob me. It's gonna be a homie. I hope the president pardon me. I'm sorry. Used to move like Billy the Kid, don't try me. Young gun, I was a YG like Yo Gotti. This is the remix. I'm low in the free clips. I created the wig. Now all of these rappers is C6. Like Juicy J, I tell you to your face, you can eat it. If we can fight on this stage like both us at Harmony 3-6. Tell the girl. I want to put a look right here. When you was on a Zoom call, I was in the pool hall, crew tall, big old nuts like blue balls. Who y'all? When I met the plug in the U-Haul, Draco like a pool stick. I don't need a pool ball, y'all niggas lame, but that's nothing new to y'all. Don't care if I call around lunch, it's still a booty call. Trapping out with 2 involved. The pills is still a bodyguard. Brooklyn, Holly Grove, and Cully Fall. I'm a star, like the ceiling and the RR. Got a couple restaurants, we can go bar for bar. We can go, hard and hard. I'll throw this paper tag at you from a foreign car. Pimping like a Molly Mall. Really no thought at all. I got this bitch up from wall to wall. I ain't been dapping on the molly, cause I'm fitting all. You can have your car, yeah, glasses, I don't see it all. Tony,
While I was getting UE, I was still UP. On a little yachty with my amigos like a QC. With my little baby and P spinning some QT. I did it, yes, the only knives I heard is from QB. Used to shoot groupies, now I shoot movies. And try to stay away from the Mickey Mouses and Goofies. They rap like little cats, yep, they little pussies. I don't care what I say out my mouth, little goosey. I'm a New York City girl, keep a little oozy. And tell niggas suck my dick a little juicy. I get busy, but you can't do me. Do I look like BBG? You groupie, thought I was gonna stop, cause all of these horse pop shit work for Amazon. The way all of them sold boxes, bitches all thoughts and everything I do. They roll less with that protect, they all watch.
Yo, you don't really want it, fam. Make it to the running man and bag it, bitch. Head she was better in a color than. Everything I touch, I make it hotter till you color tan. Harder hearing niggas see the flicker, make it understand. Look at see, I know the pretty sick about 100 grand. Still a type of 100 grand and couple rubber band. Tell you do the killing, send that message to the cover man. So unfortunate, niggas do that other plan. While I pull this liquor, see the weapon in my other hand. Stepping like a giant while your niggas have that contraband. Damn, holy and sacred like the upper man. The movie you be watching over like it's on demand. They on fire, so they hot and tying and I water fan. A lot of water pouring out their glands, no permission. I be in the kitchen with the pots and pans. Cap, I got them and they pop and put them in the jam.
Why y'all been on TikTok? I've been on Big Pop, Big Block, Duffy Hitchcock, get your kid rock, silk shock, a nigga like P, brother, tree lover, fell in love with a bitch, my bitch just told me she love her, we running, been running this shit, I can't feel my legs, brother got them birds, my niggas come steal his eggs, I be on the million meds, I can put your doctor on, dang the white diamonds on, stones like an octagon, can't stop, fuck you if you think not, the gun pop, the gun ready, suck it like a ring pop, had to do my thing clap, had to let the snub lap, riding till the wheels fall off, no hubcap, all this mud in my cup, and I don't need no mud flaps, I don't need no hug dap, I don't need no rug rats, but she gon' have to chug that. I'm like Tom Brady, still ballin' where the buck's at. Young money, young man, why him?
What's good with it? What's good with it? What's good with it? So I know y'all heard this, so I ain't got to ask y'all if you heard it. Oh, y'all so goddamn crazy. Y'all won't let a sister relax for a minute. Let me go and get this chat call out the way. Hey, Sonya Davis, you was first. Ooh, ooh. Hey, Purple. Hey, Shawty. Hey, Justin Shelton. Hey, Chi-Town OG. Liar. You got your request. You happy now? Hey, JoJo, you still here? Oh, McDime. I'm looking for a dime. I'm looking for McDime. What's good with it? What's good with it? What's good with it? So I call myself Oh, first of all, shouts out to Larry, grown little boy of the Grown Man Show. That's how I always used to say it. Grown little boy of the Grown Man Show. Yeah, that's how I say it. Shouts out to him. Shouts out to him. Shouts out to him. He is. Okay, Shay Dotton, thank you. Thank you, Samantha Nicole. Honey, I just looked up and I saw Muhammad. I'm like, oh. But shouts out to him. Shouts out to him. See, I wasn't going to come on today, whatever, because I wanted him to have his day. And I wanted him to have a party and all those festivities and whatever. And he needed his whole day because, you know, he a legend around this thing. So shouts out to him for coming on through, going, and coming back. Ain't that some shit? Coming back and give me a commentary. Ain't that some shit? Some people can't even do that. So shouts out to him for that. You know, honey, I peeped in, baby. I was in the lawn, honey, because you know I didn't want to interrupt nothing. Well, yeah, shouts out to him and everything like that. You know, I think it's a little more even now. You know what I'm saying? Because you know he's definitely going to bring the perspective from the accuser. So shouts out to him. And it looks like he is looking to get to jumpstart and get it rolling. So shouts out to him for that. That is what I'm talking about. That's what it is. That's what's up. All right. And I heard a lot of people attacking Levi, what have you. Here's the thing, right? And a lot of this is going to jump across most people's head. But then those that know what I'm talking about know what I'm talking about. And I put a lot of posting on my board today about various things. But one thing I put up about is being raised right, right? When you're raised right, it will allow you to have a difference of opinion or sometimes a fundamental difference and still be able to welcome your fellow man or woman home or welcome them back from a situation or what have you. All right, it's called being raised right. It's called not being a damn fool. Okay, and it's called, like, just say in some travel in your life, you maybe went down the wrong track or whatever, but it was always those principles and integrity and stuff that you were instilled by your mamas and your mama's mama and all those rest of those people to make you come back and know that you know how to act. Okay, you know how to act. Now, if you wasn't raised right, or your parents hit or miss, whatever, you wouldn't know what the fuck I'm talking about. And if you don't have common sense, if you wasn't a decent person, you probably still don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. And if you think that this life evolves around whether or not you are for or against R. Kelly, then you're not going to know what I'm talking about. So that's what I'm saying. I'm talking about people that know what the fuck I'm talking about. But if you don't get it, then I don't know what to tell you. It's just what it is, right? So that's just crazy as hell to me. That's just the craziest shit to me. I don't know. Like, huh? And it's, to me, it's like, if you get into, and it's a lot of selective shit around here, and it's a lot of one-sided type of shit. Because if ever you get into, you want to talk shit about somebody based on what they are accused of or what they was convicted of, I'm not sure if you want to make that type of argument. I ain't trying to say nothing, but I'm just saying. So here's the thing, right? You ain't gonna never to me unless I don't forget. And I'm not saying it would never happen, but I'm never gonna talk shit about some shit, and I'm kind of in some shit too. That's not how that works. I just shut the fuck up and be like, that don't make no sense to me. That's just me. I don't know. And then, you have people coming out here talking about people, whatever, and they done worse shit than the person that they talking about. I don't know how that works out. Like, It's a lot of things right here make me be like, and they say that shit with a straight face. Let me know that you wasn't raised properly. You're not decent. And you don't have common sense. So, because common sense would tell you that you, of all people, need to shut the fuck up. That's what I would do. Just shut the fuck up. But that's just my opinion. That's my opinion on some shit. A lot of this shit is weird. A lot of this shit is weird to me. You have people. This is me, right? Like me, right? I have an open situation over here. Everybody runs their shit different. Now, I have adopted some of the rules of some of the YouTubers around here. They don't put up with people that don't like them, and they block their ass time they come in the motherfucking door. I kind of like that. Block your ass. Get the fuck out. I don't give a fuck what you got to say. Don't come into my head and get the fuck out. But so I kind of like that one. And I'm sure that Club Blue kind of would like that too. Now they get to, we get to use the wrench more often. Okay, so, but I'm just fucking around. I mean, I've adopted that rule, real for real, but I'm really not that way because I don't wear my feelings on my sleeves, right? I don't wear my feelings on my sleeve. I don't give a fuck about none of that. What's good with it, Levi? I don't wear my feelings on my sleeve like that. And I know if I don't talk some shit about people, call people all kinds of names or whatever, they're going to call me all kinds of names wherever they may be. In the chat, on the board, on the live, whatever. And that's fair game. Because I'm fair, because I'm decent. I got common sense. I'm not going to sit there and ooh, somebody said something about me in your chat. No, that's not what I do. Because I know that I done talked about their ass. And when I talk about you, it's probably brutal. So, yeah. I'm like, ooh. So, but yeah, you have a lot of that type of shit, I don't know what that's about. I don't know what that's about. But, I'm sorry. I ain't no weak bitch. So, I don't get down like that. If I don't lit your ass up, I can reasonably expect for you to light mine up. I'm not exempt. I don't be like, ooh, you can't say, they talk about me. No. You talk about my ass because I don't talk about yours. Yeah. Another thing I don't do is I never come out here to life, shame, and brag and boast, right? That's not what I do. Especially unsolicited. Ain't nobody ask me shit about my tax bracket, how I'm rolling around in the streets, and my shopping habits. Nobody asked me about that shit, and I ain't gonna volunteer that shit. And one, I was always raised that is rude, right? Because in a way, you are putting people down by doing that. I learned that in goddamn charm school. what that's what they call it now, charm school. But I learned that. However, I reserve the right to, if somebody talking about my motherfucking ass, and then they known for life shaming and bragging and this, that, and the third, and whatever, you talking about me like a dog and shit, knowing when you open your motherfucking mouth, you sleeping on motherfucking the floor, I'ma light your ass up. And if you call me dumb, oh my goodness, that ain't gonna work out. Because I got the papers and the plaques to prove it. But I had to hide that motherfucking video from you motherfuckers because y'all like to dox people. And somehow I'm thinking them motherfuckers gonna be able to uncover all that shit I done covered up on them goddamn degrees and find out. So I just hid that video. Yeah, go look for it. It's hidden. Hell no. Fuck it. It ain't worth it. This YouTube shit, this YouTube supporting whatever, it ain't worth it. Nope. Because I don't want to cuss y'all the fuck out and show up at y'all house. I really don't. And add to my list of the motherfucker to the motherfuckers that's already on there. So I don't want to do all that bullshit. You know what I'm saying? But you call me, you call me a liar and whatever, this, that, and the third, whatever. I'm gonna come out and show you who's the liar. Who's all this bullshit. It ain't gonna be me saying it. Like, I never been the one with those self-compliments and shit. Oh, I look so good, I'm so pretty, I'm the baddest bitch, I'm the boss bitch. No, I let other people say that. Fuck that. That's just crazy. That's just how I was raised. I'm a person that, normally, depending on what it is, I put myself last and I put others first. Right? If somebody need rent money and all I want to do is buy a pocketbook, I'm gonna lend them the rent money. I can buy a pocketbook at any time. But that's just what it means to be raised the right way. When you raised the right way, you can always get back on track. Depending upon if you got common motherfucking sense. Haven't y'all seen people that been on that crack be somewhere reading the Bible and stuff? You could tell they came up in church. And somehow they lost their way. I ain't making this up. Please hit that like button because I'm gonna read some stuff tonight. I'm gonna read some stuff. But yeah, so that's just how I am. And you know what? I put a thing on there about parents. And I really concentrated on my father because you know why? When it comes to girls, and those of you who are fathers are good ones. Not the ones that step in the times of emergency or be a father every here and there, right? No. I'm talking about your ass as a father majority of the time, if not all of the time, right? You can reach your child. You know your child is sleeping, eating, going to school, all of that. You know exactly what the fuck is going on. And your child can reach you. See, my father did a lot of prison time. Not majority of his life, but he did a lot of prison time, but what's so crazy, how I know we needed a judicial reform, he did more time for drugs than he did for 2 murders. I don't know how that works out. But that's how, I don't know. So, but anyway, I can remember in prison, he was still taking care of me. He knew all where I was, what I was doing, what I was into, the 1,000 activities they had done put me in. Because I'm, like I said on my board, I'm the daughter of the baby girl, and I'm also the daughter on my father's side of the head of the family. So, and yeah, I used to be spoiled. Like I said, I'm not anymore. I grew out of it. So, but he knew everything what I was doing. because women out here, especially girls, are more vulnerable to the evils of this world. And I raised my daughter the same way. And even my little half step granddaughter, who is the baby from my daughter's half sister, we all the grandmamas and stuff pitch in on that baby. We know where that baby is, where she go to daycare. We know how she's eating, all of that. So, and I say that because this month is my father's birthday. So, shouts out to my parents and the Lord who assigned them to raise me. I mean, and when I started out game banging and all of that type of stuff, I went and found that trouble myself. You know, hanging with how the old people say, hanging with that crowd, the wrong crowd. Yeah, I found all that trouble myself. Nobody, shit. They told me every day. It was somebody in my ear every day telling me what to avoid, what not to do, what to do to be on the right path. I was like, So I figured it out. I said, I'm going to do all of what they say, but I'm still going to go out here and bust a motherfucker side their head. and as that one call I let y'all hear, when me and my friend tried to set the man on fire in the club, yeah. I was in college then. Yeah. But anyway, so my father never lost, and wherever he was, he never lost track of me or anything like that, and never was one of the ones was behind on any type of support when it came to me, because he was never on no goddamn child support. I don't think they had did they have child support when I was born? Well, yeah, they was married all this time, so, but anyway. But yeah, so shouts out to our parents and the people around us. But we have, and also the grandparents and stuff. They step up and make sure that the kids are taken care of, whatever. So shouts out for all the people that understand what being a decent person, how being raised decent. And you can tell the people that aren't decent around here, who act like they ain't got no motherfucking sense, who do things without even thinking. Now you can attribute some of it to mental health, but you can just attribute the other parts to just being a low down motherfucker. See, I have to wake up in the morning to actually be a low down motherfucker when I want to get with a motherfucker. That's not something that just rolls right off me. That's not what I do. I got to make preparations. Other than that, I'm not doing fucked up shit, But that it is what it is. I don't get down like that, but some of you motherfuckers can't help it. And I feel sorry for your soul. Fuck it. I don't know what to tell you. So now, y'all people will not let me be today. So and shouts out to the two people that sent me the transcript from that June 1st hearing, and some of y'all niggas caused us to have now. Now they having secret hearings. We ain't gonna know shit. There's gonna be some paperwork to come out today. That man in Chicago, they just run shit all willy-nilly up there. Okay? And that's just what it is. And another thing, I don't handle chat business. In case y'all missed it, disrespect will be met with disrespect. I don't care if you're white or you're blue or whatever. If a blue person disrespect you, you're more than happy if you and the white to disrespect their ass. I ain't got nothing to do with that. I don't handle chat business. Okay? And if you're sensitive, you can always disengage. Because I just looked up, saw a couple comments, and I just want to let you know that. Ain't got nothing to do with that. Nothing to do with that. Not at all. So, but anyway, so moving right along. So today, like I said, I was in the bushes listening to Sylvia. Shout out to Sylvia. You know she does the whole reenactments of the proceedings, and they change they yeah, they got to set up smooth or whatever about how to run this thing. So, and I would never know it was a transcript to be got if she hadn't have broke that. So shout out to her and her team over there for that. Shout out to the 2 people that sent me the damn copy of the transcript. So I'll be able to read it. Now, although, based on what I heard Sylvia and them say, I went ahead and broke it down pretty good. But I got requests. Oh, you need to go live and do it. Oh, well, damn. So I waited till I wanted Larry to have his full day. I didn't know if they had some festivities and shit, some other shit set up. So I waited till a full day for him to do that. And again, shouts out to him for that, for coming home and being here. So let me pull up the transcript from today, from June 1st, and I'll go ahead and get into it. It is very interesting what we heard. Let me pull it up. Well, wait a minute. Let me go check on that like button. Cause y'all should really be liking it up because of your parents and all that stuff I just talked about. Shit. It's crazy. Y'all must be on drugs and crack and all the vices. I ain't saying shit to y'all like get that like button up. Are you serious? These people, I don't ask for a goddamn penny, dime, quarter, nickel, dollar, none of that. I owe you uh 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 some stamps, motherfucking shit. What else they give you? They can pay you in. Gift card. I don't ask for none of that. You better like me up. Keep on hitting it. Keep on hitting it. Are you serious? Shay, from you from Bahamas. I gotta make you Club Blue just on the strength that you from Bahamas. Are you crazy? Low end to the no end. Yes, I'm looking at that button. I ain't in there. I'm on the outside with y'all. Club Blue and some people. Well, come on with that button. Are y'all crazy? We're going to talk about what happened on June 1st. And I'm going to read a portion of Michael Williams' sentencing because you know it was done by Ann Donna. And we want to get a sense of how she gets down on sentencing date. Because we know that's coming up for our Kelly. We need some more. Baby, I'm about 16 short of the likes. I can see him talk about nothing. 16 short. So they talk a lot about the point enhancements in there. So I skimmed through that just to make sure I'm not reading the whole thing. I just wanted to read the important parts. The parts as it relates to the PSR, PSI, depending on where you are. And hey, right. Right, get them goddamn likes while you on crack. All this damn talking. And also we have some more people. Now we got extra, well, one more person to do their reading and breakdown and stuff like that. So hey, we got a wide scale. Y'all can get a little piece from everybody and put it together. And I'm sure we're all gonna be saying stuff different. So y'all get to put this shit together and get the story yourself. Yes, get them up, get them up, get them up. Hey, let me speak to some more people while we wait for these crackheads. Hey, stilettos for me. Let's see. Low end to the no end. What's good with it, R. Kelly groupies? I had Lila, Samantha Nicole, Levi for Kelly. Progress 2 times. Shout Tay, Karen J. Marietta Jones. What's good with it? And I got some JoJo. I'm gonna have to start anyway because JoJo got to go to bed. Oh, well, where's my button at? Hold on. Trying to get you, lady. Hold on, people. Where is the other person? Oh, there we go. All right, so let me put this up on the screen. What is it? Okay. Here we go. We got it up. Get them free shots. All right. Is it on the screen yet? Here we go. Make it big. Okay. All right. Wait a minute. I ain't meant for to do that. Okay. All right. Like I said, this was from June 1st. The mystery hearing. All right. Starts with the clerk. 19 CR 567 United States versus Kelly. Mrs. Eppington. Good morning, Your Honor. Janice Eppington and Elizabeth Pozzolo on behalf of the United States. Miss J-Bo. Good morning, Your Honor. Mr. Brindley. Bo Brindley, go ahead. J-Bo. Good morning, Your Honor. Jennifer Bongine on behalf of the defendant R. Kelly. Mr. Brindley. Good morning, Your Honor. Bo Brindley and Vadim Glasman on behalf of Daryl McDavid. Judge. Good morning, Your Honor. Mary Judge on behalf of Milton Brown. Oh, Miss Judge, not the judge. I'm sorry. That's why I slowed it down. I was like, why didn't say in court? All right, Miss Judge. Okay, so she's on behalf of Milton Brown. All right, the judge, the court. What about Mr. Kelly? Jabo says, hi, Judge. Yes, it's Jennifer Bonjean on behalf of Mr. Kelly. The court. Okay, he's not appearing? Jabo, I don't believe so, Judge. I think this video conference, I don't know if that was a recent, I don't know if it was always a video conference. He's not appearing, apparently. Because even R. Kelly didn't know he had to come in here. You niggas done made it so bad he didn't know he had to show up on that damn call. Shit. Hey, R. Kelly somewhere out there playing basketball and shit. He's supposed to be in court. He about to get violated. Fuck around with y'all. All right. Okay, it says the judge. It says, all right. Is there any objection if we proceed without his appearance? Jabo, no, we'll waive his appearance, Your Honor. Miss Eppington, and no objection from the government. The judge, all right. So there's two matters before the court. The motion to sever and a motion for production of records. Miss Bonjean, you filed two motions, one for production of records. Jabo, yes. The judge, and the other one for a severance. Is that correct? Jabo, yes, Judge. Would you like? Yes, that's correct. If you'd like me to comment on it, Judge, I'd be happy to. The judge, let's go to the production. What is the objection on the part of the government? And the objection, when they say the objection in this instance, right? Because we're dealing with pretrial matters at this moment, they're talking about the motion, okay? Objection is sometimes intertwined with motion. Miss Eppington, yes, Your Honor. The government would ask that you enter and continue that motion, meaning they want time to prepare it and time to file maybe a written brief or come back and argue it at a later point. The government is aware of its discovery obligations and will comply with them. Meaning, remember, Jabo put in a motion for the discovery, meaning items which he may believe that is discoverable, meaning that it may come into the discovery. That's what they're talking about. Let's see. Prior to defendant filing the motion, the government conferred with counsel and indicated that we will review the materials that are from this separate and unrelated BOP investigation, and that we would get back to counsel with regard to any responsive material. And we are committed to do that, and we would do that. I'm glad Levi's in here. Okay. This is my first read, y'all, all the way through this. My first read, period. All right, you see it says unrelated BOP investigation, meaning it's unrelated to this case. Meaning probably at most, if they found something nefarious and it rises to the level of an indictment or what have you, if it's unrelated. Now, I know you're saying, how's it going to be unrelated? And this is in regards to R. Kelly and his emails and things of that nature. It's most likely the number one reason it's unrelated because R. Kelly didn't do it. So this is not an indictment for R. Kelly. It maybe at the most, I'll go this far, maybe it could be a co-defendant depending on what is revealed, but I doubt it. If something do come of this and it's some charges, it's probably going to create a separate indictment for somebody else. It says, as it stands right now, there's just two bases in the motion that any of Mr. Kelly's emails or communications have reached any government witness, nor that any witness has been influenced by any of Mr. Kelly's communications, and indeed, no witness or government official or anyone has been identified in the motions as receiving any of Mr. Kelly's communications. Notice what they said. No witness or government official or anyone has been identified in the motions as receiving any of Mr. Kelly's communications. And that is being said by Ms. Appington, which is for the government. The judge says, let me ask you this. Give us a timeline when you will complete your review. Ms. Eppington, yes, Your Honor. I'm looking at the calendar. Can we have 2 weeks to do that? We have to request some of the materials. Again, it's a separate, unrelated investigation, so I have to. The judge, Ms. Bonjean, is that acceptable? Jabo says, 2 weeks is fine, Your Honor. I would not have filed the motion if I didn't believe there was a good faith basis for it. Now, she probably said that. Well, it's sometimes they'll say it, but it's not customary to say it's a good faith. They didn't file it. She filed because it's a good faith basis for it, right? It's probably saying that because McDavid, attorney, has already called her out for filing shit without any good faith basis to it. And that's not what you're supposed to do. That goes along with when I tell you that you're not supposed to lie when you're putting in these motions and shit. Okay, so it says, it is true. I don't have affidavits from the government's witnesses, but I do have a good faith basis to believe that there may be material in there that would be discoverable in this case, which means it's going to go into evidence, right? And I appreciate the government looking into it. 2 weeks is fine. The judge, fine. So that motion, why don't we just continue that for 2 weeks for the government to comply? All right. Now the motion to sever. Ms. Bonjean, do you want to amplify on your written submission? Jabo, yes, Judge. So as the court is aware, I came into this case rather late in the game as compared to the other defense attorneys on the case. When I first came into the case, it was known to me from speaking to prior counsel, as well as I had communications with counsel for Mr. Brown and multiple conversations with actually Mr. Glossman about whether or not this case should be severed, whether any of the parties might be prejudiced by a joint trial. All right. Now, I think I went into what prejudice means, right? Prejudice means that it's going to most likely make a person look guilty just right off the bat. It's going to be very prejudicial. Whatever is being disclosed as far as the evidence, it's going to make them look very guilty to the jury. And although a jury may say that, yeah, we can just, have an open mind, we can just consider the evidence presented at trial. But if you get too much evidence and it's weighing heavy to someone's guilt, they consider that to be prejudicial to a defendant. Let's see, what was I? In my motion for a continuance, I even laid it out there that I was exploring that. I was investigating that because in the discovery materials, it certainly suggests that there's a real possibility of problems, a real circus occurring in a joint trial, and that these defendants are not only just naturally antagonistic, but that these defendants, and I'm talking about Mr. McDavid in particular, but also Mr. Brown, I suppose, if they took the stand, that this could ultimately end up being government testimony against my client. So I explained this. We talked about this a couple times, especially when Jojo was up here. But listen, I'm not saying that this is going to happen or what have you, but there are something called Crawford issues, right? When, just say, when a co-defendant or a defendant can't confront his accuser, that creates a Crawford issue, because you're supposed to be able to cross-examine or confront your accuser, right? But if that your co-defendant don't take the stand, then there's an issue. That's when you'll see a bunch of stuff that goes on, right? So let me give you this example. A brutal rule is an out of court statement, also known as a hearsay, right? That indicts the other defendant. Okay, so an attorney will file a brutal motion to try to keep it out, but that out of court statement may be admissible because it indicts the defendant. If that person if that co-defendant don't take the stand, and they can do that under the Fifth Amendment, then that creates a problem. Then that's when it may create a Crawford issue that violates the right to confrontation clause, right? So we're going to look for this. I don't know if that's going to happen. I don't know if a statement was made out of court. I don't know if somebody will make a statement and then refuse to get on the stand or whatever. We don't know. But as I spoke to you, talked about this before, this is certainly one of the issues that can happen. And it happens, I don't want to say a lot, but it happens, especially when all of the counsel on the defendant for the defendants aren't, talking or cooperating. So, she calls herself getting ahead of the issue or potential issue, right? And when I was listening to Sylvia read this, I see that that's what J-Bo likes to do. But when I explained to you on the board, she cited a bunch of potential issues, but didn't give something that was an actual issue and support that by a law to help her objection out. So, but we'll see. She goes on to says, I asked Mr. Glossman about the nature of their defense. He didn't wish to share that with me. That is absolutely his right. But it was my feeling that there was a high risk of antagonistic defenses and not just finger pointing, that we would be in a position of having to accuse Mr. McDavid of engaging in other criminal conduct that is not the subject of this indictment. So then she pretty much says that maybe sometime during this trial, not only is, they're going to throw his ass under the bus, but maybe through her line of questioning and her evidence and whatever, McDavid may have done some other shit that he haven't been indicted of. Yeah, J-Bo throw your ass up on the bus, baby. So let's read. He said, and they're free to object to that. I'm not sure that's what should be happening in a joint trial, but there is a basis for it, not just in the government's discovery, but through witnesses who will essentially testify that Mr. McDavid, who had complete control over Mr. Kelly's account, Mr. Kelly, who is functionally illiterate, who essentially signed both contracts and deferred all of his financial management to Mr. McDavid, was being robbed blind for a very, very long time. I mean, J-Bo likes to put out some of her defense, give you a window into what she's thinking. Not saying that this is what she's going to go with, but she gives you a lot of, a lot of stuff. Thank you, J-Bo. And in fact, some of the overt acts that the government identifies as being part of this conspiracy are actually just evidence of Mr. McDavid stealing from Mr. Kelly. So that presents a problem. Uh-oh. Now, I understand those are allegations. I'm sure Mr. McDavid will, and I'm not here to debate the merits of that right now, but that is a good faith argument that is going to come out. Oh. And I would think that would create prejudice potentially for Mr. McDavid as much as Mr. Kelvin. So that was my concern. I raised that concern. I also raised the concern, and it's a real concern, as offensive as Mr. McDavid's counsel may find it, that Mr. Glassman, who worked for Mr. Kelly's prior criminal defense attorney, Ed Jensen, in the years that followed Mr. Kelly's acquittal of state charges, is possibly, I didn't say is, but is potentially in a conflicted position by virtue of the fact that Mr. Kelly's attorney-client relationship did extend beyond 2008. Mr. McDavid knows it. Everyone knows it. Mr. Kelly checked in with Mr. Jensen on numerous legal matters in the years that followed. You know how else we know it? Ed Jensen admitted to it in a newspaper article where he says, I kept him out of trouble for 10 years. That would suggest that you were acting as a lawyer, keeping him out of trouble. And during those 10 years, Mr. Glassman was working for Mr. Jensen. She has a point. Now, to me, that raises the possibility that maybe Mr. Glassman, has potential privileged information that could be used against Mr. Kelly at a joint trial that might be beneficial to Mr. McDavid, but not so beneficial as to Mr. Kelly. It will also raises the possibility that there's a duty of loyalty being violated. I'm not moving for Mr. Glassman to be disqualified or anything. Okay, so remember when I was talking to y'all, right, about this before? I'm glad she said this. Remember I said, people was throwing up, oh, a cursor here and a cursor here, right? I was like, no, because the judge can do some remedies to this. One, he can act sua sponte and remove this attorney. That's one. If he finds that there is a attorney-client relationship that creates a conflict. So it's a lot of things, right? He can also do, like I stated that he did, he could do a little lightweight interrogation right there on the spot to find out, what was the nature of the relationship by simply asking a couple of questions. I had said that before. So it doesn't necessarily have to go to a big old Curcio hearing and, and a severance, because those things, especially a severance, it has to be, certain factors has to be present, as well as a test has to be performed to see if a severance is warranted. Because as I told you, the rule of thumb is if you was indicted together, then you get tried together. So let's see. And it is not meant to disparage anybody, but it is unquestionably, as Mr. Kelly's own affidavit sets out, that yes, he continued his attorney-client relationship with Mr. Ed Jensen, and that makes some sense. And I think Mr. McDavid knows it as well. So we have that the severance from Mr. McDavid piece of the motion. And then the court is, I assume, aware that we also moved to sever the counts related to the other minors, not related to minor one. The minor one counts are the child pornography counts. the conspiracy to obstruct counts, as well as the conspiracy and the receiving child pornography. They all are centered around minor one. So remember, I also told you a severance pretty much deals with a whole bunch of evidence going to the jury that prejudices the defendants, right? Most times the defense wants to either sever the co-defendants or sever the counts for that reason. That prevents all that evidence going in front of that jury all at once. It's a little maneuver, that's just pretty much what it is. And it says, okay, and I get why those counts should be joined together, but to tack on four other minors where there's no video evidence, I won't get into the credibility of those women at the moment, but to tack those on, I think, is highly prejudicial and makes it impossible for Mr. Kelly to defend those counts because the evidence against the count 1, 2, and 3 is video evidence. And remember, I told you they don't need to have the video evidence for any of it, actually, because testimony is evidence. Let's see. Okay. For Mr. Kelly to defend those counts because the evidence against count 1, 2, and 3 is video evidence, it's far stronger. So he's in a very difficult position in defending those other allegations of these other 4 minors, which our position is should be severed from the rest of the counts. The judge, government's response, Ms. Eppington. Yes, Your Honor. The government's position is that we oppose the motion on all the bases asserted, meaning everything J-Bo said with regards to the severance, they oppose it. We are requesting a week to put that opposition in writing, meaning a written brief. As to the conflict of interest, Mr. McDavid's response indicated that Mr. Glossman would be willing to provide an affidavit that may clarify some of the issues, and the government would be interested in reviewing that and incorporating that into its submission if the court were so inclined to order that. But as to all the bases asserted, the government opposes it and will submit in its writing and lay out more fully why there's absolutely no basis for a severance in this matter. The judge, Mr. Brindley, Judge, having reviewed it in detail and we filed our own response, my initial reactions, big picture reactions, are that a potential conflict of interest has never been grounds to sever. I've never heard of that. If there was a potential conflict of interest, which there's not, we would need to deal with that sort of like the government suggested, and we will all, because it's cut off, suggest, and we all would deal with, but it's not a basis for severance. So I don't know what it really has to do with anything. Normally, it would be the government that would be coming to me with this, meaning what I was telling you in instances of something like a cursio. That is something that is usually generated by the government because the government sees those potential conflicts, and a hearing like the cursio is then ordered by the judge, right? And then we would address it like I've done many times in many other cases. So that's not a grounds for severance. And I really don't think that has any part in this motion. Mr. Glossman would be happy to provide an affidavit for the government's purposes to establish that he has had no conversations, information, no awareness of any further consultation with Mr. Kelly and between Mr. Kelly and Mr. Jensen. So I think that part of it has got nothing to do with severance, and we set it aside. Okay, so it seems to me that, like I put on the message board, like the government has already spoken with Mr. Glossman with regards to his relationship with Mr. Kelly during the time he worked for Ed Jensen. And this is what they came up with. And quite frankly, I don't have a strong position on whether the two defendants are severed based on what I've read. But under the law, antagonistic defenses don't constitute a grounds for severance. That's why we couldn't even consider such a thing when we were doing filings on this. And I think Your Honor even mentioned that to Mr. Greenberg earlier when he said something along these lines. And based on that, I just don't know what the merit of this motion is. I don't see it. If they want to accuse Mr. McDavid of stealing from Mr. Kelly, and they think that helps his defense, I'll be happy to address that in trial, meaning during a trial when they're going back and forth. That doesn't bother me. I can object to it if necessary, but I really, from our perspective, we're not asking for a severance. And quite frankly, the basis that have been raised, I just don't see those as really being things on which severance could be granted in the circumstances of this case. So that's how we feel about it. Now, if there is to be a serious question about this conflict matter and whether Mr. Jensen had a continuing relationship with Mr. Kelly, he submitted an affidavit now. There could be a hearing on that. I do believe there are witnesses from Mr. Jensen's staff that would be able to wholeheartedly contradict that Mr. Kelly has claimed now, but I'm hoping we don't have to do that. But we will if we need to. The judge, all right. So the government wants to respond in writing. Is that right? Now he done sat his ass up there all that time and heard them say that. Ms. Eppington, yes, Your Honor. Just 1 week. The clerk and Mr. Glossman is on the call. Can you state what you would put in your affidavit, Mr. Glossman? You're an officer of the court, so I will need to take your statement as an officer of the court, which is as good or better than an affidavit. Mr. Glossman, Your Honor, I began working in Mr. Jensen's office in 2012, and I worked as a law clerk for another attorney, Michael Gillespie, not Mr. Jensen. I started working directly for Mr. Jensen in June of 2013 as a law clerk, which is 5 years after the acquittal. I couldn't have worked on the case when he got indicted. I was graduating 8th grade. And when he got acquitted, I was a sophomore in college. There were conversations about the case, that it was a victory, but nothing would have been privileged. I've never met Mr. Kelly aside from in the courtroom once he got indicted. I've never talked to him. I don't believe I have any information that would be privileged from Mr. Kelly as it relates to the case, Your Honor. The judge, is that acceptable? Government, is that what you're asking for? Ms. Eppington, yes, Your Honor. I believe Mr. McDavid's response. Mr. Glossman also indicated that Mr. Glossman had no possession of any privileged communications or had acquired any privileged communications or confidential communications. And to that matter, Mr. Brindley, perhaps you can recall what was actually written in the response, but there was something to the effect that Mr. Glossman, separate and apart from the state trial, that he did not acquire any privileged or confidential communications related to Mr. Kelly's attorney-client relationship with Mr. Jensen. Mr. Brindley, Judge, that is the crux of what we wrote in the motion. And I think Mr. Glossman can address that specifically now. That is definitely our position. He doesn't have any privileged information whatsoever from the time of the trial or any time thereafter provided by Mr. Kelly or related to Mr. Kelly. Mr. Glossman, Your Honor, from what I remember of Mr. Jensen, he didn't like to text or email, so I can't imagine I have anything in writing with him from Mr. Kelly. If he ever talked to Mr. Kelly on a cell phone while I worked with him, I would know that. I know I've never seen Mr. Kelly at our office when I was there, and I never talked to him directly. The judge, have you ever had a conversation with Mr. Kelly personally where he said hello or you said hello or anything along those lines, all the way up to having some kind of legal position? Have you ever had any conversation with Mr. Kelly whatsoever? What the judge now is doing is what I stated several lives. He's conducting a little in-court investigation to see which way he would go. It's not a need for a cursia. We're not sure about a severance, but it seems like it's all leading to that neither one will be needed. Mr. Glossman, I don't believe I've talked to him. I might have said hi to him in your courtroom after the indictment if we were standing there, but I've never talked to him. I think even his affidavit says he didn't talk to me. The judge, so the most you could say is that you may have said hi or hello, nice to meet you, Mr. Kelly, or something along those lines. Mr. Glossman, I don't think it would have been. It might have been more of a head nod, if anything. The judge, okay, all right, thank you. Okay, the government will respond in a week. Miss Bonjean, do you want to respond in a week later? Miss Bonjean, sure, Judge. The judge, all right, then all the court will rule. Miss Eppington, Your Honor, the government has two other matters we'd like to address if now is appropriate. The judge, fine. Miss Eppington, the government conferred with the parties prior to the call and jointly on the government would request, and the parties do not object to an additional week for the parties to file their motions in limine. Oh wow, motion limine came up. That's crazy that I didn't hear this part from Sylvia. And that's crazy that I went ahead and wrote that in describing like what we should be looking for that's coming up. That's crazy. I didn't hear this part. Let's say specifically to June 13th with the response date remaining the same, as well as remaining the trial date remaining the same. So the response date being July 5th and keeping the same date for the trial. God damn, she said that all chopped up. I read it as they typed it. Says the judge, okay, is that acceptable, Miss Bonjean? Miss Bonjean, it is, Judge. I'll be struggling to meet that deadline regardless. J-Bo still trying, baby, to get some time pushed back, baby. I'm struggling, Your Honor. I'm struggling. Says, I'm actually on trial in Los Angeles right now. I have opening statements in about an hour in a courtroom here. The court is already aware of the pressures on me having come in so late in this case. And obviously my professional obligations that existed prior to this still exist, but I have no objection. And I would do my very best to comply with that deadline. I also have Mr. Kelly's sentencing hearing in the Eastern District at the end of this month. So assuming I'm alive, God damn, J-Bo, I will definitely try to meet that obligation. The judge, when is Mr. Kelly's sentencing currently set? That's the judge being nosy as hell. He ain't minding his business. That's a New York issue. Miss Bonjean, June the 29th, Your Honor. The judge, thank you. Thank you all. Miss Eppington, Your Honor. Mr. Brentley, Your Honor. The judge, excuse me, go ahead, Miss Eppington. Miss Eppington, Your Honor. Just one more issue we'd like to raise with the court. That's with the regard to COVID protocols for the upcoming trial. Two things. One, we want to confirm whether our trial date has been confirmed by the committee and whether we have a courtroom set up to accommodate the three defendants with their counsel, as well as the U.S. Marshals for defendant Kelly, as well as the court staff. And perhaps we can talk about this at the next hearing, as well as the COVID protocols that the court would require in place as we're beginning to meet with the witnesses and other people in our office, so that we can, make them aware of testing procedures and all of that other stuff. If Your Honor, we're not asking that we maybe need to discuss this right now, but if at the next hearing we could set some time to do that. The judge, Mel, did we get that courtroom assignment yet? The clerk, unfortunately, Judge, we do not have a courtroom assignment at this time. If I may ask the parties of a time frame of the trial, Miss Eppington, at least 3 weeks. That's not including what we anticipate may be a little bit longer jury selection process, which they're in Chicago. Everybody knows R. Kelly, and the nature of what he's been alleged with for years. It says, Mr. Brindley, is that counting just the government's case for the 3 weeks, or are you taking into account time for the defense case? That's what I'm wondering. Miss Eppington, that's the government's case. That's also referred to case in chief. Mr. Brindley, okay, Judge, we're going to have a fairly extensive defense on behalf of Mr. McDavid involving multiple witnesses. Wow, okay. So we're going to need a couple of days for the presentation of Mr. McDavid's defense, and certainly whether Mr. Kelly is going to put on. So I think if the government needs 3 weeks, we should plan for 4 to be safe. Miss Bonjean, yes, Judge, I think that's correct. The judge, if we start the case, we'll finish it. So he's meaning if they start the case, whenever they start it, it'll last as long, he's probably going to, with his calendar, he's probably not going to schedule nothing right at 3 weeks or 4 weeks. He's probably going to leave some wiggle room. So that will push the next case out that he takes, right? He says, so if we start the case, we'll finish it. Mr. Brindley, yes. The judge, so I would not press an overly pessimistic length of trial if you want to get this case done. It's my understanding now that I believe we're at 2 feet rather than 6 feet, which opens up a lot of space. And Miss Bonjean, Judge, I'm sorry to interrupt, Judge. On behalf of Mr. Kelly, I meant to raise this earlier, and I just want to let the court know, and I've let the U.S. Attorney know, Mr. Kelly has retained an expert, a forensic video expert, in connection with the counts related to the child pornography counts. I confirmed the expert. He was formally retained. I need to let the U.S. Attorney's Office know. I'll send over his CV. His CV is his legal resume. All right. So it's going to list a whole bunch of stuff as to the work that he's done legally. It's probably going to be some background information, of course, about his schooling and stuff, what have you. But the focus is his legal work, right? What has been his legal expertise with regards to this? So what makes him an video expert with regards to the legalities, right? And we discussed the protocols, and I'm hoping we can reach some resolution about the protocols for getting that work done. All of the work needs to be done, apparently, understandably, in the Department of Homeland Security offices, because it does involve child pornography, and there may require us to come back to the court for some reason. But I just wanted to flag that we're doing that this week. The judge, fine. Anything further? Miss Eppington, nothing from the government, Your Honor. Mr. Brinley, nothing on behalf of Mr. McDavid. The judge, Miss Judge, everything okay with your client? Miss Judge, yes, Judge, everything is great with my client. Thank you. Hey, Miss Judge, that's June Brown's attorney. She don't give a shit. Let me tell you something. Everything is okay. J-Bo got it. I don't want no problems. I ain't trying to start no shit. My client only got this one charge. I ain't in here arguing and shit about no severance. If y'all sever the motherfucker, that's all right with me. If you don't sever, that's also all right with me. I ain't got no COVID. Everybody all right. Everybody okay. I'm getting my check from the PD office. Oh, it says the judge. Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Thank you, Your Honor. The court. Thank you. Bye-bye. Oh my gosh. I told you she didn't want from that call. She was okay, everything okay. I ain't got no problem about no severance. I don't give a shit. Let these white people handle this. Let them good white folks handle all this argument. I'm gonna sit up here and get this check from the PD. I'm gonna get this $195 an hour from the PD. My guaranteed check. I ain't got shit to talk about. Nothing. Oh, oh man. Oh, goodness gracious, y'all. Give me 1 minute, y'all. I'm gonna come back and nod some of y'all. Y'all can see I'm getting stuffed up because these ceilings blow my head back, and I'm not under the cover. Hold on, y'all. All right, thank you for holding. What's good with it, Alvaro Vera Ward? Lolo, what's good with it? Hey, Sir Miguel. Hey, Queen Diva Pumpkin. Hey, Skylight. Skylight. 24/7. 24/7 in the building. Hey, Jarrell Evans. Let me see. Hey, PM. Regina White. Hey, T. Jones. Okay, so all right, man. Listen, so let me put this up. So what is this? Okay. So I just found that. Okay. Y'all, but listen, y'all. So, and I hate to reiterate this, but I just feel the need to. it is different because most of you guys, and I would say 98% of you guys, right, in this sector, y'all support either R. Kelly or you support, are you on team Lock Hills Up, right? And when I say support, I mean that that's what y'all doing. You're supporting somebody, whether it be out here hollering free somebody, you're supporting financially, which is how you're supposed to hold people down when they go to jail or whatever, or you believe in somebody's innocence, somebody's guilt, or whatever it is you're doing, but you're actively supporting. You're actively saying, and not everybody, you may say something against one side or the other because that's based on your beliefs about what's going on, what's taking place, right? You maybe have less than 1% of people who have said something bad about R. Kelly and then something bad about accusers. Something good about R. Kelly, something good about the accuser. That could be looked at, you are supporting both sides. I say you have your own mind, you can do what the fuck you want to do. Because if you was on one side and then later on you got intel that make you say, oh, okay, well, let me come over here because I believe this, and you actively start supporting, and you might, hell, later on you might say, okay, well, something happened and I got some more intel, now I believe this, right? I'm okay with somebody having their mind. Then you got maybe 1.5%, the rest of us don't have a side. I'm here to do something different. Never said nothing bad about R. Kelly. Never said nothing bad about the accusers. Never said nothing to support R. Kelly. Never said nothing to support the accusers. Only thing I've ever consistently said is that nobody has told the truth, 100% truth, on either side. That is my feeling. That is supported by what I have, and I have to add this in, what I've heard in the social media and the media, what have you, as well as what I read in black and white. You know? So I want to be on a new group called the non-supporters. Non-supporter, no motherfucking body. And I can do that. And anybody else can. And when I say I don't support, I ain't sent $1 to nobody. Not no R. Kelly or no accusers. Yeah, you could do that. Only a person that struggles with thinking would think that that's not an option. And here's the thing, right? Because that lady Melissa talk about when you hear something good about for R. Kelly, she always got something to say. No. It's what you may conceive that's good for R. Kelly. Because you're not looking at it from a legal standpoint. A lot of the supporters think everything J-Bo does is boom, great and positive R. Kelly. Well, you can think that because in a sense it is. But you do know they got another side. And that side came in holding the cards, so to speak. Because they are the ones that did the indictment. They're the ones that got the evidence up, whether you believe it's some or not. They are the ones that affirm that they got all this other shit going on. If you go by that paperwork and you read it, it's all going to be bad, R. Kelly, negative. I ain't never seen a sweet indictment nice to somebody. Never. So that's what it is. As I put on my message board, I said, I don't go by what should have been done, what could have, would have. I don't go by faith. I don't go by what I think, just, oh, well, this should have happened, whatever. I don't go by none of that. Now, I'm not talking about my personal faith. I'm talking about, like, people have faith that this happened. I'm not talking about none of that. I'm not talking about shit. I don't go by shit that didn't happen. Shit I thought should have happened. None of that. I go by what I can read, what's audible, mean what I can hear. The facts, the evidence. And I all shift that into a legal perspective. Not a personal one, a legal. If you've gone to school, guess what? Some of your personal perspective is going to take a back seat to your legal perspective. I ain't seen nobody legal except maybe one or two people that came out here and said, especially, most likely if you, and even defense attorneys that came out, they state the facts as the prosecutors put it. This is as they put it. Not me, not anybody come out here and read it or talk about it. So I ain't supporting shit. I ain't against nobody. I'm not marching for nobody. I'm not finna get no civil rights feet for nobody. Or none of that. I do volunteer and still do in judicial reform and rehabilitation. I've said that for I don't know how many years. Been on both sides. I'm looking at it through the lens of an attorney that's there that has the case. And I'm trying to decipher, without having the case, what the fuck it is they doing. Where they going. What would be the strategy. Whatever. And we could talk openly about that. Nobody else has to talk about it. You can talk about what you want to talk about. If you don't talk about it, I don't care. Y'all should do with me. But a lot of people like to talk bad about the things that somebody else does because they can't do it. Well, here's the thing. Nobody expects you to do it. But I want to get that clear. Because when you go to read this shit that the prosecutors put in, I ain't saying it's factual or not, because they got to prove that in court. I'm just reading to you what they said. And a lot of times people take the words that someone else said, and just because your ass saying it, it falls on you. No, stupid. It falls on the motherfucker that wrote it and the motherfucker that said it. I'm just the motherfucker that's reading it. So I want to get an idea of Ann Donnelly's sentencing, how she thinks, right? So, some judges have like a history of being hard-nosed. Then you got some of his being lenient. And they are subjected to do that. And that's just what it is. It ain't my fault. Oh, hey, Grace Johnson from the Caribbean. How you doing? How you doing? So, hey, stop lying. Hey, DJ Amazing. You know, yeah. And anybody is more than welcome to flood the chat with free whoever you want to free. Larry Hoover. Free motherfucking Willie. I don't care. You know, some idiot asks about some damn case law. Not even knowing that they don't know what the fuck it is they're talking about. Because as I broke down, and I love when I get a chance to just break it all down eloquently, but case law, that is something that every case does not create case law. Case law is, I'll put it like this for the effort, the case law is just a ruling, a decision that they kind of went outside of the law, the actual law. They made this precedent, which is the case law, and it's usually derived of rulings that has happened in case with similar factors. And that's how they create a case law. Doesn't happen in every case. Help me, Jesus. So listen. So let's see. Now, I got Michael Williams' sentencing up, and the reason why I want to go through this because you know who did it, Judge Ann. And I wanted to go through some areas in here because guess what? You know, the sentencing materials are still coming in, right? We're waiting for the prosecution's sentencing memorandum, and let's see what they say. They come in and let's see what they say the benchmark should be, or I mean, it should be a good read. We do know that J-Bo, just to give you an idea, that J-Bo said the benchmark should have been 14 to 17 and a half years, and she want him sentenced below that. But remember, that's her benchmark that she calculated. It's not the benchmark on the PSR. All right, right here, I'm going to start at 4. Okay, so start at page 4, number 11. I'm skipping through this, so don't think I'm gonna read all of this. I'm just skipping through this, right? All right, so page 4, no, number 11. I'm starting with Judge Ann. It says, Judge. All right, the advisory guideline range has been computed as follows. There's a base offense level of 24, which an adjustment of 2 points because the offense was committed to conceal another offense. There's 2 points are subtracted because Mr. Williams has accepted responsibility. And another point is subtracted because I think the government will make a statement that it was notified in a timely manner of the defendant's intention to enter a guilty plea. Is that right? Did you do that already? Ms. Cruz Melendez, Your Honor, the government would move for the additional point reduction. The judge, okay, so that takes us to a total of offense level of 23. So in this case, the prosecutors was okay with the point reduction because apparently of the plea, the guilty plea. And let me see, he had hold on. Okay, so right there, she just took the point off. So it went from 24 to 23. Let's see if she do something to those other 2 points. Okay, then she says, Mr. Williams has a criminal history score of 3, level 3. That corresponds to a criminal category of 2. The guideline sentence for that offense level and criminal history category is a range of 51 months to 63 months. But the statutorily authorized minimum sentence for the crime to which Mr. Williams pled is 5 years. So that restricts the guideline range from 60 to 63 months. So the statutorily authorized minimum sentence for the crime to which Mr. Williams has pled guilty is 5 years. So that restricts the guideline range from 60 to 63 months, not the 51 to 63 months. So he won't be able to go as low as, at this point, he wouldn't be able to go as low as 51 because the guideline from the statutory authorized minimum is 60 to 63 months. But it works out. Let's see. She said, okay, let's see. Okay. I will hear from both sides and from Mr. Williams if he wishes to say anything. As I said, I have reviewed the sentencing submissions, which is all that stuff we see coming in with R. Kelly, right? All this stuff. The PSR, the sentencing memorandum, the mitigation stuff, all of that stuff. All that's part of the sentencing materials. She said, as I've said, I've reviewed the sentencing submissions, which are both very thorough and professionally done. But I will hear from the parties in the following order. First from Mr. Spodek, then from the government. And if Mr. Williams wishes to say anything, I'll hear from him. So, Mrs. Spodek, do you wish to make any further remarks or comments on the question of sentencing? Mr. Spodek, yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, I'm here today to ask you to consider sentencing Mr. Williams to the mandatory minimum of 5 years on count 2 through 2 of the indictment, which is what probation recommended, which is the PSR. So that was the recommendation on the PSR. As Your Honor stated, the guideline range is 51 to 63 months, and this would be a 60-month sentence. I believe that is, I believe that 60-month sentence is sufficient, but not greater than necessary to satisfy the factors in 3553 in light of the equities of the case. Okay, so we're going down to page 23. So that was his ask, okay? So just like Jabo's ask, that's his ask. Okay, so now I'm on page 23. I'm at line 12. Line 11, I'm sorry. So, and this is where the sentencing takes place. Okay, it says the judge. Okay, well, a day of sentencing for any defendant is a difficult one. not just for Mr. Williams, but for all the people that rely on you. And there are a lot of people that have relied on you for support, both financial and otherwise. And so this is a hard day. But I have to fashion a sentence that is sufficient, but not longer than necessary to comply with the purpose of sentencing. Because now the sentencing guidelines and all of that is an advisory, right? The judge has his discretion to go up outside the sentencing guidelines to give you a sentence. Okay, a sentence in a criminal case has to reflect the seriousness of the crime. It has to promote respect for the law. It has to provide a fair and just punishment. It also has to act as a deterrent to keep not only Mr. Williams from doing things like this again, but from other people who would seek to do what you did. The public also has to be protected from any further crimes by Mr. Williams. I have also taken into account the nature of the offense at issue here and Mr. Williams' background and his personal characteristics. There are some mitigating factors here. You heard me speak about mitigating factors. Mitigating factors is what the defense will present in order to get a defendant the least possible time they can get, and the aggravating factors is what the prosecution would offer. It says, sure, Mr. Williams has accepted responsibility, at least in part, for his conduct. His family is extremely supportive, including his wife and stepdaughter, who have struggles of their own and who have counted on Mr. Williams, as I say, not just for financial support, but for emotional support as well. So you see why they like to show support at the courthouse, especially from your family. Mr. Williams has not had an easy life. I recognize that. He has some health challenges as well, and I am surely aware of the conditions of confinement at the MDC, and I've taken those into account as well, as I have in other sentences. The guideline sentence takes into account some of the factors involved in this case, but in my view, it does not adequately account for the egregious circumstances of this case, which I will detail, and which also include what I find to be the purpose of the arson, which was to deter Jane Doe, specifically number 5, from cooperating in an investigation into decades of sexual abuse, and to do that by any means necessary. Oh, I didn't read all this. Okay, so when I was putting up the sentencing guidelines, remember I was doing that little exercise to show you how they add points and take. Remember I had that tool and I showed you in real time how it's done and how it computes onto the PSR. So you see where she saw, where she said that the guideline sentence takes into account some of the factors involved in this case. But in my view, so that's what I was doing, the tool part of it, that mechanically adds and subtracts and all that type of shit, and then give you the guideline range, right? It says the evidence establishes by, at the very least, a preponderance of the evidence that Mr. Williams was aware of the investigation into Mr. Kelly, that he did extensive research on Jane Doe, got her address, did extensive research on other things as well, things that are associated with tampering with a witness and with intimidating a witness, including, for example, how to obtain other weapons, including a machine gun, including researching the penalties for tampering with the witness. The efforts in this regard were extensive. Not only did Mr. Williams plan to attack, he drove well over 200 miles in the dead of night, taking efforts to conceal his identity, and took with him a 20-year-old, setting what kind of example I can't even begin to describe. He brought gasoline on the trip and a lighter, and then at 2 in the morning doused a car and ignited it. And the evidence does show that there was an accelerant around the perimeter of the house. I ain't read all this. Hold on. There were 6 people in that house, including 2 little children. The terror that those people must have felt hearing an explosive like that in the middle of the night. It's hard to imagine what that must have been like, not only for Jane Doe, but, for the children that were under 10 who were awakened to that. And it gives me a reasonable inference that what stopped the spread of the fire, or at least a further ignition of the fire, is that one of the participants managed to light his jacket on fire. But even if that's not the case, even if I view that in the most favorable light to Mr. Williams, doing what you did could definitely have set a fire to the house. The pictures of the car reflects a shell and the risk to the people that were in the house, the risk to the firefighters who came to put out the fire. Even if you don't take into account the evidence that there was accelerant around the perimeter of the house, it's amazing to me that seeing the results of what you did, seeing the results of that fire, did not make you regret that you had done or question what you had done, because that happened afterwards. Instead, was that you continued researching other ways that were clearly designed or clearly connected to potential witness intimidation, using fertilizer to make a bomb. God damn. It is a clear signal that you were prepared to continue to do what you had done in that driveway with that car, which is to prevent by any means necessary a witness, in this case, a victim, as the jury has found, of years of sexual abuse, from coming forward to tell the government and eventually to tell the jury about what happened to her. I also, as both sides have pointed out, presided over the Kelly trial. And in my view, the evidence established that quite convincingly that the other indictment of witness tampering, which had happened in New York, in Manhattan, that another tamper tried to keep a different witness from cooperating. Oh, I ain't read all this. I ain't read none of this. This time by threatening to publish embarrassing and degrading photographs of that witness. And the witnesses, to my recollection, were quite specific that the person who they saw standing nearby, who was acting as a security guard, was displaying a weapon in an obvious way. Oh, she talking about the Kelly case over him. Oh, wait a minute. And the evidence shows, beyond a preponderance again, that the person was you. Huh? Wait a minute. I don't know nothing about this house. Wait a minute now. Wait a minute. When this came out? The 12/28/21. Wait a minute now. Okay, the fact also remains that there was a gun found in a room that was your room. Oh. And that's another piece of evidence in this case. And as I said at the beginning, the purpose of these efforts was clearly to keep Jane Doe from cooperating to tamper with the witness. Witness intimidation like this strikes at the heart of our justice system. Oh, shit. Witnesses in all kinds of cases come forward, many times at substantial risk to themselves, risk of danger, risk of retaliation, risk of humiliation and embarrassment. And our system simply cannot tolerate efforts like this to pervert our justice system. In my view, a sentence in this case has to act as a protector of the justice system, as a means to promote respect for the law. It has to act as a deterrent to anyone else who would undermine the rule of law in this violent and outrageous way. The sentence also has to protect the public from future crimes. Mr. Williams has a not insignificant criminal record, and that is something that I'm also taking into account. Under these circumstances, a sentence of 60 to 63 months would not come close to meeting those purposes of sentencing. So this is where she's going outside of that guideline. The strongest possible message must be sent, not just to Mr. Williams, as I said, but to anyone else that would do this. But it also has to go forward to the victims and witnesses that we will protect them, that the system will protect them. Oh. And so, for all those reasons, I think a departure is warranted. Remember, I told you a departure is either upward or downward. It's either called a downward departure or upward departure. A variance is warranted. So the sentence that I am imposing is 96 months to be followed by supervised release of 3 years. So she didn't give them the 63 up to 63 months. She gave 96. So she went outside and upward. So that's an upward departure. There is a $100 special assessment. Now, I know you wanted to talk about restitution. I think I'll first advise Mr. Williams of his right to appeal. Mr. Williams, you can appeal your conviction if you believe that the plea is invalid, or if there was some other fundamental defect in the proceeding that you did not waive by pleading guilty. Under the plea agreement, you waive your right to appeal as long as I sentence you to a sentence of 7 to 8 months or fewer. I have sentenced you to a longer sentence than that, so you can certainly appeal that. If you file an appeal, you have to do that within 14 days of the filing of the entry of a judgment, or within 14 days of the filing of any notice of appeal by the government. If you ask, the clerk will prepare and file a notice of appeal for you. If you can't afford to pay for the cost of an appeal or file for an appellate lawyer, you have the right to apply for leave to appeal in forma pauperis. That means that you can actually have the court, you can apply to have the court waive the filing fee. And you may also apply for a court-appointed appellate lawyer. I know that there is a remaining count to be dismissed. Are you moving to dismiss that count? Ms. Cruz Melendez, yes, Your Honor. The judge, okay, that count is dismissed. And what are the other issues that still remain to be resolved? Ms. Cruz Melendez, Your Honor, the victim in this case, as well as her family, has provided information to the government with respect to restitution. And I don't have to read all that. Okay, so let's go back around to the front. Didn't read all that when I first read. I just got to the end where she went outside the departure because that was what I wanted to focus on, that she has no problem with going upward. So, but I didn't read all that. So a minute. So he got 8 years and 3 years supervised. Yeah. Yeah. Damn. Give me one more minute, y'all. All right, I am back. Let me drop this link just in case somebody got something to say. Don't know all that shit. Let me pin it. All right, let me get some of these comments while I'm in here. Let's see. Okay, a group of Cash Jones stated that Michael met. Let me put this up there. Cash Jones stated that Michael met Angelo for the first time that night. Everybody was cool after she fell out with Angelo. Her cousin did this, which had nothing to do with R. Kelly at all. R. Kelly doesn't even know Michael Winslow, never met Michael. And at his sentence, he said he was going there, Angelo, and he didn't know Jane Doe was at the house, but the judge cut him off. Oh, okay. I don't know nothing about this, and I hadn't read that part of it. I was trying to get, and I just kept on reading because it started getting good. And I'm like, what the fuck? I know about somebody caught their jacket on fire or whatever. I ain't know about no going in no room and all that shit. So they just kept on with the setups and the lies. That's why they had Kelly Rogers testify in New York before his sentencing, stating that he brought a gun to the Lifetime from. Oh, okay. And said he was posing as a security guard. That was Michael Williams. Mm-hmm. I hope the cousin finds out that Cash is talking back to Angelo and he's sitting in jail for something he did for her. That's so messed up because R. Kelly absolutely nothing to do with that car fire shenanigans. Remember, the prosecutor had Kelly Rogers' Faith's mom testify they threatened him with a gun when they went to IHOP that night of Lifetime premiere and Cash Jones. Right. I remember that. R. Kelly group is right. You jogging my memory. I remember that. I don't remember about nobody look for no bomb and all that shit. I don't know about the extra shit after the fire had happened. I don't know about all that. So they're talking about when Faith Rogers mom testified and said he had a gun at the Lifetime premiere with Cash Jones. Okay. Wait, what did she just say about the testimony that he wasn't by himself? Yeah, they said it was she said it was a 20-year-old boy. Remember, since he told the judge that he never knew Jane Doe was at the house, so he clearly said he came for Angela. Oh. Yeah, make sure you like us up. Good morning for the Caribbean. The Caribbean. I don't know what he was saying. Hey, y'all got quiet on me tonight. June Brown would tell the courts that McDavid had a total control of the money and Kells did not know about these transactions. He was the manager at the time, right? I really don't know what June Brown would say. It is those three being on trial together is so convoluted, right? It's so messed up in the sense of this way, right? And when I say messed up, it's gonna be messed up for somebody because I can't see somebody clearing themselves and not implicating somebody else. I can't even see a situation where they kind of, admit to some stuff which will mitigate their guilt, which should lessen the involvement, which should lessen the time, but that's going to require you implicating someone else. So it's a no-win, no-win situation. Now, in my opinion, R. Kelly would have the best defense, but he would most definitely have to throw people up under the bus. Mr. McDavid is sitting there on what, 4 counts? They already arguing. I don't see him sitting up there and saying, I'm gonna, I'm gonna take. Now what he can do, if he just wanna, which it don't seem like he wanna do this, but he can take his shit. Don't worry about implicating nobody, and let it be between the judge, to be between the prosecutor and the I'm looking, the prosecutor and the and R. Kelly, and she just have to, and let it go between them, Hold on, let me text you back. So sorry about that, y'all. So, cause see, if he just said, let me see, what could be a possible defense for McDavid that would help out R. Kelly, other than taking a plea. Now, and just because you take a plea, no, you're not. No, you're not. Let me drop the link again because I don't see it. Just because you take a plea, no, that don't mean you tell on somebody. That people automatically, oh, they told me. No, that don't mean that. You can take a plea and shut the hell up or whatever, and try to negotiate for a lesser sentence, because realizing that you're going to be sentenced for something. But if he do that, J-Bo can still, in her defense, blame McDavid, blame him for whatever she gonna blame him for. He done took his sentence, he done took a plea, got out the way, and let it roll like that. You could do that. No, not R. Kelly plea. I said McDavid. Because shit, they gonna have to get on the phone and talk him into it. Baby, it's a nasty game, baby. It's a nasty game. But he got to realize he's gonna take I'm not talking about R. Kelly take a plea. I'm not talking about that. Y'all listen. I'm talking about if McDavid take a plea. McDavid takes a plea. He don't have to tell on nobody. He takes a plea. He got to realize that you gonna do time anyway. He takes a plea, he ain't got to tell on nobody. Yeah. Pay attention, y'all. I'm not talking about R. Kelly take a plea. R. Kelly can go forward with his defense, and he can still blame everything on whoever she gonna blame it to, because she throwing everybody up under the bus. She already told you that. She can still throw McDavid under the bus, but he'll be out the way. But you got to talk him into it. Hold on, y'all. Give me a minute. Stop lying. I done damn near fell out. She said, so McDavid should take a plea and get out the way shit. Oh shit. Oh, wait a minute. Your device is not connected. Your device is not connected. That shit funny as hell. That shit. McDavid need to get his ass out the way. It's not connected. That's funny as hell. Well, yeah. Stop lying. Get your ass out the way. All this shit. Make money tells bills for McDavid riding around in a Bentley running $1 million Mexican restaurant. Whoa, in the loop of Chicago, a very expensive restaurant. Oh, okay, wow. I didn't know that. Let me put that up here. Yeah. See, he takes a plea. He avoids all that shit I said they can run into. The rule. Um, turn down the background. The Bruton rule and that Crawford issue. If he says something about R. Kelly, but decline to take the stand, now you got another issue that they got to do a motion and a hearing and shit on that. Like, yeah, if he take a plea and get the hell on out the way, what's good with it, orphan?
What's really good?
Nothing. I can't call it. I'd rather have your hand in mine.
Nah, I wouldn't fold on my hand.
Oh, Joe, I don't know nothing about poker and stuff. I don't know about
Well,
folding
you
and all of
just
that.
said you'd rather have my hand, so shit. Be careful
What's
what you.
good with it?
It's all good. It was a good read, good read, good read, good read.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank
But
you.
what I'm gonna steal one from Dana. What puzzles me, why did she read that as if that was his intention, was to go over there and intimidate Jane Doe number 5?
Well, probably because that's what the prosecution said. And they probably had some type of evidence or whatever to support their theory, their allegations. That's and I don't know what his indictment was, but it could have been in his indictments that as one of the elements. Let me see. Let me see.
And here's where
That's
this
a good
gets
question. Good question.
and here's where this gets tricky. This is why I asked that, because after all, we dealing with the human mind. With that being said, how she read that doing her sentencing for Rob, in the back of her mind, that's going to play a determining factor too.
Oh, you said it. I didn't want to say it. You said it.
Well, I'm just being real because
Right. You
she
said
just
that's why I was
said
like,
that.
ooh. You heard when I started, I was like, ooh.
Because see, she already got that in her head.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's what I was thinking. Like, damn. And that's why I looked at the date
She
too.
has that in her head automatic. Because if
Yeah.
not,
That's
she
why.
wouldn't even read that like that.
Yeah, she wouldn't have said that. And that's why I looked at that date when because it happened. I didn't know when his sentencing was. Hell, I don't keep up with him. And
It was a dirty game. It's a dirty game.
yeah, 30. That was crazy. Let me see if that's I'm pulling up his indictment.
Well,
Good question.
it don't even matter if what's in the indictment. I'm going by what she just read. So
No, but I'm
that's
saying I'm pulling it up because to see why she got an idea that he went over there to for her. Because somewhere in the elements it could have been, part of that. So let me do that part. Go ahead. I can still talk to you. Joe's
right.
like, I don't want to hear that shit.
Yeah, that's
She already
shit.
thinking that.
Right. That's what it comes down to. She's already thinking that.
Okay, he has the first one is witness tampering. Okay. Well, so yeah, so witness tampering, that's where she get that from. And Jane Doe is in here in his indictment. So that's one of the elements. So yeah, one of the background information. Yeah, so that is one of the elements. So yeah, you got arson and then okay, let me see what else. Oh, it's very short. Forfeiture allegation. Honest conviction. Okay. Yeah, so yeah, that's what she thought. That's what the judge said. That was an indictment. So that's why she said it like that. That is one of the elements. So yeah, that's what I thought. So yeah, that's what she thinks. She thinks that he came to the house to intimidate Jane Doe number uh 5. And if those of y'all who want that's new that don't know what the elements are, let me show you when I holler the elements. JoJo says, shit, you ain't got to put that up. She already thinking that. Oh, shit.
Well, I'm just being real with this. I mean, come on now.
Yeah. See all of this? I'm not on screen with y'all. All of this right here, these are the elements. So, well, let me read down to it. It said, so, and this is what the jury, when the jury, the judge gives a jury charge, this is what she tells them that they have to convict by. So I'll tell you. And I'll tell you when the element starts. It says on about June the 11th, 2020, within the Eastern District of New York and elsewhere, the defendant Michael Williams, together with others, here we go, did knowingly, here come the elements, and intentionally use intimidation and threaten and attempt to use intimidation, threaten and corruptly persuade another person, to wit Jane Doe, an individual whose identity is known to the grand jury, and engage in misleading conduct toward Jane Doe with the intent to influence, delay, and prevent the testimony of Jane Doe in an official proceeding, to wit United States versus R. Kelly, and and then they go his arson. Says on about June 11, 2020, within the Southern District of Florida. The defendant Michael Williams, together with others, did knowingly, intentionally, and maliciously damage and destroy by means of fire an explosive a a vehicle used in interstate and foreign commerce and in activity used to interstate and foreign commerce. And this right here, that foreign commerce, what made it federal.
Mm.
Yeah, so you're right. I didn't want to say that, but she already had it in her head. So,
You read that. I'm like, wait a minute. These people play a dirty game.
Yeah, she already thought it. So yeah, but that was just a sampling of how she gives her sentencing. So what I said, they brought it down to it looked like to me she accepted the reduction of the 2 point enhancement. Was it originally at 26 and brought it down to 24 and then took one more point off and made it 23?
I thought it was 24? 23?
Yeah. And
I
then
didn't
when
for that 2 points. I don't even know if she even took that off. She took a
that's
penalty.
what it see you with me. You and the BBP, y'all with me today. That's what I was trying to figure out. What the hell? Where is the two? Where's the other 2 points? Let me pull this up real quick. Back. Where's the other 2 points?
So there's some weird
She
shit going on
said,
around. There's some very strange, weird things going on. Mm.
right. Let me read it again. See if we can find these 2 points. She said there's a base offense level of 24 with an adjustment of 2 points because the offense was committed to conceal another offense. There's 2 points are subtracted because Mr. Williams has accepted responsibility. So I brought it down to 22. Oh, okay, there we go. Wait a minute. So if you brought it down to 22, another point is
Another
subtracted.
point should have been 21, right? I mean,
21.
I guess my math ain't.
Where's the 2 points? Wait a minute. Maybe she's saying it was 26.
6?
And then
It had to be 26.
yeah, and then the 24, when they say 24, she had already done the math. They don't have to, say everything. Oh, let me pull up that guideline. I ain't gonna pull up the tool. I'm just gonna pull up the guideline. We gets to it.
Yeah, that's just strange. I just find
That's
that
crazy,
strange.
right? She
Because
already
you're
so she
looking at
already
it,
got it in her head.
yeah, that's automatic. That's human nature. You can play these little games they want to, but that's human nature. And I mean, where's the evidence linked to him? So, I
So
mean, put
just
that
they
into
playing
motion.
games.
That's just crazy.
Okay. So 60 months. Let me see if 60 months land us on. Let me see what it do. What it do. So 60 months. He's in three. Okay, so I got three up. Okay. Okay, so that 63 to
Well,
7.
that's the
So that
question
was
I'm
20,
asking R. Kelly groupies. I don't know if I feel good saying that.
24. Okay. Now wait a minute. Okay. So it says, and should I say that Ms. Ford and the defendant are requesting a 60-month sentence? That's what they are requesting. All right. So okay, just this time. Okay, so there's a base offense level of 24. Let me go 24, where and he's in category 3. 24, category 3. That's 60. Okay. Okay. There's a base offense level with an adjustment.
I mean,
What was that other one?
it's
Was
some
that other?
weird, strange things going on, R. Kelly group. It's just some weird, strange things going on.
Which one
It's
is
like,
this?
you're raising the same questions that particular question you had crawling up. How in the hell and where was the testimony that he even knew Rob? I mean, come on, this is some weird shit, man.
51 to 63 is a level 22. 51 to 63 is a level 22. Level 22. What a goddamn point.
Yeah, I mean that's a good point. That's a good point. But the main question is not being asked. Where is the testimony? Where is the evidence that links him to even knowing him? For you even to say he's doing it on his behalf to witness and intimidate. Where's the evidence? Hearsay? Okay.
Can't be hearsay. But
Yeah, but where? Okay, what other evidence do they have that links him directly to him, for as doing that on their behalf, on his behalf? That's what I'm asking. Where
they
is
they
it?
where they probably,
Probably you
I'm
can't
telling
use.
you. Yeah, well, you can. I can because this
Okay,
is
let's
just
hear
how
it.
it is.
Let's hear
This is
this.
just
Let's
how
hear
it is,
it.
right?
Let me
This is
hear
how it
this.
is.
Let me
They
hear this.
probably laid out a case, okay, that you got in the middle. You have Jane Doe number 6. She's connected to the thing. You got Jane Doe number 5. She's connected to the same case, the R. Kelly case. He
Right.
goes, and it had to be some type of testimony. Now,
That's
I
what
don't
I'm
know.
asking. That's what
Yeah,
I'm asking. That's what
but
I'm
I told
asking.
you, but that's what testimony is evidence.
Okay, but I'm saying who said it?
I don't know who said it.
I mean, y'all
I
get all
mean,
these other y'all get all these other goddamn transcripts. Where is that in that transcript?
I don't know. Shit. I don't know. I'm telling
So
you,
that's
somebody
something that
got
makes
there and
people
said it.
need to. I mean, shit, man. Say this. Hey,
They, but, and I guess they probably said, well, wait a minute, was he? No, that was the airline man that was on the phone with Dr. Church Shoes. So that was different. That's something different.
I'm talking about Michael Williams.
What?
I don't want to start naming these names in this shit because I already know how this shit works. But it's some weird, strange shit going on around here. So ain't nobody even asking that question. How in the hell you got this judge and she's using that? And if you pay attention, so it's the little small things, y'all, the details y'all not paying attention to. She got this in her mind already that man went over there on his behalf.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, pay attention to this stuff. But where's it at in the testimony? Pull them transcripts. Let's get these
Who
people
said it?
testimony. Yeah, who said
Sylvia?
this shit?
Pull the transcripts. Sylvia.
This is what I want to see. And because she's indirectly linked him to him.
Yeah.
Pay attention, people. See, this is the stuff they roll right under your nose without you seeing it. I said this 2 weeks ago. It's some weird shit going on.
Mm-hmm.
And I was
She
just
showed
waiting on the
down so
time
did.
to say something. And here it is. Bam. Right here. Amongst other things. Who's paying attention to this?
Inter alia. That's right, amongst other things, inter alia.
Yeah.
But yeah,
But I'm the one that don't know shit about the case. Shit.
that's crazy though.
Hmm.
She what
I want to see
somebody
that
they got on
testimony.
that.
Somebody,
It
they
was
gotta have it.
yeah, no. It was most likely witnesses. Some kind of
Yeah,
somebody got on there and
want the
said it.
trans. I want the transcripts.
Sylvia? Shit. Sylvia, you got it?
Who gave testimony linking him directly, like he went over there intentionally on his behalf, because that's the way they're saying it, indirectly,
You know?
and did this for this specific reason, to intimidate that young lady in some kind of manner. Come on now, people. Pay attention to what you're looking at right under your nose, or smelling right under your nose.
So you would go with the defense that the Cash Jones route. That what you're saying?
I ain't saying no names in this shit because
Okay.
it's too much weird shit going on, and it's
Okay.
if you look at the last couple of weeks, to pay attention. I ain't saying shit. I see it. Anything I said, I ain't saying it over these airwaves. You best believe that. I'm just letting people know. Pay attention to this shit. Pay very close attention. Nah. Uh-uh.
Okay, you know what? I think it must be started out at 26. The when she got
Damn
to
them
24, it
points.
was yeah. Oh, shit. He's a fucking points. The hell? Well, let me see if they say anything in the sentencing thing. Let me see. He's a damn point. Ugh. Oh shit, that's funny as hell. Let me see if I can find something.
I mean, not even a phone call. Where is the testimony? That's what I'm looking for. The transcripts that y'all always like to read.
Order. Let me see.
Now, all due respect, Sylvia, I know you probably listening. When you had an individual on your live, these are the questions you need to be asking. This type of shit. Because as you
Yeah.
could see, as this transpire, how these people play games. And
Well,
I'm listening to
let me see.
the words that judge is using. See, you got to pay. I keep saying words are very important. This is how they use this shit.
Let me see if I can find something.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
Status conference. Yeah. Order motion. Let me
You know that's why I clicked this link.
want to start shit. Is that with me? No, it's
That ain't
okay.
starting no shit. It's just
I
to
said
raise
start. I
the.
said starting shit with me. Crazy.
That's what I
Oh, let me see
said
if I
with
can.
you.
Yeah.
No, this is to
Oh, let
raise
me.
the conscious awareness of these people of what they listening to and hearing. Mm, mm, mm.
Oh, let me see.
Mm.
Okay, let me see if I find it in this sentencing memorandum. Okay, let me see if I find the one that was prepared by the government. Let's see if I can see what they say he did. Okay, that's his letters. I want to see them. Hey, y'all, don't y'all crazy ass write no letters in and shit. Cause this man look like he got some good letters. Don't y'all fuck it up. I'm just playing. Y'all can write what y'all want to write. Oh, look at his letters on his behalf. Uh, okay, let me see. Is this the
Letters.
one from? Yeah, we're gonna see. Let me see if it's in the sentencing memorandum. I'm gonna see.
Strange, weird shit.
You don't ask all these. Well, okay, let's see. The government's misses. Okay. All right, let's see if I can find something. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Ooh. No.
I'm gonna
Okay.
say what you're looking. I'm looking for some direct correlation linking him to his intentions was to follow out some kind of order. Other than that, that should have be no correlation with the reading from what she just said, as far as doing an
Uh-oh.
upward
Somebody done
departure
popped
in his
up.
sentencing. That's crazy. Ain't nobody paying attention to this shit,
Hey,
man.
DJ Amazing. What's good with it? 1, 2, 3.
I'm
Uh-uh.
just listening and I'm just shocked the
Hold on.
shit that I'm hearing.
Somebody, 1, 2, 3, go get some more reports. I can't do that. You got somebody else's picture up there. Somebody block that person, please. What's
What's up,
good with it?
DJ Amazing?
312.
What's up?
What's up?
I'm
What's
trying
up,
to figure
Angie?
some shit
That's why I
out.
came up here. Because the minute that I came in your chat to speak, that's all I did was come in and speak and hear this bitch ass nigga. The minute that I came in your I came in here to speak. That's all I did. And the minute that I pull up in your chat typing, here come this bitch ass nigga with my profile face on on that 123 page. Troll everywhere. But the soon as I come up here cussing, here come, oh Lord, why we can't get along? Where the peace at? Why don't you just ignore it? No, get this bitch ass nigga the fuck up out of here. Cause this ain't
Oh, I
nobody
got
but
it.
the
I got it.
same bitch nigga that it's been the whole fucking time. Study on my motherfucking grill, but I ain't shit. Get your motherfucking life, you bitch ass nigga. Go chop glass. That's what you do. Eat that shit slow, bitch. That's what you do, okay? Ask your mammy about it. I'm not with no motherfucking stupid ass
312, not
flat
the
pots.
mammies.
I'm
Listen,
sick of that
y'all.
shit. I'm sick of it.
Hold on. Listen. I said, I'm okay with trolls. Long as we ain't got no trolling pictures and long as we ain't got no trolling comments to be harassing nobody. None of that.
Angie, that 123 is harassing me. That is Dubowski. That's who that is.
I
He
don't
played
know
a
who it
role like
is,
it's not
but
him,
it
but
got
it's
a
him.
trolling picture and it got some type of
That's
trolling
my face.
messages and stuff. Don't,
That's my
yeah,
Facebook. That's my
I
Facebook
don't,
picture. That's what that is. When he doxed me, when they doxed me, that's my Facebook picture. He retyping what I'm saying to make it look to make everybody else don't understand what the fuck he doing, playing them bitch ass games because that's what he is, a restless, miserable, bum ass, stupid ass, low self esteem, dumb ass nigga. That's what the fuck he is. But I got money to make. I'm the fuck up out of here. Fuck you and the life you living, you stupid ass son of a bitch.
oh,
Well, now.
damn, hold on. Yeah, I done said that 1,000 times. Please with them. I mean, I'm okay with the troll. Even my don't none of them pictures, nobody pictures, and none of them troll messages. Damn.
This is weird, man.
Hold on. Damn, now I can't block them for good. Shit. Oh, maybe I can. I had to block them for good. I ain't with all this.
Whoever that was, they distracted me from getting my
Yeah.
information.
Right.
I
God
don't know,
damn.
shit.
I'm like with
I,
all that stupidity over here trying to do something.
straight up distraction. I need some answers.
Yeah, like this is crazy.
And you know what's interesting? I don't think nobody really caught on to that, how she was reading that, as far as how she sentenced.
I might get something out of this because let me see what I got in this. Wait a minute, because this is a lot. Oh, this is a lower writing too. Okay, let's see. The government requested. Now listen to this right here. Let me tell you. Check this out right here. The innocence warrant filed on the court imposed a statutory minimum sentence of 6 months imprisonment for that reason. Okay. In early morning. Okay, that's what happened. That's the offense conduct. Jury returned the. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. Oh, I see what might happen. I think they hooked them up into the racketeering with R. Kelly. Hold on. It says in the early morning hours on y'all. Am I off mute? Because I'm not on the screen. Y'all can hear me?
Yeah, I
Y'all
can
can
hear
hear
you.
me?
Yeah, I can hear
Oh,
you.
okay. Nobody said shit.
Well, you know
Okay.
DJ Amazing sleep.
No, I'm not asleep. I'm just listening.
Lord help me. It says in the early morning hours on June 11, 2020, the defendant maliciously set fire to a vehicle, destroying it in order to intimidate and threaten a victim witness in a case pending before this court, hereafter Jane Doe and her family. As the court is aware, on June 20, 2019, a grand jury in the Eastern District of New York returned an indictment charging R. Kelly with racketeering involving predicate racketeering acts as to 5 different women and 4 Mann Act violations. On subsequent dates, the grand jury returned superseding indictments, including one on March 12, 2020, and the grand jury returned a third superseding indictment against Kelly. Amongst the charges, Kelly in the third superseding indictment were offenses that he carried a 10-year minimum, a mandatory minimum sentence based on Kelly's sexual relationship with Jane Doe. Here we go. This is the connection. Among the charges against Kelly in third superseding indictment were offenses that carried a 10-year mandatory minimum sentence based on Kelly's sexual relationship with Jane Doe. Knowledgeable of the investigation and prosecution against Kelly, as well as Jane Doe's cooperation with the government, the defendant, a relative of an individual who briefly acted as Kelly's publicist, individual one, engaged in the conduct of conviction to intimidate and threaten Jane Doe with the intent to prevent her from cooperating with the government's investigation, as a result, significantly interfering with the case against Kelly. So that's how they lumped it together. It was the prosecution taking that angle to say this is why he did it. All right. So that's how
So
that got put on.
individual one. You got to say it. I didn't put this shit together already. 'Cause like I said,
It's not saying she said she
no.
testified
I
or
didn't say
anything.
individual
Oh,
one
okay.
said anything. I'm just
Oh, okay.
connecting
Just
dots.
reference. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Right,
dots.
right,
It's still dots to be connected, even in referencing
right.
it. Like I said, there's some strange shit been transpiring within the last 2 weeks. Pay attention. You get pop-ups and come on now, shit, man.
Okay. Hold on. Here goes some more connection. Individual one was herself involved in a scheme with Kelly's associate Donnell Russell to intimidate another of Kelly's victims to stop speaking publicly about Kelly and withdraw a civil lawsuit against Kelly. As part of this intimidation scheme, individual one confronted one of Kelly's victims, who was subsequently referred to as Jane Doe number 6. So I told you 5 and 6. I know how they angle this shit in the Kelly's case, while she was in New York for the premiere of the Lifetime documentary, Surviving R. Kelly. As Jane Doe number 6 testified in Kelly's trial during a conversation which occurred at an Applebee's restaurant Individual 1, who was with the man Individual 1 referred to as her security guard, among other things, told her she worked for Kelly and showed Jane Doe number 6, what is that, nude photographs of herself, and advised her that Kelly planned on releasing those photographs if Jane Doe number 6 and the other accusers moved forward with the documentary. Further, as Jane Doe number 6 and her mother each testified in Kelly, the male stood in a corner of the restaurant and each saw he had a gun under his jacket. Okay, it's this testimony. I told you. Notably, during an interview with law enforcement, Individual 1, wait a minute. Notably, during an interview with law enforcement, Individual 1 advised that she was with Williams at the Applebee's where his conversation occurred. In addition, flight records showed that Williams and Individual 1 flew together from Fort Lauderdale, Florida to LaGuardia Airport in Queens, New York, earlier that day on 12/4/2018 on Spirit Airlines, and both left New York the following day, 12/5/2018. The enterprise is a business that operates the interstate commerce and whose headquarters is located outside of Florida and New York. Okay. They say she told her what she said that individual did. One did. That was doing an interview with law enforcement. Individual 1 advised that she was with Williams at the Applebee's.
Wow. So these are the questions need to be asked. Because see, if y'all can pay attention and see how this shit ties into each other, and people sit up here and say, I have nothing to do with it. Yeah, you got a whole lot to fucking do with it. Because indirectly, y'all see how that judge is ruling for us in her sentencing. And automatically, she has already linked them together in her mind. It don't have to be on paper.
Let me show you something else. Let me read this here. As discussed in more detail below, the government's investigation revealed that, among other things, the defendant used his Google account to conduct research in preparation for and to avoid detection of his criminal activity by A, looking up Jane Doe's residence multiple times online, both before and shortly after he committed the charged arson, B, viewing multiple YouTube videos related to Jane Doe, as well as visiting several websites about women who had made allegations against Kelly and news about Kelly's case. C, searching websites that contained the statutory language for several of the same charges filed against Kelly. Oh, shit, I could have, well, I ain't gonna explain that, y'all. Including transportation of minors, coercion and enticement, and racketeering. D, researching whether one could travel to Florida without a license plate. E, looking up the extradition laws of various countries. F, researching the laws and penalties related to federal witness intimidation and witness tampering statutes. G, searching for where he could buy a custom machine gun. And H, gathering information about how fertilizer and diesel fuel bombs work. So he was looking up. Now, listen, I'm going to repeat this. Searching websites that contain the statutory links for several of the same charges filed against Kelly, including transportation of minors, coercion and enticement, and racketeering. Now, you're saying to yourself, huh?
The judge read that about the fertilizer and all of that.
No, the fertilizer, but no, this is in the sentencing memorandum that the prosecutor, which gets giving me more stuff. But I want to talk about that, sir. Now you're thinking one can't just look this shit up. These are R. Kelly charges, and you look it up. This is, how to build an investigation. This is the online, this is online intel portion of investigation. I'm probably ain't gonna go into that, but yeah, you're wondering, well, can't we just look it up? So you look, so they get you, right? They think that they think you look pretty good as maybe a suspect for what has happened. In this case, them blowing up the car, or maybe you got some connection. They get you. They get your digital evidence, they get the footprints, they get all of that. They look up all that stuff in the line, they look at you and they see where you have looked up that same exact language that's in R. Kelly's indictment. And you're wondering how they use something so loosely, because all of us has done it, right? They looked up something. But
everybody's not acting on those kind of behalves. When they put 1 and 2 together, you get a fool that have looked this stuff up, and then they catch you doing some dumb shit like this.
Right.
Weird.
So
shit.
when you're doxing people, and you're doxing somebody that got flags on their clearance, well, one of their owner, there used to be their own, well, that's going to come back. And that's just an example of how they could put this case together on your ass using something as loosely as that. They done tied it to R. Kelly, and based on some other little stuff, he done got 9 years.
Well, see, as far as you just explaining that's I've been said that far as that doxing, that's why I don't even worry about it. Because when motherfuckers think they got away with something, Lord and behold, when they come hit your ass. So be very careful.
Yeah, you can't, when you get looked at for a crime or whatever, they go back and start pulling out all of this. And I'm gonna tell you something. There has nothing, social media. I don't think there has been anything like social media outside of witnesses and snitches. Social media is the gift that keeps on giving.
Yeah, that's
To
why
connect
it's
the
out here.
motherfucker to some shit.
That's why it's out here. You think they put that out there for your convenience? No, smart people. No, it was developed for a whole different reason. But it made you think it was for your convenience. Okay, it could be a very useful tool, but also it's useful in other ways. Hint, hint.
Hey y'all, don't block that 1, 2, 3 person. Yeah, don't block them no more. I got it. But yeah, so that right there is how that works.
Wow. Interesting to say the least.
Please, by all means, 1, 2, 3 person, type some more shit in there. I got it. So
Yeah, that was
okay, R. Kelly group. Thank you, ma'am.
Very
Yeah,
interesting.
I mean, that's how they get your ass. And you're probably thinking, well, damn, wouldn't they? Shouldn't, and that's why I can't stress I just can't stress it no more that when you say you don't have people, they don't have any evidence. Hey, Felicia, they you. I mean, it's a combination of it could be a bunch of little things they put together how they put together, and the selling point is when they all deliver it in court. That's the selling point. But just you eating them chips,
No, I'm not eating any chips.
ate all
God
them
damn, this
damn
thing
chips.
that sensitive? Y'all ain't
Yeah,
supposed to
I
hear
hear
all
you
that.
folding something. Are you rolling? Are you rolling those trees? Are you rolling that smoke?
I'm crumbling herb.
Oh, oh, you crumbling herb?
Yeah, I should give him one.
Crumble that herb then.
Wow.
Crumble it. That's crazy though, right?
Yeah, it is. It's like I said, it's just a lot of weird shit.
That's interesting shit. Now, boy, I want to hear some more. Okay, now we're
Mm.
finna talk about them points. Yep, so it started off at 26. So I was right. Started off at 26, it went down to 24, and then they took off one that came 23. Okay.
Miss Walker,
Yeah.
damn them points.
Oh, Jojo. Oh
Nah, I
no.
don't want to hear nothing about his points.
Don't know about no points.
No, I don't want to hear about his points. I mean, you know what would have been the right thing to do for him to get up there and testify and say I don't know, man. This is some weird shit, man. Mm.
Right. So check this out. So she did accept the sentencing memorandum recommendations in this case from the prosecution side. So we're still waiting for those to come in for R. Kelly for the prosecution side in New York. I don't know what's going on. Why they taking so? Maybe they taking to the full 13th to do it. I don't know.
I don't know. This is weird.
Yeah,
I mean, shit. This is some weird shit.
so that's crazy though. She do have that in her head though. Wow.
Yeah. I mean, anybody with any common sense would know that.
Hmm.
Because she didn't, she wouldn't have even stated it and put it in black and white like that, as she did.
In somebody else's shit. Ain't that crazy?
Right. That's what I'm saying.
That airline dude. What is he in jail or what he got probation? What he doing? He like he just out. I'm looking now. Hey, now I ain't minding my own damn business. I'm gonna go look what happened to him. What's going on with his situation?
Yeah, but that is mind jarring. That sentencing for him.
What name? Richard
Yeah.
Airline.
No,
Yeah,
Michael Williams or whatever his damn name.
I'm talking about
I know who
airline
you
guy.
speaking. I know who you speaking on. I'm
Oh,
still on the
you
yeah. It's some shit in that. A lot of people ain't catching it, but it's some shit in that.
just jazz. What's good with it?
Hey Angie,
Hey,
JoJo.
Lord.
What's going on?
I just wanted to speak about JoJo saying I never understood why Cash Jones was never uh well, she stated on Randa Channel Remember JoJo when she was on Random Channel and she was like that she asked the lawyers could she help or give any information, but they were saying that she wasn't credible because she had dealt with the other side and then she bounced back and dealt with R. Kelly's side, so they couldn't use her information because apparently she wasn't credible. But she said to us that her cousin didn't have the gun at the Applebee's that day. So this is the link with Michael Williams because not only is they saying that he intimidated Azriel and blew the car up, but they also saying that he intimidated um uh Jane Doe 6
Yeah,
when he went to the Applebee's with Cash after the
yeah.
Lifetime thing.
This is what I keep saying, Jazz. This is
But
some
this
weird
girl wrote a
shit.
book. She wrote a book. She claimed that her book was, a lie. But if you read her book, each chapter in her book is R. Kelly's albums. And in that book, you're saying that this man beat women, this man was gay, and these people went off that story, even though it's fiction. Oh, my book was a lie. It wasn't about him. Why would you use his albums as the chapters in the book and not think that people want to think that you're talking about him? Then you had a relationship with Angelo, and y'all start beefing over Block Bender and all these other people, and you sent your cousin down there to that man. So how is R. Kelly linked to that? He was in jail. He never met Cash. He never met Michael Williams. So you can't tell me that Judge Ann Donnelly is just going to throw this stuff on R. Kelly
I'm not
because
saying
of,
she's
All this
gonna
is
do that.
alleged. All this is
no,
Yeah,
I'm
alleged.
yeah.
no no
This is
no.
what.
I'm not saying. I'm saying because
I
I
know.
went to
I'm
the
just. I'm just hollering it out.
no. I'm
But what I'm
saying
I
because
know.
saying,
I went
Jazz,
to the
what I'm saying, Jazz, is for her to rule like that for that upper departure.
no. I'm
She
saying this
has it
because
in
I
her
went to
mind.
the
She has
I
that in
went
her mind.
no. It's in all of their minds. I went to the trial in New York. I was there for 6 weeks. They
Right.
already saying that Robert told Michael Williams to do this. They already saying that Robert told Richard Arline to bribe her. They
That's why I
already
was
saying
asking
this.
where is a testimony that's
And when I was
stating
at the trial in New York,
this is weird,
this is
man.
why I think that they made Faith Rogers testify to link Don Russell and to link Michael Williams because they brought both of them up at the New York trial. And then remember, after the New York trial, that's when she sentenced Michael Williams. Now think about it. Richard Arline gets sentenced tomorrow. But remember, Richard Arline testified because he was trying to get that form. I forget the form name, but it's like a form that you get if you testify to like lessen your time or get your
5K. 5K.
yeah. So
Mm.
that was his reason of testifying because of the bribery. But the prosecutors already spoke about it at the New York trial, and they said that R. Kelly made these people do these things. But I think because his lawyers wasn't knocking them charges out in the beginning when they first start coming in, and when the Michael Williams situation first happened, I think his lawyers was supposed to jump on that right. Well, Greenberg was saying when it was coming out in the media, Greenberg was like, "How y'all
He
saying
don't
that
even know
this
these
is?"
people. I remember
Yeah,
him saying he don't
remember
know
he
these
did
people.
that. Yeah, but that didn't stop the prosecutors from saying that in New York. So I know she got in her mind his sentencing. She's going to try to link R. Kelly as like the kingpin.
This is man.
Mm.
This
And
is
it's
some
sad because it's like, I mean, people deal with Cash Jones, but I don't.
man.
Because
This
you
is
are
weird.
a
This is
part of
weird.
this thing like a mug. A person that never met him,
This is
come
weird,
on.
man.
That's crazy.
This is
Wow.
weird. I mean, you
And I
got a
don't know
lot
if
of.
it has something to do with him pleading guilty, Michael Williams.
Mm,
That's
mm,
the reason
mm.
why they link in R. Kelly, but he really don't have he never met the man. It's no link where he was in jail. He talked to him. Nothing.
That's
Nothing.
what I was asking. This is
But
what I'm
you know, to
asking.
be hit with obstruction or conspiracy like charges don't require no one to know each other.
But how he gonna tell him to do it, Angie? If you don't know him, I don't talk to you. He don't even have nobody that's linked to Michael Williams where they could say, "Oh well, R. Kelly had to call this person and that person and tell him." It's no links.
Well, let me put it to
Well,
Andrew like this. Andrew, let me ask you this, and maybe you can get
mm,
where I'm having these question marks all in my head. Just say you go out and do something, and it's not even in the behest of R. Kelly. Just because you've been talking about this case, and they turn around and link you to him. Never met the man, never even said a word about him, but coming on social media and just giving your viewpoints on how this case is going. You see how it works now? How do
yeah.
you combat that? And they turn around and say, yes, you are part of the enterprise.
Right? They really trying to get a conviction so hard that they unlock what's that word?
I mean, how do you combat that, Miss Walker?
How do you combat that? Well, let me see if he.
Very thought provoking, ain't it?
Yeah, because let me see if he is he getting hit? Did he get hit with conspiracy? Did they mention conspiracy or obstruction in here? Hold on, because
The
it's those are two
conspiracy is
different
two or
answers.
more people gathered together.
Yeah.
Let's get that right. We got to get these definitions right. Conspiracy is two or more people gathered together.
But if you see, Angie just said that in that paper she just read, she said that they trying to say. I remember an indictment they was saying in Michael Williams' indictment, one or more. So they kept trying to say it was others
Is it? Hold on. Is it
with
conspiracy?
him.
Where's his indictment again? I don't know.
And
It's his indictment. Go
I
ahead. Go
got
ahead.
it.
Y'all keep
Shit,
talking.
man.
Let me see if I can pull up. And
Trying to
Cash Jones,
see.
I think she's
Is this him?
I
That's
think she
power
was
line.
I think she was number one in indictment and number two.
Yeah. Hold on. Because it's conspiracy. They supposed to know each other and
Right.
have a
Right.
mutual.
Yeah,
Right.
they don't. They
Yeah.
don't.
Right.
Have
She
That's
she
that
well,
said
part.
supposed
her
That's
to
why
have
I'm
some
saying
kind
this
of
is weird. That's
agreement.
why I'm saying it's weird, man. It's just some strange ass shit.
Oh
And I'm
well, no,
saying some
don't forget
strange shit.
JoJo. Wait, don't
But is
forget.
it obstruction? Hold on.
Don't
Go
forget
ahead, y'all.
when after her and Angelo fell out. Remember, Angelo linked Michael Williams to R. Kelly too. Remember, because
Michael.
at first, as
Yeah,
Riel
but
said, it was
how?
her.
How? This is
No,
all of this
listen.
stuff come
No, I'm
behind a
not saying.
question.
Hold on,
No,
JoJo. She's gonna tell you. Hold on. Go ahead.
I'm not saying how. I'm saying when Angie's saying that they had the prosecutors had to have like some witnesses or testimonies
Yeah.
to link. What I'm saying is not only did Faith Rogers try to link him to Cash, which they tried to link Cash to R. Kelly, but Angelo linked Cash to R. Kelly too and said that
Mhm.
she sent uh the cousin to go do that to his daughter.
This is
And
crazy,
Okay,
man.
remember,
there go the indictment. There we
Michael
go.
Williams was looking up stuff. How much time do you get for witness tampering and dumb
Mhm.
shit in his Google search?
Okay, here we go. Witness tampering.
I'm not gonna say something on it. I'm not, like I said, I'm not compelled to say something over this live. But yeah. hmm
Shoot, I already know, but I'm just saying the way this is, I
This
just
is
don't understand
weird.
why his
This is
lawyers,
weird, man.
back when Michael Williams first got indicted, to me, that should have been a defense that his lawyer should have automatically. Robert should have been no connection.
All I'm asking is all of our care support, pay attention, very close
But
attention.
I'll tell you, and the judge said at court during the pretrial, she said that when his old lawyer Tom was, is it Tom? I might be saying him.
Mesero,
Yeah,
the
when he
yeah,
was talking about how it wasn't no
Farinella,
evidence of
excuse me. Yeah,
certain stuff, Judge Donnelly said that testimonies is direct evidence.
Yeah,
So
it is. It could be circumstantial, but it can be direct. If you say you seen it, you the one that was told it or something like that.
yeah,
Yeah,
yep, that's
it
what
could
she
be just
said.
direct. Yeah,
Because he was complaining about how Azriel was bringing up all these other females and sexual acts and all this, and she was saying if she was there, she can place herself there. She can say she's seen it with her own 2 eyes. Then that's evidence. Yep, and that's why Javante was also placed as with no evidence, but her testimony saying that she seen Aaliyah, she was there, you know, all that. Because I didn't understand at the trial. I'm like, why is not no evidence, like no messages, no none of that? It was just
Well,
their testimony.
you know what a word can that be happy. Man, do I need to? No, I'm not. Mm-mm. No,
It's just
no.
their testimony. So I guess their
To combat
testimonies is
that,
God.
as far as what you said, who said that about the Lil situation? I don't want to repeat that on
Remember
you.
when
I
Javante was
know
only claim?
to combat that, you gotta have somebody come behind there and say I was there too.
No, because she
To
said that.
combat it is to combat it.
No, listen. She said Demetrius was there. That's what she
But see,
combated.
he didn't
but
say
what he
anything.
what
He didn't say anything to dispute it. You know, so it goes as stand.
he
You gotta.
agreed to it. If they would have had somebody when all these independent accounts that when they said, well, R. Kelly did this and R. Kelly did that and this, that, and third, if they would have had a witness to say, well, I was there and he didn't do this and he didn't do that, that would have it would have helped
Yeah.
decide. I don't know if it would have helped the
Well,
jury decide.
it would have made them look at the credibility issue on both.
Right. It goes to the
Yeah.
credibilities next.
But
Yeah.
Right.
I was trying to say that I was thinking that too. But remember, they tried to say, okay, Javante was only supposed to testify about the Leah thing, and then the judge said, I don't usually overrule my rulings, but for some reason she changed her mind and let Javante come in also as a victim, right? So
That's some weird
Javante
shit,
claims
man.
when she when when Robert attacked her or whatever, it was other females there at this house and Demetrius was there. So what the prosecutors tried to say was that this enterprise stuff been going on since the Leah
Wow.
or something like
Right.
that.
Yeah.
So by them saying that Demetrius was there and they was already trying to place him as a part of this enterprise thing, by Javante saying Demetrius was there, it was some way that that's how they tried, that's how they pushed to say the enterprise thing. They said that it was prior than the 2000 and I think it was 2018 or something.
Well,
I'm getting it mixed up. I'm a little tired.
let's visit Demetrius. Let me ask you this, Angie. Are you looking up something?
No, I'm trying to figure out how they hook this together. So you know what?
Okay, before
They
you do that, let
didn't
me.
have to hold on. They didn't have to this is a separate indictment. So they didn't have to say it was a conspiracy connected to R. Kelly or an obstruction. They didn't have, I'm sorry, a conspiracy at the behalf or at the benefit of R. Kelly or a what was the other word obstruction at the benefit behest or behalf of R. Kelly, because this is a separate indictment. They have him acted alone. They just reference R. Kelly. So in this case, they don't have to say he know him. The You understand what I'm saying? So they don't
I
have to make
understand
that
exactly what
connection.
I'm saying.
Yeah.
I understand
They
exactly
So
don't
what
have
what
you're
did you
saying.
but
say, Angie?
in the judge's mind, she's saying he did this. Now she should be supposed to be
She's
able
supposed to be
to
partial
make
to
a
separate
oh,
that.
yeah, she's supposed to be able to separate this, right?
Yeah, that
She's supposed to
Michael
be able to
Williams
separate
acted
this
on his
offense.
own, right?
Right. Okay. I know if I kept looking in here, I'll find it. So
Well,
yeah, okay.
this is my part with that. This is what I'm trying to get
So
you
let me
people.
ask you this real fast, Angie. Richard Arline test his sentencing is tomorrow, right? So I was going over the papers, right? And his lawyer was asking, can the feds pay for his client's plane ticket from Chicago to New York and back? So the only thing I could come up with was, okay, a round trip ticket, you getting sentencing. Do that mean he's not getting jail time, or does that mean she can sentence him to come and turn himself in later at a later date? Because why would it say round trip? So that means pay for him
Well,
to go to Chicago and come home.
she could make a choice if she doesn't have him turn himself in right then.
Okay.
Then he go home. It's all gonna be up to her.
Yeah, because I know sometimes judges to let you get your affairs in order and stuff
Right.
like that.
Right.
Okay, yeah, because his sentences say a round trip ticket from Chicago to New York to back home. And that's another
Right.
thing I wanted to say. When we was at the trial, it was words saying that, well, I ain't gonna say no names or nothing, but they were saying that Judge and Donnelly didn't agree to that paper that I was telling you, that 5K, what it's called?
5K. Okay, one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because of his testimony. So I guess the agreement was if he testified, then he can either time get lessened or the time he don't get the time. So when he testified, who cross-examined him? It was Koenig. So Koenig was like, is it true that you only testifying because you're facing up to 30 years for robbery? And he was like, yeah. They trying to say they give me 30 years, so yeah, that's why I'm testifying. So he was like, because of the paper, if I can get lesser time or reverse. So afterwards, after he testified and stuff, they were saying that Judge and Donnelly didn't, I guess, award this paper, or that the feds didn't award this paper. So is it true that they have to award him lesser time, or they don't have to because of his testimony? Because his whole testimony, it seems like to me, he lied the whole way. Like he didn't know the date, that his age, he didn't know this, he
I
didn't know
remember that.
that.
I remember that. I remember all
Yeah,
that.
the judge, who you talking about? Who
Richard
you talking about?
Arline. Yeah.
Yeah, he can, she can accept that or not. She can go do her own thing.
Oh,
So
so she
just
can
like
say
with this
like
dude, yeah,
if she don't want to accept the testimony to lessen the time, or she could say, I am granting it.
right. Even if just say for instance, like sometimes the prosecutors will okay it with the defendant to get a lesser time. The judge can still go on and do what she want to do.
Okay, yeah, that's what I
She
heard.
just proved that. She just proved that with
Yeah,
the upper
Yeah,
departure towards Michael Williams.
yeah, I heard
Because
she didn't
didn't the
grant it.
prosecution agree to, I think, what, 5 years?
Yeah,
yeah,
Michael Williams,
yeah.
when he
And
took
she
the
went. Yeah,
plea,
she did her
yeah,
own thing. Yeah,
and she
That's
did her
what I'm
own thing.
saying.
Yeah.
This is what I'm saying. And this is what I mean by, you got to deal with humans in her mind alone, just by what she read. This is her writing. This ain't nobody's recommendation. This is what
Right,
she said. In
right.
her mind, she has that he did this on the behest of him
Of
in
R. Kelly,
some
right,
kind of way.
right.
right.
This is what you gotta do. You got to deal and take your emotions out of this and deal
I
with what
know.
you're listening to and what you hear.
That's
This
why
is
when I
what
go
this
to the
woman is
sentencing,
saying.
I'm already prepared that she's gonna probably try to link Robert to Michael Williams and Richard Arline, because she kept
She's
changing.
already did it.
Yeah, she kept changing their sentencing dates, but if everybody paid attention, she kept making sure all their sentencing dates was around this time, and R. Kelly's was always last. Theirs was
Yeah,
always first, and his was last.
she's already done it. If you pay attention,
And Don
she's
Russell,
already done it.
they linked him in the New York trial. That's why they made Faith Rogers' mom testify to link Don Russell about the pictures from that live off YouTube, because they used Texas Black Diamond video inside the trial.
This is
And that's how they linked Don Russell, from that testimony, from Faith Rogers' mom testimony, and then that's how they linked Michael Williams again from Faith Rogers' mom testimony. So
It's some weird shit.
it was like a week after that, Don Russell went to court. I don't know if y'all remember this when he had the old lawyer, and the government was like, we still got the plea deal on the table, but he didn't take the plea. And the judge was like, well, how long do y'all expect for the trial to be? And it was like, oh, we only need 2 days. So I took that as they must got all their information from the New York trial, from the testimony from Kelly Rogers. You see what I'm saying?
Right, right.
Yeah. Because
Because
I mean, he didn't do well. It's like he ain't did a you know, he didn't do a whole 2 or 3 weeks worth of shit. He did, a couple of days worth of shit. You know what I'm saying?
but
For a
2
trial.
days though, that mean Angie, the prosecutors already got their stuff already in order, ready
Oh
to
yeah. So let me ask you this: so Don he hasn't started court yet, or no?
No, they keep pushing his
Oh, okay.
now he got a new attorney, but now they doing that conflict of interest because they trying to say that his attorney was at one time gonna represent Robert.
So they having a Curcio hearing for him?
Yeah.
Oh man, this shit's crazy. Man, this shit here. Man.
But remember, Don Russell was supposed to start trial June 14th. Remember, Robert sentencing was June 15th, and he was supposed to go to trial June 14th. But see, Don Russell, I guess he know how to play the system around. He making
Oh
them,
yeah.
if everybody paid attention to him from the beginning, he know what he doing with them dates and how to stretch him and all of that.
Oh yeah. That's why I never thought he was gonna take a plea. I
But
never was
people kept
on board
lying,
with that.
saying he been took a plea. No, he didn't. He never took
No,
one.
I kept saying I was telling people don't say that, but and turned out he never did take a plea
Nope.
because I kept seeing him putting. I said, okay, he playing the game. He is pushing those dates back, and he pretty much, in my opinion, kind of protected R. Kelly because he pushed those dates. He kept pushing, doing everything he could to push his trial back,
Yeah.
So
hmm
after R. Kelly went on trial, then he was like, okay, well,
Yeah. And he was,
he
and
said
then
it now.
he was supposed to go to trial right before Robert sentencing, but now he didn't push that back because he got rid of the other lawyer. Now he got another one.
Mhm.
But now the
Yep, fired a
prosecutors
lawyer.
they brought up this issue that the lawyer was R. Kelly's lawyer before, or trying to represent R. Kelly.
What's going on, Pernell?
Yeah, and that's what's supposed to usually happen. The prosecutors bring that to the forefront that it's conflict.
So can dang, I forget her name. Uh, can she bring it
Bonjean,
up?
Bojine.
Yeah, can she bring that up in the appeal about
Who?
Michael Williams and Richard Erline? Because even with the bribery from Ezreal, if you remember the indictment when they said that Cash was talking to, Richard Erline was talking to Lily allegedly, and he told her he was gonna get in touch with Keith allegedly. Keith had the money and all, but R. Kelly is not in none of that.
Right, because that created a separate independent indictment. I don't think, and I just looked for the what that Michael Williams guy, so he was never charged with conspiracy or obstruction. So of course they didn't have to link R. Kelly to that. I don't know about the airline guy, what his charges are.
Yeah, his is bribery,
His is just bribery, no cut,
and I
no.
think witness
Okay,
intimidation.
okay. Well then, yeah. So they don't have to prove anything in connection to R. Kelly. They could just allege it.
Because he admitted on the stand that he was trying to steal the money from R. Kelly to get some money and break Ezreal off with the rest of the money. He admitted that on the stand. So I'm like, how
Right,
is that?
right.
Then
Yeah,
he
he was
got,
a witness for the prosecution. You're right.
yeah. If anything, he was trying to extort R. Kelly. So I don't understand how was it bribing her.
They said it was bribing her so she wouldn't cooperate with the prosecutor. I'm sure that's what it was, wasn't it?
But he made this up, like, oh, we'll give you some money to let so you don't talk. But he never had this conversation. He said on the stand that he was trying to get the $1 million so he could come up on some money and then break her off. So he just made this little scenario thing up by himself.
Question
But
is
You
then,
see
that
what I'm
but
saying?
why?
is that
But
the
hold on.
guy
But
that
then, why
was
would
speaking
he?
with church
Why?
shoes? I don't know.
What? No, wait a minute. Why would he testify for the prosecutor that said he made this up by himself? That don't make no
No,
sense.
he said on the stand when Kenneth was cross-examining him, he said that the
Mechanic.
money, what he was going to split the money with her and himself.
Hmm.
Like, cause
Oh,
okay, it was also admitted that him and John Doe 2 had stole $20,000 from Robert. John Doe 2 stole the money out of Robert's bag, right? So Koenig was
but
going back and
you
forth.
give me Mechanic's part, right? This is all Mechanic, right?
Yeah, Koenig was
Okay.
cross-examining
No, I
Richard
need the
Erline.
prosecution part, what they said. So,
No,
because the Mechanic is just coming with a defense.
right.
I'm talking
But
about what was the prosecution.
I'm
Yeah.
saying that Richard Erline basically admitted that he ain't really talked to no R. Kelly. He just made up that to try to extort Robert for this money. And then he was going, I guess, give her money. But his whole objective was to get the money for himself because he had got a case and John Doe 2 had got a case and somebody needed bail money. So Robert was nice enough and gave them $10,000 for the bond, but they stole that money too. They never used it for no bond. So what Kenneth was trying to say was, y'all was trying to extort him. You ain't never talked to no R. Kelly. R. Kelly ain't never tell you to call Jane Doe and question her or none of that. He was originally just trying to come up. You know how somebody put themselves in a situation? He put himself in a situation, contacted Ezreal on his own, made it seem like he knew Keith and all these other people. And I guess he was going to really try to get up this money, but not because he was trying to quiet her, because he was trying to come up off the money. Then I guess he was going to give her some money because it seemed like to me he liked it her because he was going in her inbox saying, "How you doing, boo?" and "You are a boo"
I
and
keep
stuff
saying
like that.
But I'm
it's
pretty sure
funny.
on direct, the prosecutor, he didn't give that story. He gave some type, if he was coming in there and testifying on behalf of the prosecution, he gave something that connected R. Kelly in some kind of way. That
No,
right there is the defense
I don't
portion of
remember
it.
him
That's the
ever
defense
saying
account.
that. I don't ever remember him saying, "Oh yeah, R. Kelly told me to get the money to get at her."
Well,
No.
I don't know how it was put because I don't remember the transcripts like that. I mean, I don't be remembering that stuff, but I'm pretty sure
Yeah, I was
he
in that
said
courtroom.
something to
That
say
boy was that.
connect R. Kelly some kind of way or the
No, he said
prosecution.
that. He said he was around R. Kelly, and I guess he tried to say that R. Kelly sucked him off. Remember when he tried to say that?
Yeah.
And he said that he was at I don't know if they was at a gym one day or somewhere, and Joey popped up out of the floor and was sucking him
Okay.
off.
So the prosecution showed that that he had a relationship. I'm not talking about just sexually. I'm talking about a relationship period
Yeah,
that
he
was
tried to say
friends
he
or
had a
something with R.
relationship
Kelly.
with
So
Robert.
that's how the
Yes,
connection went. That's the
yes.
connection.
Okay, yes. Him
That's
and
the
John
connection.
Doe tried to say, I guess, like he grew up around that area, and his mom and him used to go to the shows and the little concerts Robert used to have at his house, and they would like help load in the bus or like when stuff came in, like young. I guess they was like young and they was looking up to him. His parents was and all that stuff. But to me, they took the groupie thing to another level. Like once they seen everybody else was extorting. Oh, I forgot. They said that Dominique was the connection. He said he knew Dominique from
Okay.
McDonald's. But
Wow.
Dominique said she ain't never worked at McDonald's. That's what I'm saying. Like it's so many conflicted stories. But to me, the judge gotta be able to see through a lot of this stuff because Dominique never testified at the trial to say, like, okay, yeah, I know him. Okay, yeah, we did meet at the McDonald's, and that's how he got R. Kelly's number through the girl that worked at the McDonald's. So how can you just go off what this guy is saying when he don't even know the date of how old he was. First he said he was 16, then he said he was 17. Then we in the trial, he come back and say he think he was 19. So even if you want to try to say, if you want to say he was trying to say he was in a sexual relationship with Robert, right? Let's say he want to say that, right?
Mhm.
19 is of age. You see what I'm saying?
Well, see, with all of those conflicting stories, like he don't know what age he is.
No, he
That
didn't.
that alone should have ring bells within the process. I mean, the jury.
The jury. That's why I said they minds
And
was
there's
made
some
up.
weird shit. It's just weird, man.
I'm sorry,
Well,
Kenny.
well,
And then the defense
apparently,
alone should have harped on that.
Man, Kennick did a great job. I don't care what nobody say. He
well,
caught them
they
in
said
so
he
many
was
lies.
trying to. I mean, what I said before that he even tried it, I said, well, you look out for him. He's gonna be trying to age the minors, to make them older when whatever happened. So, they
I
do little
remember
tricks
that.
like that.
Yes.
You remember I said that, and then
Yeah.
y'all
Yeah.
came back and said that's
Absolutely.
what he did. Like, well, yeah.
Yeah, but he
Yeah,
caught him in a
but
lot of
far
lies.
as what was given as testimony, just go on. Listen, what Jazz is saying. He couldn't even come up with how old he was. Now, right there alone, that's reasonable doubt. Like this, this goddamn guy that's testifying don't even know how old he was.
And to me, it was reasonable doubt when
That is
Kennick
some weird
when
shit,
Kennick
man.
brought up that they stole from Robert. And they went in the bag and stole the 20,000. And then the other guy, John Doe too, he starts screaming in the damn courtroom like he was crazy or something. Like these
Who
people
started
was
screaming?
John Doe too.
He took the stand.
Come on,
Wait,
I don't
John,
even want. Yeah, I
wait a
don't
minute,
even
it was
want to
two
be
men
here.
took this. 2 men was in there.
Yeah, it was John Doe
Oh,
one,
okay.
Richard Arline, and
John
then
Doe going
John
to.
Doe
Oh, okay.
two.
I just thought John Doe,
Yeah.
the Alex dude.
Nope, John
Not
Doe two.
yeah.
John Doe two is Richard Arline's friend.
Right. I ain't know. I forgot. I mean, I can't recall that shit like that. So
Yeah,
he
he
took
was
the
like,
stand too.
he was in there like, I object. They was like, you can't say,
Oh.
honey. He was in there. I don't even want to be here. I didn't even want to be here. And all, yeah. See, they was crazy. It was like a
Mm.
shit show trial. Even Ezriel, I'm sorry, her and Geronda. I thought that the judge, when they did all that stuff about Ezriel testimony, like she was going to take her testimony back, they all went to the side, was talking, kept making us go on break, and because Ezriel had lied and said that she signed the papers. I guess, okay, when she went down to the feds, Koenig asked her, was your parents with you when you did your interview with the feds or whatever? And I think she said yeah, but then she was like, she don't know. So, Koenig was going with the paperwork, like, Your Honor, can I pull the paperwork? And she was like, yeah. So when he brought the paperwork back, she said that wasn't her signature of the whatever was signed at that interview. So he was like, well, did somebody else tell you to say this stuff that you're saying? And they was like, object and all that stuff, whatever. But she kept slipping up. So I guess Kennick point was saying like he thinks somebody else at that interview put these facts out and told her this what you say this, say that, say this. She forgot this, she forgot. Like it was just crazy how inconsistent. And everybody's telling me, oh, you can still be inconsistent on the stand. You can still lie on the stand. I don't get that.
No, I don't know. What? No, you can't lie on the. You can't lie under the penalty of perjury. You can't lie under oath. That will constitute perjury. What you say in social media or whatever, that's not under any of those two things. So you can lie then. And
No,
What?
I'm
defense
talking
they
about
Well,
in the
let me ask you this,
courtroom.
Angie. Let me ask you this. Do you think it's leading more towards that she can't recant what she testified to the grand juror or to the prosecution rather? And then with that, when that occurs, that's when the prosecution already know what they want to be heard. they come
Because
back
remember,
and
they got
and help
mad,
her with her testimony. I think
right?
that's
Because
what
they
Yeah,
she's leaning more towards.
they show her what she said and say, well, let me, Judge John, can I approach do and
Refresh
then
your memory.
come up
Yeah,
there and
right.
refresh the memory. Yeah.
Because he
that's
asked her
what I
like,
think she's leaning towards.
how many times did you meet with the prosecutors? And she was like 15, 20 times before this court date and the trial, and they met with her that morning or the morning before that or something like that. And Kenny was like, see, I guess his point was like they tried to push this into her or whatever was said since that first interview. And
But
that's when, go ahead.
But here's the thing, right? So I know a lot of people, and that's a cute trick that the defense would do. How many times did you meet with your with the prosecutor force? And they say, well, yeah, one, two, whatever times, whatever. That's to give the illusion that hey, maybe the prosecutor they can't say this, but maybe the prosecution, you know, told them what this they can ask if the prosecutor said did you send, but you can't
Right,
make a statement as if did the prosecutor told you what to say, whatever. But here's the thing, right? When the defense and who normally don't take the stand, they can't. So the prosecutor can't come back and say, hey, how many times did you went over your your testimony, your case with your defense attorney? They can't ask that question because he is not on the stand. It is customary for you to go over your what you're going to say with your whatever side, right? It's just the thing about it is one have an advantage over the other one because the other one ain't taking a stand. So you can't ask the same question and fall prey to the same little trick.
right.
So that's what it's gonna know. A lot of people always
Yeah,
go,
he did
ooh,
that. He did
yeah,
that with all of them, and they all said that
yeah.
the prosecutors met with them a lot and talked to them for 14 hours here and
Well,
10 hours here.
this is the
But
thing.
that's the
This
only
is
way.
what.
That's the only way
Go
the
ahead. I'm
prosecutor would
sorry.
know what to say unless they talk to their witnesses, whether it be a
Okay.
victim witness or a witness. Go ahead.
Let me ask you this: if these
Uh-huh.
are encounters that happen within your life, it shouldn't have to be that the prosecution help walk you through
Right,
those.
that's what I'm saying, Joe
You gotta
Joe.
Yeah.
understand. You gotta
Right,
understand how this works. This is what I keep telling you about these
But
tricks these
but
people play.
listen, ain't
What
nobody listen. You got to talk to the prosecutors
I
because
get
they
that,
got
but
to craft
wait,
their line. Hold on, they got to craft their line of questioning based on what you're gonna say. They got to know what the hell you're gonna say.
wait. No,
They
this
got to
is
know what you're
what.
no,
talking about.
no, no. I think
That's
he's
not
saying
what I'm saying. That's not what I'm
What you saying?
saying.
I think he's saying with the females. Why don't y'all? Why is everything?
If
You
this
know,
is
you
something
mixing
that
up your
happened to
story.
you,
You inconsistent. Like if this happened, why your story not straight? Like
that's
all
what I'm
this
saying.
stories is
They get there to
inconsistent.
help
Oh, okay.
you.
You saying okay? They should have the story straight. Okay, that's what
Right,
you saying.
Well, it's
Okay,
not.
yeah.
Yeah. That's exactly what you should have. The
Okay, right.
prosecution should be there to help you within the guidelines of what not to say. But
right.
your story is your
It be the
story.
same. Right,
It's your story. No one should have to help you with your story. They help you within the guidelines of your story on what not to say.
man. All them women
Your
was
story should
inconsistent.
be just that. You shouldn't have to be recall. I mean, have to have no recant on your story. And from what I'm hearing and how they was reading these transcript, the prosecution was telling their story
Yeah, it
and
was.
helping them walk them through their story. Come on, I know how this game works.
Yeah, that's
They
how
hold
it
But
your
you
was.
are
hand
allowed to come
indirectly.
up there. I mean, it's normal court procedure. You are allowed to come up there and
I
help,
get that,
refresh their memory.
but from listen, all I'm saying, if that's your story, no one should have to help you with it and
And my
jog
thing
your
is, why
memory
you
in
don't
such an
remember? Why
aspect
you
that
don't
they tell it
remember?
for you.
My thing is, why you don't remember dates? Why you don't? I don't understand that. That's the part that was really getting me. And I think it was Nicole or it might have been Kenneth, one or the other. But they was like trying to figure out who it was. And I think it was Geronda. It might have been Geronda, one or the other. But their story at their interview with the prosecutor, no, it was Azriel, because Azriel was the biggest one that the lawyers was trying to get her testimony thrown out. Her story that she written at the interview, I guess when she first met with the feds, was a totally different story that she gave in the court. So that's why Koenig went and pulled the paper and was like, "Isn't this what you said? Isn't?" And she was like, "No, that's not what I said." He like, "So you didn't say this at such and such date?" She's like, "No, I ain't say." So he was like, "So who else was in the room? Did they have you sign this?" So she kind of tricked up because she said that wasn't her who signed the paper, but he telling her you had to sign this. You was with them.
When you're dealing with some some people that pretty much
I don't
allegedly
remember all
lying,
that.
this is what you get.
But how
Because
the
these
jury
people
couldn't
try to
see that?
train you to do things that the truth don't need an alibi. The truth does not need an alibi. Your testimony and what you went through don't need to be rehearsed. It's something you
Right,
went through. All you do is tell it.
right, right.
I
But
mean,
I
Like
mean,
it's
like the
bullshit.
girl Sonia, don't nobody ever talk about her, but the jury found Robert not guilty from her. She was the one that said that Robert raped her and she came up there for the interview, but she was the one that washed her vagina in the bathroom before she did the interview and put on night clothes, but said he came in the studio, he supposed to raped her, and then after that gave her a hug and left and all that bull crap. But the jury found her testimony to be bull crap.
yeah, they didn't. Yeah, she didn't prove that. But I mean, but it's just as
But
and
this is
I'm
what I'm
still
saying, Angie. For the prosecutors to even bring her on, knowing that her story was bull crap, she was about to try to get this man for rape.
That's just
But
pile
Rape.
on. That's
if they
pile on.
brought him on, they brought him on. They probably believed in it, or and she was
What you
caught up
mean
in the
believed in it?
RICO.
She ain't have
Hold
no
on, but
medical.
she was caught up in the RICO, so they might have needed her maybe as a predicate act or something like that to fill out that RICO. I don't. I mean,
No,
I
she was
can't
one of the
recall.
Jane Does.
I know, but that was in the RICO. That was caught up in the RICO. With the
But
RICO,
what I'm
there's certain
saying is,
requirements.
if this woman would have got away with it, if the juries would have been like, okay, we believe her, they would have just went on with. And this woman tried to get this man for rape. Rape. How you go do an interview with somebody? You claim you doing an interview with him. You wait in the studio for 7, 8 hours. Who goes to the bathroom to wash their JJ before an interview? What's your JJ got to do with
Mm.
the interview? Then you switching in the lingerie, clothing, and all this other stuff. And then after he post allegedly did this to you, you hugging them regularly, like y'all talking,
Was he
like
even
what?
charged with rape? I don't even think he was
No,
charged
he
with rape.
wasn't. But she was trying to accuse him of that. But the jury, they came back and said they found him not guilty for her. That was the only
What's up,
one that
Larry?
they didn't find him guilty of her.
This is just a
So,
bunch of
but
strange
but
shit, man.
well, I mean, it wasn't.
I think it was
It
the
wasn't
man
proven.
that
It wasn't proven.
transportation. It was the man that I think transport
Transporting her across
minor,
state lines. Yeah.
racketeering Rico. Only thing I said was too that I was looking into the Maxwell case, and you see how the Supreme Court is overturning her. They about to be dropping a lot of her charges because they said that the prosecutors overcharged her. If you look at Robert charges, how is okay, Geronda, Azriel, Faith, right? So Azriel, let's just say one of the charges that they saying with her, right? They got the same charge for the other females like 2, 3 times.
Hmm.
Right, because different for
No,
different instances.
I was told from other lawyers that no, they overcharged them. They like
What
stacked the debt.
what's good with it, Larry? You hear me? I said what's good with it. I said what's good with it.
Like it's just that whole
Well, it's
trial
strange.
was
It's
just
strange. It was a
it
weird
was
trial to
very
me.
strange. And I'm sorry, but that
Shit, it
Friday,
looked more to me like kangaroo court. That's what it
with
looked like to me.
that Friday when they finally went into the verdict, they literally came back Monday around like 1:30, 2 o'clock. We all came back from lunch and I was standing outside like why all these the reporters already had,
They
you
had
know
their
how like when they
mind
do the
made up.
speech, You know how like when they do the speech and they got the microphones out there and all, like they already had that stuff set up since like 10 o'clock. Like the prosecutors knew they was gonna win to come do that speech. That all that stuff was already made. Ain't no way no jury come back with all this evidence they claim they had, and all the jury asked for was a picture of the
Now let me ask you
studio.
this: since you was there, how did the judge changed the instructions at the last minute?
Oh, she
What's the
said she
encounter
don't
with
never.
that?
She said she don't usually overrule her rulings, but she did it anyway.
Hmm.
So that was another one that got me too.
That was an administrative change. That's not a like a big deal. You can't change your you can't create an illegal indictment. You can't do that. So that was just a word of an and or something like that. That was an administrative change. You could do that, but you can't change the elements and all of that. So an indictment corresponds with the elements, which was what he was
And
indicted for.
and let me say this part. Since the pretrial, I don't know if nobody caught this, but a lot of people wasn't at the pretrial. It was only like 3 of us. But since the pretrial, she already was saying when Tom was trying to get the charges dropped for Leah, and when Tom was trying to get more stuff in on the parents. She asked the prosecutors, are the parents testifying? And they was like, no. She was like, well, I don't really care about the parents. She was like, because at this point, anybody who's 17, I don't care about parents, this person, that person. Nobody can give consent. So she basically was already telling the jury, if the prosecutors tell you that this person and that person was 17, he's automatically guilty. That's basically what I got from that at the pretrial. Like, I don't
Well,
care about the parent.
she was saying that okay, what she was doing during that area, she was shutting down defenses, right? Defenses that
Angie?
hold on, wait a minute.
It's
Hold
weird.
on.
It's just a lot of weird things. It's just weird.
And then you know what I was thinking, JoJo? I'm like, she kept saying, unless she was telling Tom, unless you're gonna prove that the parents was trying to extort him and that the females knew about it and they always like in cohorts together, then she was like, that's a defense. She was like, but something you would have to show that the parents knew or they knew. And I'm like thinking to myself,
Yeah.
that's what they trying to say. That's what they was doing.
What I'm trying to get you to understand is, okay, that happened in pretrial. During pretrial, she can shut down defenses. That's not
Yeah, she
relevant or
was
labeled liable.
accepting. It was a
She
lot
was
of stuff
shutting
that
down
she shut down
defenses.
for the prosecutors too, though. On both sides, she let some stuff in, then some stuff she was
Hey,
shutting
Jennifer.
down. So it was all. I mean, because I was telling people that Daryl Johnson, the prosecutors was trying to get her to bring in some way. Daryl Johnson, I really didn't understand it like that. It was something about text messages between him and Robert, where Daryl Johnson was saying he knew somebody from the courts at Cook County, and he was gonna get him some money to give him some information or something like that. And the prosecutors was trying to bring up the 2008 trial, saying that one of Robert associates stepped to one of the juries or whatever, but she didn't let that come in. So it was a lot of stuff that the prosecutors was trying to bring in that she shut down. So it was
Right.
like on both ends, she wouldn't let some stuff in for them, and some stuff she did, and then some stuff with the defense, she ain't let some stuff come in with them, and then some stuff she did.
Hmm.
But overall, I just feel like it wasn't fair. And then when the prosecutors was arguing about remember the video to come in, that she was all that what's her name, Cruz or whatever, she was hollering, no, Judge and Downey, they were supposed to submit to this. They did not want that that video to come in as Shabazz when Azriel on there. And they was in there acting like they never
Oh,
know
so
about the
they
video.
didn't let that in. They didn't let that
No,
in
they
because I
didn't
was
want
trying
it
to
to come
find
in,
out.
but no, they didn't. But Judge and Donnelly looked out for the defense side, and she did let it come in because the prosecutors were saying you supposed to put that in before trial. You're not supposed to, I guess, ask, can you just put that in during the trial? But she was nice and she let it come
Okay,
in
let me ask
because
you this: what part of that video was allowed to be viewed?
they was trying to bring the part. Well, they brought the part in where she was like, I ain't want to call my friend because I don't have to. All that part. He was trying to
Oh, okay.
prove. He was trying to prove that. I guess to show that she was lying on her testimony. Because remember I told you that he kept trying to get her to take Ezreal's testimony out.
Right. See, that's what I was just trying to figure out. What part of his video was allowed in?
Yeah,
That's what
it
I'm
was
saying.
that
Because
part and the part where she was talking to her, a little bit of the part where she was talking to her dad. They played like I guess like 4.5 minutes of it because they ain't wanted to come out. And then the prosecutors, I had went to lunch and came back, but this is the only part I missed. Some way they was fighting over. The prosecutor said, "Well, Your Honor, we can just ask her something. Do she remember or something?" And they was like, "No, such and such." But they was like, "Well, we asked her. I'm pretty sure she'll say something with that." But that didn't work for them, and she wound up letting the video come in.
Child, these people, y'all, ooh, these people is crazy.
But they was trying to fight not to get out. And what I ain't like was Kendrick was like, y'all know what video this is. And they was like, no, we don't know what video. He said, oh, come on. The video, he said, we got the video from y'all. Because they was in there trying to say they didn't know what video he was talking about.
of course
And
they're
the stuff
gonna
that she
say
was
they
doing
don't
on the
know.
video. Yeah.
They know very well what was going on in the video. And
Yeah,
these
they
You
was
shows.
know,
definitely.
the biggest problem that we have around here is that people believe that everything should be everything should be allowed in the case, and they don't understand that testimony is evidence, and they
Oh,
don't
I definitely understand that now.
You know what?
yeah, and
I'm
they
going to
don't understand.
disagree. I'm going to disagree with you on that firmly because it's not that people believe that everything should be allowed in there. I don't think that's the case.
Yeah,
And
no, it
I
is
could,
the case to me. And
that, okay.
they also believe that um oh gosh, I cut my damn train of thought off. It testimonies, evidence, anything should be allowed in there. And and they don't know what actually hearsay is and perjury. And it's kind of hard conveying
No, I
that.
think it's. I think.
I
Well,
agree
I
with
can't
you on the
speak on
perjury
nobody.
part. I agree with you on the perjury part. But I don't think people collectively believe
I think
that
you
everything
right
should
on
be
that part
allowed in as
because
evidence.
I think when people read the transcripts, see people that was in the court, I think it was different. But people that read the transcripts, I think they thought when the lawyers found the witness in a lie, or they thought automatically that's perjury because they was like, no, and then they
Right.
come back and say, oh no, okay, but so I think that is probably something that everybody has to get
Because
more.
you could correct yourself on the stand. You could do that. And I'm still trying to hunt down. Right. He said Andrew was any part of a testimony piece right away. Wait, Jennifer, I don't even know, honey. I don't heard
No,
so
it was
many
supposed to
accounts,
be, but
whatever.
she didn't do it. No, they had that special meeting. You know how like when they stop us and make us go to lunch, and all the
Yeah.
lawyers go to the front with the judge. They did that, and whatever decision she came up with, they didn't do it. But it
Well, the
was
reason why
said.
Well, the reason why I say that people think that, and I ain't gonna say everybody, but saying majority. The reason why I say that because people don't understand the rules of evidence, and it's more than Rule 104, through 143. People don't understand the rules of evidence, and people don't understand that the judge can shut down defenses. And it's a lot of procedural stuff that happens in the that that the judge have to apply in order to maintain some level of fairness with regards to the case.
But that's why I was
I'm
saying
still
to
trying
you.
to figure out this whole thing about Faith Rogers had herpes at 13. Like, where the fuck did that come from?
But that's
Like,
why I said to you that I did see, but I don't think nobody got the transcript for the pretrial, and it was only like 3 of us there. But I did
I
see
got her.
when she was doing the stuff she was striking and not striking and all that. I'm
Yeah, I
telling you,
got
it
it.
was a
Yeah.
lot of stuff that the prosecutors was trying to bring in, but she strike down a lot of stuff. So I think it was fair on that part of things, far as what she let come in for the defense and what she let come in far as the prosecutors, because I didn't even know the prosecutors was trying to bring all this other stuff in, and she was striking it. And she said at the beginning of the trial, I mean, not the beginning of the trial, the pre-trial, when she asked about when they told her that Azriel was going to be speaking about other females and situate things that happened that she seen. And she was like, okay, long as she was like, because there's no alleged here. What words did she use? She was like, long as it's facts or something. I can't think word for word what she said, but it was under the lines of like, I ain't nobody getting up here saying what they thought might happen, or long as it's the facts of what they seen or whatever like that. So I think a lot of people took that as when she said that in the court, and then later during the trial when they seen a lot of the females being inconsistent, they took that as perjury. You see what I'm saying?
Mm.
Lana, who took that as perjury?
Because you saying that a lot of people, I'm thinking this is
Oh
what
yeah, yeah,
people,
yeah.
yeah.
'Cause that's what I hear. They be like, oh, she perjured herself, and I'm be looking like, okay, well, and here's the thing, right? And I keep saying this over and over again. No matter how you feel about the attorneys, whichever one it was, all of them in there knows the basic perjury and what hearsay is. And people use hearsay and perjury in the correct way all the time. And so that's why when somebody say well, it was hearsay, I have to keep letting them tell me what was the nature about what they were talking about, so I can realize is that most people think that somebody told somebody something is hearsay. That's not what it is.
Now, can I ask you this, Angie? This is the only thing I was confused about. Now, when Azriel was in there saying that this one was having sex with this one, that was having sex with them, and all this stuff, right? These people wasn't there to
Right,
um
Larry?
corroborate, her stories. So how did they know what she was saying was accurate if the people she's talking about is not even here to testify for themselves?
Because that is taken as a direct account of what happened.
No, but I'm asking you, who gave the right to say what she's saying is facts? Or is that just a way of her giving her story to see if the jury will, I
Right.
guess,
The jury is the one that will try to figure that out if that's
okay.
factual or not. The jury is supposed to, you know, either they believe her or not, or they don't.
So
You
it
know.
wasn't that it was factual, it was just that's one of the prosecutors, I guess, ways of trying to persuade the jury to thinking
Right.
that these charges that he did, these are the testimonies of some of the, I guess, bad acts and stuff that they're alleging that these females went through. Am I correct? Not saying he did all this, but if the jury is convinced enough, then this is what helps them make their verdict.
Wait a minute. Repeat that again. I'm sorry.
I said, so this is like the prosecutors, one of their techniques, like by having the bad acts come in, extra testimonies and all that, to persuade the jury to make them believe that these charges from the opening statement that they gave about all these things that he allegedly did and to persuade the jury from these testimonies and stuff that this is what he did. So not saying that what these females said was accurate, but this is the way to persuade the jury, basically.
Right. Whatever, if they said they were there or they saw it, then that is direct evidence. That's
Because
not circumstantial at that point. Yeah.
the jury, when they went into the verdict, they asked for the girl Sonia's story. They asked for Azriel's, and they asked for a layout of the studio. So I was thinking, like, what did they go back over Azriel's testimony when they asked for that, and what they went back over the layout of the studio in terms of them making their verdict?
Yeah, they supposed to get back there and go over all of that.
No, they only went through that them 3 things they asked for.
No, but that's because they get all of it they get all of it, right? Those 3 things or those 2, whatever they asked for, they probably asked to see that, like, specifically again or something in more detail.
That's what they
Not
said.
just, because they get the whole, they get the whatever they need to make a decision. They might have been fuzzy on those 2 things. They probably wasn't sure on those 2 things. They need to see it again. Their mind was probably, and when you get back there, normally you raise your hand and say, okay, how many people find them guilty on how many charges. They say, okay, and then the areas in which they are fuzzy on or whatever, that's usually when they ask for more information.
Yeah, that's when they asked for her testimony. They asked for that lady Sonia, and they asked for a layout of the studio. And that was all they asked for. And then Monday, they came back with that verdict fast. Like, very, very, very fast. And that's another thing I wanted to ask you. In some cases, I thought the juries don't go home. Like, they make them, like, stay in hotels or, stay usually in the vicinity near the court. But that Friday, they let the juries go home. So isn't that, like, kind of risking that the juries can go talk to their families? They could go watch shows or whatever, and then come back.
Well, the judge will dismiss them with instructions. I don't forget whether it was
you can't
partially.
You can't walk behind them and see what they doing. You ain't going home with them.
Right, but just in the justice system, here's another thing: people don't count the element of trust in the judicial system. They don't count that. So nobody's gonna, they can only give you the instruction. Just like when she give the jury charge, she can only instruct you of what to go by. What to find this person innocent or guilty. She can't sit up there and be inside your mind and look at you as you're thinking about it and whatever and say, she just can give you that instruction, and then you have to have an element of trust that this is what you're gonna do.
Yeah, well, to eliminate in the first
They
place,
shouldn't have
since
been.
they
They
were
shouldn't have been
sequestered,
sent
why
home.
let them go home?
Right.
I mean,
Well, I don't know if it was
That's
partially sequestered or fully sequestered. Hold on.
well, they was.
Gave a story from. I'm reading
Man,
the
this is what I'm
corporate.
saying.
That's what I was saying,
Okay.
JoJo.
All right, that's right, Larry. Because most of the testimony that was in those places was corroborated by. That's right, by other people as well as evidence. So yeah, that is right. I do remember that.
But the other people wasn't there. Like Azriel was
y'all have a
talking
good
about,
night, man.
like,
What are
10
you talking
different
about?
people.
Ain't nobody said nothing.
No, I'm just asking a question. No. I'm just
I wasn't
asking a
even
question.
talking to you. I was talking about something totally different.
I never said you was. What are you talking about?
So what you say, Angie, that he said what some of the stories was corroborated by other people?
Yeah, I was answering the earlier question. And I just thought about it, like,
but that's
because
why
we
I'm
were talking about how do you know the
confused.
people's story is true, and I was like, that's right. Other people corroborate their stories as
But
well
why they
as the
wasn't
other
there to
events.
why they wasn't there to testify it? That's was my thing. Because a lot of the females' names that she brought up, none of them was testifying, and a lot of them I researched that a lot of them didn't even cooperate with law enforcement.
But
So
she
I
could
just
tell
Well,
her
it
story.
probably was the evidence that was already presented, and as the gentleman said, the devices
at the
that was
grand
presented
jury.
or as evidence. Now, I think did they present that in trial? The
Yeah, they presented in
devices.
trial. Yeah, they presented in
So that's
trial.
probably what they're saying.
Well,
That
it wasn't
corroborates
never
it.
no hundred of it wasn't no 100 devices at the trial. They only played
Well, it
what
don't
was
have to be 100 to corroborate their story in which they're telling. So
Right.
whatever
no,
device
but what
that
I'm okay,
go
so
ahead,
for
go ahead. I'm
this for
sorry.
example, Azriel said that she slept with like 15 of these females and she named all of them. I'm not gonna name them. Y'all know the names. So what I'm saying is a couple of these people came back and they was like, she's lying. And a lot of these people didn't testify either. And they wasn't called by either the prosecutors or the defense. So I'm
But
just
see, that's what you're facing. If you don't have no one that's giving a verbal statement to go against what she's saying, that's just it. That's just stuff we're hearing. But in that court, that's when it counts. So
right.
when she get up there and say exactly what happened, and you don't have no one to
So you
contest
saying
that,
it's supposed to be
Right. Right.
somebody out
Exactly.
there. So you saying it was supposed to be somebody out there saying no, what she's
no,
saying
no,
is
that didn't
lie.
happen because that's given under oath, and that's a testimony. When you're dealing
Yeah.
with that from that aspect, you're going to have someone in there to say no, it didn't happen like that under
Yeah.
oath
That's what
That's
he
what
was
I'm
saying
just
from the
asking. I
for
said,
the
beginning.
was
Yeah.
jurors to
somebody
hear.
that's
For
what
the
I'm
jurors
asking
to
you.
hear. Yeah,
All the
absolutely.
Yeah.
females' names that she was saying, so you saying they were supposed to testify and say no, she's lying.
Well, at least
Well,
one because
if
it's
that's the
not.
case,
It's
if that's the case, but if they don't, right? She's okay to say because this is her first person account. This is her saying, "I was there. I was getting it on with Jennifer and Karen and Just Jazz was holding the damn camera." And if I could say that on the stand, I could say that on the stand, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's supposed to be believable, and the defense, he can come through and try to poke holes. And let me tell you the ways he could poke holes. He could just poke holes by going toe to toe with me. But if he has somebody, if he has Jennifer there to say, "Hey, no, that didn't happen that way," now we up in the reasonable doubt, right? We up in the reasonable doubt.
Okay, for the jury.
Yeah, you feel so that's what he was saying, what Jojo was saying in trying to say in the beginning. So I just gave an example of how that would play out in this particular scenario. So yeah, if you got
So,
some, go
so
ahead.
I'm not trying to throw. No, I ain't gonna say no names because I don't like throwing people under the bus. So a lot of people that was at the trial in support of Robert and their names got brought up. Why didn't they work with the defense and say how they were saying outside? Oh, she lying. That ain't never happened. Why didn't they join the defense to be a witness to not to corroborate that her story was false?
you know why? Because it opens up another can.
What other can? If
Or
she's
it could
lying,
be
why
very
you not?
well, or it could be very well just that one, it actually happened, or two, the people didn't want to be involved.
It's one of the two. But
Yeah.
we sitting up here, we going. You know what? I ain't gonna go there.
Because see, here's the thing, right? And if the defense strongly believed that that person could have countered her testimony, then they would have had their ass there by subpoena. So they
Because
get the
look,
subpoena quick.
the first day that Robert was supposed to have his witnesses come on, right? We had went to break like 3 times, and then she just kept getting like irritable. So then at the end, around like 2 something, she was like, "Listen, I'm not gonna have my jury sitting here waiting." She was like, "Do y'all want me to something subpoena them?" I don't remember the first word she said, and it was like, "Well, Your Honor, some of the people are having a hard time because they work and flight issues and hotel stay." But she said something
Right.
like, "Do you want me to something subpoena them?"
Right.
So I'm like, why they ain't let her do that then? Because don't that mean they have to come? Ain't no you trying to come or nothing. If the judge subpoena you.
Yeah. Or you gotta have a damn good reason to get out of that subpoena.
So
But
that's
yeah.
what really mind blown me too, because when she asked the defense that about that, I'm thinking the defense like would have been like, yeah, Your Honor, subpoena them then. So that's why I'm like, I think really like if people don't want to hear this from the R. Kelly side. Y'all know I'm R. Kelly in and out, but a lot of people ain't want to be involved because it don't
I
make
wish I,
sense.
you
This
know what? I
be
wish I'd have known these people that didn't, could have did something and didn't do nothing. I
because
wish
we
I'd have
was
known.
out there
What you
even
gonna do? Just gonna
advocate.
beat him up?
I'm saying call them call them. No, no, no. It's not so much of that. It's just call people to task on certain situations. That if you're pro what you say you believe in and you could have done
Right,
something that made a
right,
difference. Come
right.
on now, it ain't got nothing to do with nothing volatile. It's just
Bitch, you better
real
get your
shit,
ass and
man.
testify.
Right,
It's
but
not,
that's
yeah,
Your
it's
ass
just
him.
real shit, man. It's
this
real
Yeah.
shit.
somebody's
I
life
mean,
that's
I'm
on
not
the
gonna go there
line.
with a lot of shit. I'm not going
Yeah,
there with a lot
somebody's
of
life,
shit.
somebody's life is on the line. So it's just
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe it's different than me. Like I go to every court that Robert have. I go to all the trials and stuff. So it's different. I know people have situations. People got to work. It's all different type of situations. Why some people can't make it, but I'm talking about the people who did make it. Who Azriel brought up their names. That's I was confused about that. Like, well, damn, why ain't the defense calling y'all? And then I remember Cash said she tried to help or something because everybody was like, well, why you ain't go testify that your cousin really didn't have a gun? Because she came out, and this was weird to me. After the trial, that's when she came out, came back on
Never
YouTube
mind.
streets, and she was like, "Oh, I
Oh,
tried to help the defense,
Let me give you
but they
let me
Jennifer
give
asked
you
a
told me."
fruit.
question. She said
Let me give you some fruit for
she said
thought,
the defense
Jessica.
didn't do that. What does that tell you?
No,
Let
I
me
think
give
the
you.
defense didn't use her because she said that the defense told her that she wasn't credible because she said because she was with Angelo at one time, then she was messing with
No, but they
I guess
used her name as a part of.
the indictment.
Come on, now people start
Can I ask you this,
thinking.
Angie? And
I
can you
I, I
just be
beg
straight up
y'all
with
to
me,
think.
Angie?
God
Can
damn.
you be
Uh-huh.
straight up with me, Angie? Do you think that Cash was one of the because remember, I forgot what paper it is. Don't, if I'm wrong, just correct me. Remember one of the
There
paperwork
you go,
that said
Shakira.
that Cash went down there to the grand jury, and remember in Michael Williams' paperwork they said that that's how they knew that Michael Williams knew about the case because he was down there at the grand jury with her.
People
Well, I
think.
just read something to say that she was with him when he got arrested.
No,
Now
but it's
I ain't trying to
another.
say nothing.
Ask people in the chat. Am I lying? It was another paperwork that said when they questioned her, I don't know what they questioned her about, what it was, but they said that that's how they knew that he knew something about the case or something because he was with her when she went to speak to, I don't know, the feds, the grand jury, but he was with her. So I'm confused. Was she one of the people that was working with the feds behind the scenes? Because now she
I
just
don't know.
said
I don't like to put. I don't think
no,
so.
because
I mean,
she
yeah.
switched her story last week. Last week she was on YouTube and said now she feel like R. Kelly and Angelo was guilty of some stuff.
Huh?
She wasn't saying that before. Yeah, she just said this last week. She said, y'all really don't want to hear what I really got to say because y'all ain't gonna like it. Y'all tell me to tell the truth. She said the real reason is that I don't say nothing because I do think that R. Kelly is guilty of some stuff. He shouldn't have been messing with nobody after that 2008 case. He shouldn't have been doing that. Ain't no minor. He should have been messing with nobody that was 18 or 19. So to me, she switched up a little bit. So I feel like did she go
Mm,
testify to the feds to save herself from what happened with her cousin?
what I'm gonna say this in all fairness to her. Let me say this. I think when she made that statement, she was saying to eliminate this problem as a whole. He shouldn't have messed with anyone that in that age bracket.
age group.
to
Yeah.
the point. Now, just hear me out. To the point where he wouldn't even have to worry about no such thing as, are you of legal age? I think that's what she was more aligned into. Like, look, if you're not in this age bracket, I'm not dealing with you. Versus where I just came from, and and see, I have some. Damn, I don't want to go there, but I'm gonna say it like this. That's all she was saying is he should eliminate that as doubt. Period.
Okay,
Like,
but
I don't give a
this
damn
all
if
I'm
she
saying.
is legal,
I agree with what people say about that, but then what about people that
but
say
you gotta
19
realize.
is legal?
But you gotta
He
realize
didn't
you're
break the
not.
law
Yes, I
Right.
if
get
they were
that,
19.
but this is just in all fairness. I think this is what she was trying to convey over to the people. If it was her, this is what she said. I wouldn't allow myself to be caught up in a situation to have to guess or even think if someone come to me and say I
I'm
gotta.
pretty sure everybody's going to say that about him. Oh, you
What? No,
just
no,
shouldn't
no,
have
no.
woulda
Cause see, I
woulda.
don't see. This is the only reason I agree with her on that aspect. It's
I
not
don't
so much
agree
of the
because
legal. It's,
I think
you got to
he's
hear me
friends,
out with
so
Jasper
mine
because it's
is
going to help
different.
you. It's going to help you to see this. It's going to help you to see this.
I don't think it is. Go ahead.
It's the legal aspect of it that he's looking at. I get that, but
There you go
the
again,
doubt
Shakira.
part, the doubt part is you give no area for doubt, meaning that takes you out of that equation for someone to even accuse you of it. So I get what she was saying, but it's some mold parts in this that's tricky. It's very tricky, and that's what I'm saying. I'm not going to even talk about all of this shit that has transpired, what I see, and I have an objective opinion about it. But far as that part of it, that's all she was saying is eliminate it, and you won't be in that situation. Period. You don't have to
So
worry about someone guessing. You don't have to worry about guessing somebody's age when they come tell you they 18 and they really 17. Move yourself out of that
right.
bracket. Just move
So
yourself out of
Jojo
that
did.
bracket alone.
So Jojo,
That's
she
what she
said.
was saying.
Where did she
I'm
say
not
this
talking
on?
about the legal aspect of it, that she's 18 and some other states 17 is legal. She
Yeah, in some
said
states it's
eliminate
16.
that. She just saying eliminate that as a
No,
Eliminated
I
that.
whole.
understand. I understand what she's saying, but at the end of the day, what I'm saying is, okay, so with Azriel, her parents saying that she was at the hotel and they ain't know that she was at that hotel and all that, but come to find out they did know she was
Well,
at the
see, that's
hotel
what I'm
because
talking
Azriel
about. See, that's
testified.
what I'm
Wait,
saying,
let me
Jazz. You
finish,
open
Jojo. Let
up
me
another
finish. Wait,
part.
let me finish. So if you saying that she was under this age and at the hotel he tried to do stuff, why in the hell was she sent back to him again by her parents?
See, that's
That's
what I'm
telling me
saying.
somebody was trying to frame this man. That's
Absolutely,
not
that's what
telling me
I'm
that he
talking
was
about.
looking for a 17-year-old. I just think it got to the point where everything just started piling up on them. These females, now they don't want to go home. Their parents posting them all up on this website, that. So
It doesn't make it right, Jazz.
wherever
That's what
they
I'm
go,
saying.
everybody's going to know who they are. But I don't think that this man was actually out here looking for a 17-year-old.
I don't think he was neither. Trust me. And
Jojo,
all, go ahead.
no. Where did she catch say this on? Do you
That's
know?
on
You said
It's on
Sylvia channel.
oh,
what you would
Sylvia
call it, got
Channel.
it recorded
I
too.
don't listen. There's
Miss
nobody on this planet can tell
Miss
me
Jones
he
got it
was.
recorded too.
There's
Angie.
nobody on this planet can convince me that he was out looking for that. That's no one. And I want to get this shit out here on the record. There's no one on this planet can tell me he was looking for underage girls.
But I agree
Damn
with you,
that.
JoJo, what you're saying, as far as if he would have just, I guess y'all saying if he
Now
would
that
have dealt
opens
with
up a
30 and
whole
over.
different can. That opens up a whole different can on the framework. That's what I'm saying. There's so many levels and layers to this shit that people just don't see. I see it. And what I said, it's a bunch of weird shit going on. That's cold. if nobody don't catch that. I gotta break that down. That means I'm speaking in code. It's some bunch of weird shit.
You don't speak in code and say I'm speaking in code. We're gonna fire you. Be fired from the agency. You fired from the agency, JoJo.
I've been peeped that you wasn't trying to say certain stuff without saying it. You was
Yeah, I
trying
mean,
to
for her to pop up and see, you got a way of making me start speaking on this shit, but I ain't doing it. Good try.
No,
Who make
just
it speak
curve
on?
it. You know how to curve it.
I ain't
You know
gonna
how to
do it. I
How
ain't
you
gonna
not
do
saying it?
it.
I'm putting it.
Uh-uh.
It's pinned at the top of your YouTube, Shakira. Look at the top of the YouTube link. The
I'm not
chain.
doing it. I'm
Correct.
not doing it because
Who making
y'all
you
smart
speak?
enough to see this. Y'all should be smart enough to see this shit. You know the timing. I'm gonna just put it like this:
You
timing.
can't
Look
hardly
at
see
timing.
with them baby eyes. You can't
But
see
I've been
shit.
said to Angie. Angie don't
Man, I
remember
got on 3D
when
glasses,
I was
man. I
telling
see every
You
goddamn
still
thing.
can't see shit.
Angie, when I was talking to you about that law, the law about when they alleging the charge, and you supposed to bring up whatever law that Espo Facto. Remember I was talking to you about that,
Yeah,
and
ex
then
facto. Yeah.
how when they bought Robert, when the new law changed in New York, it was in 2019. That's when they came and bought these charges where it was no limitation on the statute of limitations. So they came and bought these charges when that New York law changed. And then they went and made sure that they got these charges pushed in the New York jurisdiction.
Okay, so let me tell you about the ex post facto, right? So
Because
with
you see Nicole trying to use that. You seen it in her last of
J-Bo,
emotions.
well, J-Bo was saying that it does not violate the ex post facto clause because you with ex post facto you can amend a law before the law that's on the table runs out. You could do that, but with ex post facto, you can't enact new laws, whether it be federal or state,
Right.
and then make it ex post facto, make it go back to retroactive, But
Right.
as long as you do that, so what happened was that law that was amended several times before the statute ran out. So that's how she wasn't able to make that particular argument. Well, we don't know. The judge let me see who she's doing that in Illinois, right? Right.
Yeah.
She's doing that in Illinois. So the judge hasn't ruled on that yet, but she knows that she can't do that.
But yeah, even
Right.
the when I was mentioning to you about how the judge has in the records that the HS1 was a disease when there's not. And when I was speaking about the New York in the health code, I don't even got my papers near me. In the health code, it says that that's not a disease, but she got it in the chart. They got it in the charges. Was it the charges or I think it was Judge Ann Donnelly's response when she responded on how she was denying this and denying that and why. But she had it as the H1VS, I think it's HSV. I'm talking about the herpes thing. They had it as if it was a disease. And some way Tom was trying to fight for that during the pretrial. But I think she striked it because I think Tom just had got it in that Monday, and it was like really, really last minute. But he tried to put that motion in, but I think he didn't speak about the particular. I don't know if it was the law part that he didn't speak about, but whatever case she didn't let it. She denied that motion, and then she striked it from coming. No, she let it come in for the prosecutors, but she denied the motion on Tom's behalf. But I still don't understand that about the herpes because they have not proved that this man actually went and put herpes in these women. Like he knew he had herpes.
Okay, see that there's another thing, right? The crime isn't whether he gave them herpes or not.
No,
The
it's supposed to
crime
be
was
that he knew he had herpes and gave it to them, right?
no, not that he gave it to him, not that he gave it to him, that he did not tell them that he had herpes. So
Yeah,
he
but that he had
exposed
to
them,
know he had it too.
right? Which was one of my defenses I crafted up. But what I'm saying is, I mean, that was the crime. The crime is the knowingly and willfully
Right.
exposing to herpes, not actually
Yeah,
giving
because
them herpes.
Nicole said in the motion that he did not. They did not prove that he knew that he had it and that he just gave it to them and didn't tell them. And the doctor testified and said he did not have herpes. So you put a man on a medication that you assume you didn't even say, "Hey, I want you to get a second opinion. We're going to draw blood," or how you going to strictly say to me, "My test came up negative, but hey, I want you to you came up negative for cancer, but I want you to take these cancer pills." Because I don't
What,
know, you kind of look like you might have cancer, so
what,
just take the pills anyway.
let me say this. Let me tell you how it
Okay,
works.
Jennifer,
Let me show you how this works and see how divisive these people
but we
are, how
needed
they
your
play these
help.
games. Let me tell you, when you go to the doctor by their profession, they can diagnose you from something they feel like they already know what you have. See, this is the game these people play, and I keep trying to tell y'all how they do this.
Oh, I know they play the game.
They will tell you just from their expertise and looking at you. Have you ever went to the doctor and just for anything, and they say they don't run blood tests on you, but given from their expertise, they will say, okay, this is
Yeah,
what
they
you
think
have,
you got.
and they would
Yeah,
administer you some antibiotics or whatever
right. But you would think
without
if this
even
was his
giving you a blood
friend,
test. This is the game these people
Uh-huh.
you
play.
would
I'm
think if
trying.
this is personal friend, he's sending him concert tickets. His wife was
That
with R.
doesn't mean
Kelly.
nothing in the
When
grand
I'm
scheme of
just
things
saying,
because
oh,
see,
come on,
here it is,
JoJo,
just
common
Jazz.
sense. You wouldn't
He
tell
never
somebody to get
thought
a
he was
second
gonna come to
opinion?
this though. That doctor when he was doing that didn't think it was gonna come to this.
Oh,
That
I
he
Maybe
gonna
knew.
be on
Nikki.
no stand testifying.
I think some people did because when the guy Navarro testified and talked about how he was the one that went and got the pills from the Walgreens, to me, it was like
Men's
that was
well.
something to let the females know. Oh, you know, he taking these pills. Oh, and what's the other one name? Cheryl Beck. She also knew that Navarro was the one going to the Walgreens to pick up the medication, so she knew the medication too. You think she ain't tell other people? Oh, you know, he taking herpes medication, and you think that ain't spread down for
Well,
people
see
to push the narrative?
that goes a line that
Please,
goes down another hole. That's what
man,
I'm
that was a
saying.
narrative to be pushed
But okay,
because
but yes,
Oh, wow, Shakira, I keep
that's just
giving it
like
to you.
when I tell you the young lady and people look at me when I say this, they look at me like I'm crazy. There's no way that young lady was able to get that close to him in that 2008 trial. And I'm gonna give you something more to think about. They have all of these pictures captivating that young lady on
right,
the
just
side
her,
of him.
right?
Yeah, I know how these people work. I keep trying to
Yeah,
tell you. Why is it her? And then they sit back and wait and wait and wait and then come back and hit you.
Right,
yep.
Nick.
Hey
No
man.
other
Right, Skylar.
supporters. You know how many people was out there that day? So many
Yes,
different
how
people.
this is what I want you to think about. Where was his security? That woman could have been there to kill him, posing as a fan. But they allowed this woman to get this close to him. This girl or whatever she was. How? Where? A celebrity like this. Where's your security? She can't get 10 feet away from me. Fan or no fan, you're gonna holler from a distance. We love you, we love you. You're not getting that close to me. And then
Yeah,
look at it like this. Look at the pictures they took and look
right
how they
close to him.
prevail today.
Right, right.
Look how they are
Yeah,
prevailing today. Come on, man.
yeah.
Y'all got and
The
she did it in
same
the
female.
courtroom.
Well,
Yeah,
her
oh my
sisters.
God, y'all
Well,
don't
her
understand this
sisters.
shit, man. I
Her
keep saying it.
sister. If you listen to what her sister said, they said it was planned. That she knew. She
See,
researched. I just put up. If you look on my community wall, I was just reading her book the other day, and she talks about how her grandmother sent her to the concert. I didn't even know this. She was 14.
It's
And
not
the
a see. It's
grandmother
not
sent
even
her to
that.
the concert with this man by herself in this limo with this other guy, grown man. And they just sent her up to the concert. No parents, at 14.
I just want people to look at that as a whole. How was it able, and she
Come on,
able to
JoJo.
get
You
this
think this
close?
girl didn't research this? Other females is
Yeah, well,
getting.
it's not even her because she's not
JoJo, you
at
live in
that.
Chicago? Oh, no, you live in Houston. Listen,
She's not that smart
do
enough to
you
get that
know?
close to this
Do
man.
you
Somebody
know?
placed her there.
Do you know? Let
I'm
me tell
trying to
you
tell
something.
y'all. I'm
Around that time, do you know in Chicago, it was actual TV commercials and in the newspaper with Susan Logan saying, if you got information on to sue R. Kelly, it used to go across the
You see what
screen
I'm talking about? What
at
the
the
fuck is going on
TV.
in
It
here,
was
man? This is
it was
weird.
in the papers
This
in
is so fucking weird,
Chicago.
man.
She was like an
Where
advertisement.
I'm gonna
Susan
ask
You
this.
know, and
Logan.
not to buy into the conspiracy theories, but
I'm
I
gonna
would
ask this
want to know.
question. Where was
But
the
I would want to
security?
know. Hold on, I would want to know where did the prosecution get all those pictures of her from long ago? Did they get them
That's what I
from the
asked.
people that took the pictures, or did they get them from her? If they
No,
got them
No, the
because
from
they was
freelance
the
arguing
pictures.
that
newspapers and stuff, that was
she didn't even have no, they was arguing that
Yeah.
Kenny. She didn't even have text
Shit,
messages
man.
to show her corroborating back and forth with Robert because she
I
lied
keep
and said she
trying to
was with
tell
Robert in
y'all how this
Africa
works.
when she
no. But
overheard
I'm
Robert.
saying the pictures of that they show of
No, they
her
Those
just
in
are
got they ain't get them.
2010.
freelance. Those are freelance
I want to know,
pictures.
are they from? Did the
Freelance.
prosecutor? Y'all, let me
Well,
ask the question. Did the prosecutor get them from
from
the
her,
news
you saying?
publication, or did she have them
That's an
like
excellent
she
Well,
kept
let
them
me
as
question.
a
say this.
souvenir?
That's an
I don't.
excellent question.
This is the only thing I
Yeah,
am
that's what
gonna
I'm trying to
say.
get it out.
I just read her book. Now she got a picture of her in the book, allegedly in Robert's studio. Then she got another picture in the book,
Man,
allegedly laying in his bed. Then she got another picture in her book, allegedly holding Robert's dog in another part of the studio.
these
So
people, man.
I'm guessing those the pictures that she probably used to give to the prosecutors. But remember when Navarro testified, the guy that used to work, the younger guy that was working as like I forget what they call his position.
Yeah, I know what it was. It's like
He
a
said
gopher.
that
He
he
was a
was the one
gopher.
working there when her and Dominique climbed the fence.
And look how they
And
and look how
Robert
they
wasn't even
discredit him.
there.
Look how they discredit him. Brought up all his past. I tell you, these folks, boy.
Robert wasn't even there, and they climbed the fence, and then they ran underneath the grass and hid all the way in the back of the house.
Look, not only that, Jazz. Look, just pay attention to this. They brought up all of his past and all of his indiscretion in the past. They didn't do that to these witnesses. Just pay attention to this shit. Anybody that was testifying on his behalf, they was gonna dig the dirt up, and not only they was gonna dig it up, it was gonna be allowed. Pay attention. And
Yeah, you
furthermore,
right.
when it go back to her, where was his security? You don't let nobody get that
Well, the
close
security was standing
to the
right next
money
to him.
maker.
June Brown. He's in
Where
the
is
picture.
your security? That
June
woman could have
Brown.
came up there and ran up there and stabbed him
Yeah.
numerous of times before he even knew what was going on. That
Yeah, but
close to him.
June Brown was right
I
there.
said this years ago, and
What
June
nobody
Brown was
background
right
they
there.
had
brought
an
up,
answer.
and I mean, who background they brought up?
That goddamn gopher that was running all them errands.
Or the prosecutor brought that up
Yeah, they brought
Navarro.
it up.
to discredit him?
Huh? Go
No,
look
not
at y'all transcripts. Y'all been
the
reading them for all this
prosecutors
time.
didn't
I ain't read no
no,
damn
not
transcript.
the prosecutors, the defense. The defense brought up how he Robert he was on he had got what's that when you working
Busted
and you
all
get
kind of shit.
the pink slips and all that stuff.
Yeah,
He
and he
had got in
came back with some
trouble
kind of
Oh
vengeance.
yeah, yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
this shit, man. This shit is
and
weird.
he was borrowing Robert's
But can't
cars
nobody
and
answer this. They can't even answer it right now. And I'm posing this question to y'all right now. How many people in this goddamn chat? 146. Where was his security back
He was
then?
JoJo. You keep saying that.
You don't
June Brown
know.
was right there.
How did he allow her to get that close to him?
June Brown
We,
was talking to Robert in the picture where you see
it was
Geronda
numerous of
laughing
pictures. It was
on.
numerous of pictures.
I'm talking about the picture where she's laughing on the side of him, looking
That
at the
wasn't the only
media
one,
camera.
guys. That wasn't the
No,
only one.
no, I'm not saying it's the only one. I'm just saying if you look at that one, June Brown, his security is standing right there, and then there's the big guy standing right in the back.
She shouldn't have
So
been
that's
allowed
why.
to even be that close. Like I
That's why.
said, she would have been hollering from the sideline. We love you. We love you.
Usually
You're not getting 5 feet away from me.
that's how regular artists usually be. When you run up, security be like,
Absolutely.
no. Security be like, no. Excuse me, you can't run up.
And then they conveniently get those pictures of this person that's fast forward to the day.
And usually when you try to do them
Oh
pictures and
man,
stuff,
don't tell me what the hell these
the
people
meat
be
they will take
doing.
them pictures too, and they won't post the pictures either sometimes.
But we fast forward to the day, you got that same individual.
I think Jim Derrigata sent her. I'm sorry.
Oh
Whoever
Lord,
sent her.
not
I don't care
him.
who sent her. It's just weird. That's all I'm gonna say. Because see, when I put these pieces together, they're gonna say I'm a conspiratorial ass person.
No,
No, no,
how
no,
she
no.
get in
That's
that
right in your
courtroom?
face. That's in your face.
The
That's in
female
your
they saying
face.
was a minor is all on pictures on the news, and she got
Yeah,
past the
yeah,
court, and she got
yeah.
in the courtroom. Come on, stop it.
Ain't nobody questioning that. Ain't nobody bringing that into play. Like, well, goddamn, if she fooled him, what about the
Oh, that
enforcement?
ain't nothing. At the trial,
Ah,
they
this
said
is a
she
bunch
had.
of
At
bullshit,
the
man.
trial, they said she had a fake ID. She had a fake work ID. She had a fake birth certificate. When she
Nah,
filed
they ain't
her
fooling me.
report with the lawyers, at first she went under Geronda. Oh man, I forgot the other name. Not Geronda Page. She went under the other name.
You telling me? See, that court should be at fault at this point for allowing a minor to go in there and fool them with a fake ID and watch so-called child pornography.
If
What
that's
the
what they
fuck is
saying,
that?
yeah.
Why ain't nobody even raising no hell about that?
When we raise hell about
How,
that,
but
they
how
don't.
does that? What does that have to do? See, here's the question: how is that relevant to his charges?
How is it not?
How is it relevant? How
Yeah,
is
well,
it
I'm gonna tell you how
relevant?
is it not, because here is what I was trying to explain to Levi, but this is something totally different. All that would have done was created an indictment for somebody else.
Yeah,
That one
okay.
had nothing to do with his
I'm glad you
charges.
said that because I wasn't
Mm-hmm.
gonna go here. I wasn't gonna go here. I'm glad you said that. But since that is being raised, you eliminate her as a whole if they would have done their job properly, right? You don't have those charges because why? She
Okay.
wouldn't have been in there in the first
In that
place.
situation, right?
Oh, okay.
Okay, no, no, no. Let's
Okay.
go here. Now I'm finna take it a
Hold
step
on.
further.
But that's after
No,
the
no,
fact.
no.
So you're saying, hold on, wait a minute. So you're
Yeah,
saying
we finna go
if
there.
they would have been doing their job in the first place,
We wouldn't
they
be here
would
with those charges
she
with
wouldn't
her
have been
alone.
Yeah, she
right.
wouldn't have been at the
So yeah,
courthouse hanging out anyway. Yeah.
Okay,
okay.
now
So
I'm finna
that
go
would
even
be, and
farther.
so again, that would be an indictment or some kind of civil lawsuit for them.
Okay,
And
No, but
she would
he's
not be
saying
in
she
there.
wouldn't.
She
It
would
I
not
wouldn't
ain't
be
even
gonna
on
been.
there.
even. I'm not gonna stop
No,
there.
you're doing that's good. You're doing good because
No, no,
that
no.
makes sense.
It
If
makes a
they
whole lot
would
of
have
sense.
done it, hold on. If they would have done their job at the courthouse,
Uh,
what assuming that their rules and regulations are as such that she would have been
this
prohibited
is
of
what I
getting
mean by
getting
the
in there.
system. This is what I mean by the
Yeah,
system. I'm not. I'm
yeah,
not done though. Since
she
we want to
wouldn't.
bring it.
That would be
Okay,
one
go ahead.
down. I get it. That'd have been one down, and
Okay.
boy, so that's right. Go
That would
ahead.
have really been two
Yeah.
down. Well,
Okay. No,
Dominique
no,
not
no.
in the
Wait.
case.
Well, I ain't done. I'm just getting started.
Now Dominique wasn't a part of the case.
That's why I
So
said
yeah,
Dominique
yeah.
not a part of the case, but her mother did speak
I
on
think that's
surviving
an
R.
act
Kelly.
of God to tell me to shut the fuck up.
Dominique mom did do that fake.
Mm-mm.
Dominique mom did, Angie. Dominique mom
I'm gonna
did do
leave
that
that
fake
alone.
acting. That fake acting, acting like she was rescuing her daughter from that hotel on
Eh,
Lifetime, and that was a
Yeah.
whole lie.
God is good.
Okay, JoJo, shoot. What's the next one?
No, God is good. I run the red
JoJo, this
light, but
ain't you might delivering an Easter speech and you done
God is
forgot what you was
good.
gonna
I run the
say,
red light, but I read the
and then
street
your
sign.
parents
No,
go
no,
up
no.
there
I
and say
read the
God is
street
good.
sign.
Just say
I
God is
read the
good in
street sign. Yes, I'm not gonna. I'm just chill. I'm gonna just chill. Just give me
Boo.
my will to grow. I'm gonna chill.
Boo, JoJo.
And it's the
No,
same
don't boo
thing with
me.
to me with the Azriel situation when they saying the hotel thing happened. If you saying she turned 18 in these next 90 days, if this situation supposed to have happened at the hotel where they think that she was in there doing this and all this with him, why would her mom drive her to see this man at 11 o'clock at night after that? And why would they still pushing her to go around him if they claiming that this situation happened at that hotel?
Mm.
That part I
Well, you
cannot
know
get
what?
over.
Now you make some sense there because if I done dashed out just say I'm found out that my child at the hotel doing the audition. And this is the account I heard. I've only heard one. I've heard there's been several accounts given. I am not no fan of this case, so I'm just remember what I heard. So and I heard him say that they left the job or whatever to go to the hotel and get find her or whatever. That right there should have been it.
That's what I'm saying. What was the
Now
reason?
that makes sense. That makes sense.
So
Ain't no
that's
go
where
back.
the parents had another agenda after that. Because they thought they was gonna catch him in the act doing something. And I believe that they was gonna try to get him locked up right then and there if they felt like they was gonna catch something, but because they didn't, they wanted to try again. So this is why they kept furthering their agenda. Because they claim in the that he touched her butt in that hotel. She claimed he made her ride him and all this stuff happened in there. He ran out the back door.
Well, you got the daddy saying,
But
he
Azriel
came up there and the
testified,
man ran out the back door. I mean, come
as
on, it's a lot of
Azriel
conflicting ass
Azriel
bullshit, man. It's just
testified, and she
bullshit,
told
man.
on her parents that they lied. They knew she was there.
Shit.
Because
I
when
mean,
Azriel kept saying, when they asked, well, how did you know what hotel she was at? Oh, I just know people on the streets. People let me know. First of all, artists as big as R. Kelly, they don't go in a hotel under their name. They go under other names to avoid fans, groupies, or security reasons. So it's no way that somebody off the street told you, oh yeah, R. Kelly staying at such and such, and it's the room number. So when Azriel said and understand that they knew that she was going there, I knew she had to been telling the truth about that, because how would they knew the room number and everything if she supposed to
it's right
snuck
there.
off?
It's right there in your face, people. Whether you want to believe it or not, and say he's guilty, you are entitled to your feelings. But when you tell yourself the truth, you know this is a kangaroo court that convicted him,
And Faith Rogers,
and
her
it's a
story
bunch
is
of bullshit.
inconsistent at the trial, because
And furthermore, go ahead.
she said at the trial that he supposed to threaten her with the gun and told her that that day he wanted to have sex with her. She couldn't go nowhere. But then she tells on the stand that then they had sex again in Texas. And
I
Kenneth
think
is
she
like,
said she was intimidated by the gun being there. I don't think she
yeah,
said he
but
threatened him.
Kenneth
Yeah.
said
Man, this woman's
after
from Houston. She
wait a
ain't
minute, this is
intimidated by
too
no
funny. Wait, let me
goddamn
say this
gun.
part. Please let me get this out. He said, well, if you was intimidated, this man supposed to had a gun there, whatever. Why would you go back to be with him again in Texas? You know what she said? Oh, that time everything was good.
You
What?
see, that's what I keep trying to say.
Hold on, I like Faith.
It's not
You
about
like
liking her or
her,
not.
God
It's
damn it,
about the
shit.
facts.
What?
Are you
I
serious?
like
It's not
everybody.
about if you like her or not.
I
It's the
know that. I'm
facts.
just saying I was actually making a joke, but I like
Uh,
everybody. Now I
because
don't
to
Man,
think
this,
me,
competition.
you know what, that's what I was saying. It's like you could see these things and they go unregistered to you because you dealing with emotions.
emotions, yeah.
I'm not the emotion.
No,
First of
not
all, that
you. I'm
was
not talking about you. I'm not
okay.
talking about you.
Well,
Don't
let
get
me
your
go to
panties in a bunch. I'm talking in
I
general.
ain't got no goddamn panties in a bunch.
I said, don't get them in there.
Mm.
But like I was saying,
Don't get your
when
panties in the butt, huh?
is well, let them tell it. You got on depends. Don't get them in a bunch. Okay, moving right along. I know different, but anyway,
I don't ran my ass up the damn the kitchen. What you said, smart?
I ain't
What you
said
said?
shit because you ain't gonna like what I just said. But anyway, moving
What you
right
said?
along.
What you
I ain't
said?
said shit. I ain't said
What you said?
shit.
Because you know I can play it back, don't you?
He
Yeah,
said,
yeah.
"Don't
That's
get
when you're
your
gonna have to
panties in a
catch the
bunch."
replay. I said, don't get your panties in a bunch, but let them tell it. You got the pins on. And I know better than
Oh,
that. So anyway.
oh, shit! Hey, I can't walk, move, whatever. Hell, I don't ran my
Yeah.
ass. Whew,
Wait, they
Yeah,
said
but
goddamn.
what?
it's crazy, man. I keep telling y'all, man. With people, a lot of people just deal with things on an emotional straw,
Right.
and they don't look at these things and follow logic.
That's why I don't follow
Logically
nobody.
speaking, I
I
mean, I
go
go
to
back
work.
to those basics. How did that young lady get that closer? And they captivate those pictures the way they captivated them.
No other fans.
No other fans, and you know how many fans is out there?
Yeah, yeah.
What the
And it's
fuck
like,
is this
I want to know
about?
and
where they
wait,
got their
JoJo,
pictures from.
you know what's
I
funny,
want to know where they
JoJo?
got them. That's a good
You just
question.
made me think about something, JoJo. Not even just they captivated, they got her on 3 different days
I
with three
said
different
that.
outfits.
I said it. I said this about 2 years ago. You know what? They damn near cursed me out. No, I say, okay, go back and look at it.
Really? They
Yep.
got 3 different days on three
I
different
Yeah.
said
outfits.
it. I
It's all
said
different
this.
outfits. Yeah.
Yes, I said this. I said, wait a minute. What the fuck is this shit about? Fast
Like
forward
they was
today, and here she is in the mix of all of this bullshit. These people don't get you the day they want you. They sit back and wait. I keep saying this shit to y'all. And I'm not talking about no one in particular here. I'm just saying in general. You're dealing with something way bigger than what you're looking at.
Mhm.
And we just people looking at shit from a surface level. And he go with his conspiracy. Don't worry about it. That's why I don't talk about it no more. Shit. Walk
And the
on and
one
be
the one that
sheets.
really got me is
Continue
the
being
one
sheets.
the one that really got me is the one where she got the white pants on and the white boots and she just standing out there on the corner.
And they
How they get
captivating
that
these
close
pictures.
to get that? That's what I said, like a
I
good
keep
angle and
saying,
everything.
man, look up
Mm.
maturian.
Mhm.
Look up the word maturian.
You and
Yeah.
Levi with the damn material. What's
Oh,
good
he
with it,
got.
Lavelle? See?
You know what? That's
See?
that's interesting. You
Hey,
bring that
love
up.
affair.
Yeah, they're maturing candidates. Look it up. I ain't making this shit up. These people don't plan for today or tomorrow. They plan 10 years ahead. You ain't gotta believe me. It's right there in your face. They've been doing it to you
Set
and
your ass up.
everybody in this entertainment industry for years.
Because you know what, JoJo? The girlfriend that was with her, that went with her to the court, they ain't got no pictures of her, just that one.
Just that one.
And remember, she said when she got offered to go back to the party, and they said, they want R. Kelly said it needed ID and everything. And she said she know it was a bunch of women in there, and she said she didn't want to do what he wanted to do, so she took her ass home. Similar as
Yeah.
that. Like,
And you
I,
know what? He had a bunch of jive ass niggas around him too. I have to admit that too.
oh yeah, we know that.
I mean, these cats you had around, man.
But you see
Shit,
how
man.
simple that young lady said, I ain't want to, be at that party. I'm not in the threesome, none of that. So I went home. That's it. And she said when she seen Geronda 6 years later and seen her on the TV talking about she was suing him, she was like, oh no, this gotta be a lie because I was with her. Ain't no way this man did
The
this.
information is out there if they want it.
Yeah,
It's
it
out there.
is. It's out there.
Just like the goddamn hair braider. This shit,
Oh
man.
yeah,
You
please don't
can't
bring
make
that
this shit up, man.
up.
You on stage making jokes about sucking dick.
Suck it.
What the fuck is you talking about? Somebody force goddamn, with all due
No,
respect.
that one was
Anybody gotta
crazy.
force you to do shit.
That was crazy,
You'll
man.
do this shit for free. But you
Yeah,
said you like doing it.
yeah,
Get
yeah,
out of here. But all of a sudden, somebody force you and you keep a shirt for 20 years. Get the fuck out of
yeah,
here. Where they do this shit at? Use your
yeah.
goddamn common sense, people. Use your common sense. You ain't got to be no goddamn brain surgeon to understand how this shit works. But if you put emotions in front of it, you are done.
But guess what? I just was looking at the other day, right? I was listening to Biggie's song. This is not off the topic. It's a little bit in the topic, but remember, "Ready to Die" album. So I
Yeah.
was
Right,
listening
right,
to
right.
his "Nasty Girl" song. What was it? "Nasty Freak" or "Nasty Bitch"? One of them. And I'm listening to the intro. I didn't never notice he said that, yo, I've been with a lot of freaks in my life, but this one freak John I went to see, and when I got there, he like, she was like, I'm a freak. He was like, all right, what up? I'm a freak too. I did a lot of stuff. What's up? And she was like, she said, no, I want you to shit on me.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember that.
Oh wow.
That's a
I
line.
never,
That's a
but
line
what
Biggie
made
said.
me
Yeah.
think about that is because remember the girl that tried to get what is her name? The one that tried to get Trey Songz and the other football player from New York. That's what she claimed, that the guy from New
Yeah.
York was trying to pay
Odell
her.
Beckham. Odell
Yeah, the
Beckham.
shit. So when they come out with these shitting stories, I think that's all from everybody putting out the shitting stories.
Yeah, this man. Look, I ain't gonna even say that.
It's all media manipulation.
It's crazy, man. It's crazy. This shit these people be doing. Mm-mm.
Well, you heard Robert say on the song, he said the radio ears ain't ready for me to
It's too
tell
much
y'all
for
what
the
these
radio
women.
station. It is too
Yeah.
much.
hmm
That story, the comedian, the little short guy
Kevin Hart,
with the perm.
Cat Williams.
That shit he said.
Oh, the new one, World War
I
Three.
can only contest to it because I seen it.
World War Three, the new one.
No, when he said he was invited up in them hills in California. I've been in them hills in California, and the shit they do. I mean, get me the fuck out of here.
Mm.
Yeah, that's his real shit.
He light me.
I ain't making this shit up, and I know he wasn't making it up.
Let me tell you,
We got some people out here that shoot freak stuff.
I ain't never got down and dirty with nobody in that goddamn entertainment industry. And shit, let me see. I've been around since since I was 12. So of course I wasn't doing no goddamn 12 years old now. But what I'm saying is, listen, it's all, I don't know what they be doing, whatever, but I never put myself in that type of, and I wasn't in nobody's room or none of that.
No, it's
None.
like
I'm not
this. You get invited to a party, Andrew. You
yeah.
don't know what the hell going on. You just you going into a party. It's just a party. You don't know how these people get down, and this is the you go to these parties. It's in Hollywood in the hills. You go in these parties. It is a lot of shit going on for
Yeah.
Oh,
me
I
not to
didn't
say
hear you
everything.
say Hollywood Hills. Oh yeah, that's freaking elite.
I'm
Yeah.
telling you,
Yeah,
I'm
I don't
not
know
making
about
this
no
shit up.
Hollywood Hills,
I
Oh
told
but
this
yeah, it
story a
let me
goes
tell
couple
you
of
down.
something.
times.
Them
It
It's the
goes
goddamn
same
down.
ass
hotel
shit.
lobbies. them hotel
That's where
lobbies
JoJo, that's where the
behind in those
female that was trying to
concerts.
blame, the one that was trying to blame Chris Brown, the one that was asking him for the ecstasy pills. That's where the party was
Ooh, girl, don't say it like that.
Yeah,
Don't say it like
them
Brown.
hills, them hills.
That's
She
where
need
the
that
Hey,
party
strength.
was at. That she was at. She tried to
man,
say he tried to drug her,
some
but
real
he
shit,
put out
man.
the text messages
Old line groupie. Where was the
lying.
parents? Oh, group
She
asshole.
was
Waiting on
asking for
lifetime check.
she was asking for ecstasy.
No, it's weird. It's some weird shit. That's why they call it Hollywood. It's some weird shit goes on.
I ain't never. And let me tell you, when I was doing, remember JoJo, we was me and you and Sandra and my daughter was on that phone talking about when I was doing the damn race car shit, when I was one of the race car girls.
Mm-hmm.
And let me tell you something, them helpers be out there batting their goddamn eyes and shit like that with the half of their ass falling out the bottom of their goddamn cheeks and shit like that. I'm there for a coin. I'm there for money. And I'm in my goddamn, at that time, I'm in my goddamn 40s, the last time I did it. I'm not out there paying a whole hop around with the goddamn people in the pit and all. They're just hoes. So I know it's an element of, and I'm gonna try to tell you because I've never been a person that flirt. I told y'all 3 times that I flirted, and when people said, "Child, that's not no flirt," to me that was flirtation to me. But those women, they flirt, they throw themselves on them men, they sit on them men, whatever. I was told, don't you sit on no man's lap. Don't you do this, don't you do that, whatever. Don't do that shit. That's not proper. You know? And them goddamn women, honey, shit. They be trying to get it. They be trying to get with anybody. And here's another thing. They will get with members of the crew to get to the goddamn driver.
That's
They'll
how it
go
works.
through them.
That's how it works.
That is crazy. I'm like, you gonna hold with the crew member, and then you gonna get to the guy, and you gonna hold with the driver too? What kind of shit is this here?
It's crazy, man. I mean, these people. I don't
Mm-mm.
know if that's what I was saying. Like I know you was well traveled. It's certain things you could pick up on people and understand it. So it's like when people was running around here telling that goddamn story about Rob with the mace shit. I told you that story. Didn't I tell you that story?
With right with the who?
When Rob got maced in New
Oh
York.
yeah. You
I
did.
told you that story. The whole
Yeah,
backdrop.
yeah, I
Right.
was there for
So I
that.
mean, as I keep trying to tell these people that don't know, this when you this media tell you some shit, and it wasn't even social media out back then.
No, we just had the radio
You
stations
just
and
had what
radio,
they were saying. I got the whole backdrop, and it's not no
because we was
bullshit.
at
This
that
is real
concert.
shit. It was real shit.
The only people that had that was right after Rob went to the hospital. He went to Angie Martinez. That's the only ones who
Mm-hmm.
had their interview. And then remember Jay-Z went to talk to the radio station
Yeah,
at
they was
that.
there.
Just
Hmm.
guys, I
That's
got
how we used to
shit
connect, or
way
you used to see a
behind
person.
that. That's what I'm saying.
We had
Yeah.
Nextels.
It's
Yeah,
a
he got
story
the
behind it.
story behind
I
that.
got the story. I'm not even gonna tell it because it ain't
Yeah,
none of these people business.
Well,
yeah.
I'm heavy in New
I
York, so
ain't
you
doing
gotta
it.
tell
I'm
me.
not even doing it. I'm not. See, this took place outside of New York. I
Uh,
didn't know what the hell I'm talking about. I ain't
Yeah.
getting into that shit with these people. No, one day, one day.
He
well, I
said he
already know
liked
that that
somebody with
was.
well traveled.
You can already tell that that wasn't. You know,
Anyway,
didn't
and I
make no
say
Mm-hmm.
sense.
and I say that to say this: these people will tell y'all anything, and y'all believe what they say.
Well, do you see how Jay-Z tried to mix that story up? And then when Robert went and gave his take on the story, the whole story was totally different. Oh, he just jealous because the people was loving me more, and
Yeah, of course.
he was
No,
just
no,
jealous
no.
because New York was that. You see how Jay-Z tried to mix that story up?
Nah, man. It's crazy. It's crazy. And I
Oh,
guarantee
Robert
you,
said this, man. I seen them
nobody
before
can
the
dispute
crowd.
this shit. if I drop it? Nobody.
He said all I
Nobody.
seen was two people in the crowd, man. Looked like they was pulling something out their pocket or guns or something. I got my family down here. That was crazy, man.
That's just a backdrop. I'm gonna leave that alone. But anyway, moving right along. I keep asking, where was the nigga security when that woman got that close to him to get those kind of pictures from a celebrity like him? That's all I'm asking. Cause nobody
Oh,
ever
you know what I want to
answered that
know?
shit.
Who was the actual media that took the pictures first?
That's what I was asking and a
That's
long
what I
time ago.
said. That's what
That's
she
what I
was
was trying to
asking.
figure
Because you
out.
know so many
Did the
different medias
prosecutor?
got the pictures, but who actually copyrighted them? That's the first people that took the picture.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta
Nobody
find
ain't
it out.
catching this shit and picking this up. Nobody, because that is bigger. I keep telling people it's bigger. Oh, he's a conspiratorial ass speaker. No, that ain't what I'm. I just know how this shit works.
Cause I remember it was in the paper too, though.
And they made it prevalent that picture, and they also stated a fan. Well, wait a minute. God damn. Think, people. Just think. They making this prevalent, and now look how prevalent it is.
Well, maybe.
2022.
Well, hold on. We also got to think maybe there are some other photos, some other fans, but it's just
No,
not.
Angie, it's not. It's
Come on
really not.
now. Come
It's
on
because I
now.
Well,
got
I'm
the
just
four.
saying. I'm saying, but maybe
It may be. It may
it's.
be. It may be.
Oh
It
God,
may
Well,
damn!
be.
I'm
I
gonna
got
get
the
any word
newspapers
out.
from then, and it's not. It's only one other female, and then on the interview that the media did is the one where the lady like, R. Kelly is fucking innocent. He ain't do this. Da, 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 da. They took the camera off her fast as heck, and they didn't do no more interviews with nobody else.
It may be. And to her argument, it may be. But what I'm saying, see, because you're dismissing
I'm
the
not
main
dismissing
question.
nothing. I done already.
How
What you want me
does
to
a
do?
fan get that close to a mega superstar
And my thing
and
is,
I
not
then
don't know.
be
only,
this relevant
and Angie, if
in
you want to say
today's?
that, why the next 2 days they didn't get like different fan pictures? They went after her again. The same person. She got three
But
different
that's what
outfits
I'm
on.
saying. Maybe there are other pictures, and the reason why we haven't seen them is because those other people, isn't relevant.
No,
Those
it
pictures
wasn't
take pictures
none.
of
Even
her
they put her
because
on the
she's in the
front.
case.
No, they even put her on the front of the newspaper in 2008. She's the one that
Right.
they put on the
Oh.
front of the article.
Not no other fan.
Nope.
Oh wow, that's crazy.
3 different days. And
Coincidence?
one
I don't
picture
think
they
so.
got of her, she ain't even looking at the camera. She just standing there on the corner, I guess waiting for court to start. And they even got her on that angle.
Yeah, what made her go pick her out of all of his fans, pick her to put her on the front page?
And remember this, Angie, she took
Mhm.
an hour and a half to 2 hours to get there. She says
Oh
that
wow.
in the book and everything. That they traveled, and she was with the other girl.
Your
They ain't
channel
got
gonna
three
be a
pictures.
conspiracy channel tomorrow, Andrew. I'm just
They ain't
letting you
got
know.
Mhm.
three. They ain't got three pictures of the girl that did the interview with Dr. Rice that was with her. They only got the one picture with her in the newspaper with Geronda.
But here's the thing about conspiracies, right? And because I used to have my students work them in my class, right? I make them because I like to work cases and stuff like that from back to forth, so I can make sure I get everything included and then work them from to the end, right? So the thing about conspiracies, and you do have some people that come in with conspiracies, so I just make sure they work the all the angles, right? Because a lot of times, what I found with conspiracies is that people just want to work them to a certain point that fits their narrative of what they're thinking, not to add in the pieces that would one dispute their theory or two take the conspiracy out to a more factual basis, not just stop it right there. Okay, I want to know, just say in this situation, in which this is a good one, right? This is a pretty good conspiracy, because you got y'all saying the girl was there 3 different days, 3 different outfits. All right, we don't know if there's any other pictures of any other fans, but we do know that she's all over the place. And then she happened to her, the ending with her, she ends up in the case, which is the finale. So that's a pretty good conspiracy to work on. That one is. There's
And
some other ones I've heard that
not only
don't go
that, she's
nowhere.
underage. She was used as
And
an
underage.
underage.
Mm-hmm.
And you got the narrative that he deal with underage women.
Mm-hmm.
It's right in your
Yeah.
face.
Yeah.
And then
And
Mm-hmm.
you
when
have
she
to
first,
deal with these people on how they play games.
and then when I just was reading her book, I didn't even know that she was already going to the concert before she went to the trial, because she said she was in a fan club on MySpace. So you know how they got the fan clubs on Facebook now, and some got channels on YouTube or whatever of R. Kelly.
Mm-hmm.
Well, she's saying back then that's how she met Dominique. They all was in the R. Kelly fan club on MySpace, because back then we had MySpace, remember? So they was going back and forth to the concerts, and then she wound up, I guess going to the trial. But I'm trying to figure out, why would a 14-year-old be going to a R. Kelly's concert? That don't sit right with me. I'm just
Well,
not.
wait a minute, because I went to a Prince concert.
Well, wait a
But
minute.
did you
Uh,
go
How
there?
would a 14-year-old be allowed in a
Thank you,
R. Kelly
JoJo.
concert
Thank you.
without
Thank
Baby,
parental
I was in middle
guidance?
school.
That was
I
next.
wasn't 14, and I was at a Prince concert on the
Either she
front
had a
row.
fake ID, or
I didn't
the
have none of that. They ain't
concert
asked for none.
the concert wasn't doing their job and wasn't
Well,
calling people.
that's what I'm saying. This system is all fucking corrupted. Because if you're at a
Right,
R. Kelly
Lavelle.
concert, it's 18 and above automatically.
Yep,
Automatically. So I'm
the
going back
people
to the
who
system
running.
Apparently,
alone. The
people under
system
18.
alone failed
I have
us.
never been to a concert and they asked me my for ID. I've never been to
You
one.
usually, when you cop the tickets, they ask you. When I
Mm,
started going to concerts, we were
mm,
17. They would
Well,
ask
see,
us
you
for
got to
our
realize
ID
the
with the
people that
tickets.
the people that's working that concession to let you in, they just that's what I mean by the system failed the whole process.
Right.
If they allowed you in, the system failed right there.
Yep, because usually
It
mm.
they
ain't
sell
his goddamn
alcohol.
responsibility to go, oh, I got to go check
Yeah, right.
5,000, 10,000 fans or
Right.
20,000, 30,000 fans that's coming in
Right.
this door. Are you
Right.
serious?
Right. You're right.
The
You're right.
system failed alone.
Yeah.
So if
Because
we
usually
got
they
to start
sell.
this all the way back.
Yeah, because usually they sell alcohol. So you mean to tell me a
Yes.
14-year-old can get, and they selling alcohol, so she get
Ah, man.
drunk or something happened, then they be ready, the
Man.
parents ready to sue and everything else, but she
This is
shouldn't
what
even
I'm
be there.
saying. This is
But
what
the
I mean
stadiums
by
sell
the
alcohol too. The stadium sell, but in there you got the card when you buy
No,
alcohol.
because I looked up the black pennies. I researched all that. You had to be 18 and over there, or accompanied with an adult, because they were selling alcohol.
So when I say the
Honey, let me
system,
tell you.
this is what I mean. It's an
Let me
example
tell
of it
you.
right there.
Let me tell you all the people under 18 and under. Let me tell you all the people I've been by. Been with, not like with hunky, but with, like, okay. 18, that was Ice-T. All right. I've been with Houdini. I've been with New Edition. Let me see who did Edition, who did Ice-T. Okay, you can't count the 69 boys because that's fam. Can't count none of them, because that's fam. So I won't count none of them. But yeah, so 18 and let me see anybody else. And when I say around, I mean around. Okay, under 18. So
Yeah, but see that you got an advantage. You knew these people, so that gives you an upper advantage.
no, I knew the whole the Florida set, the 69 bar, all them people. No, but I didn't know no goddamn Ice-T.
Oh,
I ain't know the
okay,
New
okay.
Edition. I ain't know no motherfucking Houdini. I ain't know them niggas.
I thought
What
you.
you
It
talking
was like I
about?
no 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 no. What I was saying is like I thought you knew somebody that knew them and got you in. You know what
Uh-uh,
I'm saying?
uh-uh, 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 I was
Well,
just
that lets
one
you
of
see how
the
this
people.
shit work. How did you get
Yes.
in? Okay, let me ask you this: how did you get in?
Walked right on in with my
See?
friends. I was a baby, and my other friends was maybe like 2 years older than me at the most. We were all under 18 though.
Yeah, so
Now with
that's what
Ice T,
that
I
was.
was 18 and they were like 19 and 20, but the rest of them, no.
So
With
that's
Houdini,
crazy
see Houdini,
because
I was 14 or 15 with Houdini.
that's crazy
Um,
because the promoters and
ain't that
the
crazy?
actual the building that's running the the concert, they should have been the ones making sure that everybody had ID because the artists shouldn't have to, like JoJo said, come and check to make sure everybody there because they be having a VIP party. So you mean to tell me like what's her name? One of the alleged victims from Chicago. That's what she claimed. That she met Robert at the VIP party. And she
And
went to
then
the
go
back
ahead.
and all that. So I'm pretty sure he wasn't expecting her to be 17. What the hell are
And
you
when
doing
we
in a VIP
look here,
party?
and when my friend learned how to drive when she was 16 and I was 15, oh hell no. The hotels, what? We got in we well I got I well okay I was the pretty girl pick. I'm not saying that's what I am. I was the pretty girl pick. I was the one that had I got to do, like if we were at the concert I got to do all the fainting. If we at the hotel or whatever, I got to do all the walking by and all of that. And then once I get in, I say, hey, I got my friends with me and they come on too. We ran that scam. I don't know how for how long. It worked every
Well, see,
time.
I get it. That's what I'm saying. I get that. And see, at the hotel, that's a whole different environment. I'm
Right.
talking about these venues.
The venues
Yeah, the
too. That's what I'm saying.
venues.
We
They
was at
can
the
be
venues.
and
We
it
was at
should
the
be a way
venue.
that the artists can be able to
Yeah.
sue because once you sign them contracts and all that saying that you're gonna come and perform and all that, you expect all that stuff to be taken care of by the venue and the party promoters. So
And
with
then
Mm-mm.
these
and we looking at somebody able to sneak in a court proceeding and watch
Right.
so-called child pornography. That I question that because,
that's why I don't believe it's child pornography
like
because
I said
even
before, it's on
too many people
Pornhub,
watching it, but it's supposed to be child
and
pornography.
they
Don't make
still got it
sense.
available for viewing on Pornhub.
Do
So
y'all remember in
shit.
2008 when Robert's old lawyer said at the trial, you know how some women do like them porn videos and they dress up like Barbies or cheerleaders
Right.
and stuff. That's what he was saying in the 2008 trial that
Role
this
play.
woman in that video was not no minor. That was a woman.
That girl that woman that went to the grand jury looked like in the state and the federal saying she was, and that was the basketball coach and all that stuff. All them people came out to
I
court.
know,
I
but
mean,
this is why
you'll
he
see what
was
happened. I don't
acquitted.
know.
That's why he was acquitted because the defense did a good job of showing that the guy in the video didn't even have the same marks on his body that Robert has.
But
He
he,
went down the
he's on.
birth marks.
He's got hit for obstruction with that trial though.
Yeah,
So
but he's not. He didn't. When I'm talking about then, though, I'm not talking about things that took place. I'm talking about back then. They couldn't identify the female, and they didn't call her to testify. They claimed because they knew she was going, say it wasn't her in the video. But what I'm saying is, y'all never seen porn where grown women do foreplay.
Well, it's not so much of that. It's role
I
play.
ain't
They
seen
do
that.
role play.
Foreplay, role play, all
Role
of it.
play.
But I'm
Yeah,
saying
I
with
do.
his
Well,
lawyer,
you do role play, but mine over eight.
but when his lawyer was
I'm telling
stating,
you.
that's how he got acquitted because
Right,
the jury would have reasonable doubt that that wasn't no minor.
right. But
That
she didn't
woman, the
testify.
person in the video, whether people want to believe it or not, that was not no 14-year-old doing them sexual acts.
Well, she
That
said it was
person
her
was
now.
doing more events than me and probably other grown people.
Right. But she said, but she's saying, but now she's saying it's her. So that's a whole nother
Where you
situation
see
right
now
there.
she's saying it's her.
An indictment.
It say that they testified to the grand jury, but it doesn't say that she said, yes, that's me in the video, because her lawyer also came out and said that they never said that they was paid off, and that they never was saying that what's his name? I forget his channel. Him and his wife. He broke it down real good.
Saying the same.
Yeah. When he put
I
all the
missed
facts
them.
down from the lawyer saying that his clients never said that it was her in the video, never said that they was paid money, never said that she went away to a different country during the trial. And I just put out facts the other day. I don't know how many R. Kelly real supporters really got his albums and CDs, but I had to go through some stuff and I pulled out something from one of the back of his TP2 album. And I remember usually every album he signatures his fans on the back of it, and he shouts out all his people. When I say all his people, his cousins, his family, people he went to school with, he shouts out everybody. And I remember a couple of his album, he shouts out Rashonda as my goddaughter.
So let me ask you this though. Let me ask you this. Hold on for a minute. Let me ask you this. Right.
You mean to tell me this man going to shout out my goddaughter? You got Drea screaming my goddaughter for years. Why Drea ain't never come forward to talk about this alleged video when she knows who Rashonda is?
But let me ask you this. So what would you think the prosecutors would charge him with obstruction and have all these he have co-defendants with regards to that obstruction, with regards to minor one? What do you think? Do you think it's just a tape? That tape?
Well, Nicole
that tape
said
don't prove obstruction. In order for somebody to talk about some obstruction,
no, I read it. They saying
wait a minute. In order for somebody to start talking about obstruction, now we don't move out of area of the 2008 case. Okay, fine. Now you're talking about obstruction of the 2008 case. Now, so that's going to be more than a tape. That's somebody.
No, they saying the check.
Hold on, wait a minute. Just wait a minute. That's somebody confirming that some other transactions took place.
I just said that
will create the umbrella of instruction. So that's more than a tape. That's somebody talking. That's somebody saying this.
Well, they didn't say talking.
Trying evidence of that allegedly, because
they said they found checks. They found checks that McDavid had written out to Greg Lanfair and to her, and one of them said for settlement, and it was another check that was.
You have to add in all those parts. You have to add in the whole thing, because we 20. Well, I'm going to 2019 now, so that fills out that umbrella of obstruction. It's more than a girl and a tape now, and R. Kelly. It's more than that now.
It's because
it's some financial transaction.
That's what I just said. If you read the indictment, they say that they have
but
checks
you're still talking about 2008. What happened?
No, I wasn't. I said from the beginning why he was acquitted in 2008. And what I'm saying is all these people know that this man been calling this female his goddaughter. Even the ex-wife had her watching the kids. She was staying over there with Drea. Why did not Drea come forward? You mean to tell me Drea ain't never watched that tape? Drea was supporting this man during the 2008 trial. So you mean to tell me if that was Rashonda, the same one she's calling her goddaughter, she went to support her husband at this trial, so she had to see this tape. She ain't noticed if that was Rashonda or not? This ex-wife ain't never speak on it.
You have no argument with me about that. That's
no, I'm not arguing with you about it. I'm just stating my opinion.
No, I'm just saying, you have no argument with me about that, because that's a good point. You make a good point. Why she never say nothing? You know?
She never speaks about Rashonda, ever. She know who she is. And when I looked inside his album, on the back of him, He shouts out his family. He shouts out, of course, his children. And right after that line, they say, and shout out to my goddaughter, Rashonda. Shout out to my brother, Greg Lanfair. And he shouts out her mother. And this is on several different albums. TP2, The Double Up. Like, make that make sense to me. And then her father worked for him for 10 years after the tape.
Yeah, it's strange shit. Strange.
So it made people say, huh, and this is why people like, so even if she tries to turn around and say, okay, yeah, this me. It's like, is you lying now, or was you lying then, or you lying now? Which one is it?
Now, and keep in mind, because they have a way, several ways. I'm not saying this is what happened, but they have several ways in making you testify. So I can't, I'm not going to say, and I kind of think not everybody wanted to testify or be a part of whatever's going on. So, but in those cases, when they got, they got just about everything they need, and you would be the icing on the cake, they got a way of making you be compelled to testify.
So if they were so for sure this was her, why was she able to have a decision not to testify in the 2008 case?
I don't know the nature of surrounding that. Why?
No,
Why
I'm
did,
saying
why
if
did
the
they
courts
say,
can subpoena you and all this stuff, and prosecutors, why didn't they subpoena her in the 2008 case then? If they were so for sure that they knew, and all these people testified it was her, all these different people, oh, it's her, it's her, it's her. Why didn't they subpoena her to testify? Why didn't they subpoena Aaliyah's mom for the New York case to corroborate the stories they saying about her daughter when her mom is saying it's a lie? Like, all that stuff is very confusing to me.
the thing about with the mom, she wasn't even needed, right? The mom isn't even, because the charge has nothing. The charge isn't him marrying Aaliyah. That's not the charge. The charge is the bribery, and so the
Right.
mom would not be relevant to that part of the case. Her testimony wouldn't be relevant, and I'm pretty sure that the defense, it don't matter which one of them, they would have objected to that just straight up off the rip. So she's not needed for that. But back to Rashonda, you know what? And this is what's surprising. I don't know if at the last minute they found out that they didn't have her or whatever, because normally with cases like domestic violence and sexual abuse and stuff like that, they love to have the actual
people, right?
accuser, yeah,
Yeah.
because that's just, you know. But maybe they thought that, I don't know if that was
I was
another
told that
grand
the
jury
reason that
indictment or not. But
I was told the reason that they didn't call her to testify because they knew she was claiming it wasn't her.
oh, that could be it. That could be it. And putting her on the stand would have probably hurt their case. Now that you say that, now it makes sense. See, when y'all feed me additional information, then I can kind of come up with something. Yeah, if putting her on the stand, if she would say, "No, that ain't me," that would have probably hurt the case.
I have a video on my
Oh,
channel,
that,
but
that would have hurt the case. Now would have most
it's a
likely.
year and a half old. But I got the video from the actual. It was a news conference, and it was a prosecutor and a defense attorney speaking about the 2008 case, and the defense attorney was saying that that's by the prosecutors not having her, that was the whole case. So that was more of a reason why it created reasonable doubt, because it's like, okay, you saying you got this tape, but you don't have the person that you're alleging that's supposed to be in this tape. So they explained that too on a video I have on my channel.
Right.
But and
Wow.
then the mother said, remember, the mom said it wasn't her, and the father. So some
Yeah.
people saying it was her, but then it was some people, the defense attorney said, that was saying it wasn't her. But I was just saying the ex-wife, Drea,
Mhm.
supported him She supported him after the Aaliyah allegations. She supported him with the tape, and was at the trial with him and everything. So you know what this female looks like. She was in your house. This was your goddaughter. She was watching your kids. The two twins said they used to pick Rashonda up from school, drop her back off at Robert's house with Drea. Like it was a whole family affair. So I'm confused too of the prosecutor's question. Well, I don't know because we ain't at the Chicago trial yet, but is they questioning Drea because wouldn't she know who Rashonda is? I'm not like it just all seems, and this to me is why it creates it's so much inconsistencies that this is why I stand firm with Robert because it's like it don't make sense. And then when you look at people trying to get book deals, and then when you see a lot of these females don't really have careers and they only use this man's name for money and fame, and it's like none of them tries to have a career on their own or going down their own lane. Every time they come to surface or come to the media, is always R. Kelly's tied to them. Like usually, I'm not saying how a victim should roll or how they should do, but victims that I know, they try to separate themselves from that person, period. Like they don't want no memories around, they don't want none of that, and they try to move on, with their life without having nothing, to bring the abuser up. So it's just like to see them always tying themselves to him and bringing out books and to keep talking about him and this and that. And then what really messed me up was in 2015 all these women was at his birthday party.
Yeah,
All
I
of
was
them.
talking to Jojo. Remember, I was we was on the phone one night and we was talking. I said, "What? This person at the birthday
Oh,
party?
I'm
Remember that,
sorry. That
Right.
was
Jojo? Remember?"
2018.
I was like, "Yeah." I was like, "What the hell was that? That was some months back." I said, "What? All these people at the birthday party? What kind of crazy shit is
But if you
this?"
look at it, the narrative they put they was hostages and they couldn't get out, they couldn't do this. This shit is just
Man,
weird
they
and
was at that
strange,
birthday
man.
party like they wanted to eat him up. They always standing there.
Girl,
You
All
even
of them.
got
we
you even
was
got
on the
dread one
phone
of
talking
them.
about that.
Get the
Yep, Dre
fuck out of
even
here.
went. She
We
went
was
too.
on Jojo and I was on the phone talking about that. That was crazy. You brought that up. I said, "What the people at the
So
damn
I'm
birthday
thinking
party?
that they all had to
What
know
the fuck is
that
going
these
on?"
charges behind the scenes and surviving R. Kelly was going on behind the scenes around that birthday party.
I don't think
I
they
wonder.
believe it's gonna go this far. That's my honest opinion.
Some people say that they think it wasn't going to blow up like this.
And they just right now because
What's good with it? We talking
you
about our
deal
Kelly case,
you're dealing with some people that don't understand the law,
huh?
and they didn't think it was gonna go this far. And when it went this far, they just in a maze right now, and they shocked. And a lot of people are retracting some of the things that they said, but the damage has been done. I give
Right.
you a case in point. Look at some of these celebrities now that's able to speak out about him and say how great he was. Prior to him being on trial, they wasn't saying shit.
I showed I was trying to get Larry interview with my friend that worked in the industry, and I sent the text to Larry, and he said that he didn't want to speak on him now because he, until after he went to trial. That was crazy. I'm like, what? What's good with it, Devo? What's wrong?
That's how you feel.
All right.
Yeah, man, I'm feeling real great.
We talking about the case. What's good? What you got?
I'm still just chilling because uh Thomas Finelli, right? That's his name.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. In New York, he before the trial started, he said that his client told him that is skeptical about communicating with him about his defense because he feel that his communication was compromised. And,
Debo, you on that popcorn?
You
no,
on that? You on that? What they call the sherm? How you say, JoJo? The sherm?
No, no,
What
no.
is it?
He ain't on no water. I'm asking me he on that popcorn.
Oh, what's
no. You gotta
popcorn?
think it's 5 o'clock in the morning. You know what I'm saying? I just have to argue with some niggas about R. Kelly in the fucking house. My
Nah, but continue on what you were saying.
yeah, man. It's kind of hard to be arguing with niggas when they got R. Kelly shit. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm?
Look. Fuck some Don Russell shit. I'm talking about some real shit. Look, that nigga R. Kelly. I'm like, hey, hold me on my thought, JoJo, so I can go back to it. Hold me where I was at.
No, I got. You know, I'm gonna keep you on point.
So my side note was, you know, nigga showed me all the shit he got. You know what I'm saying? From back in the day, R. Kelly shit. So I'm like, nigga, this shit fake. You know what I'm saying? So the dumbass nigga like, man, we can go right in O'Reilly. I know her too. I told the nigga, I said, nigga, if you go up in there, I'ma jump out of your car, I'ma run. I said, nigga, that bitch probably know who I am. I ain't going nowhere near. He like, man, she wanna give me the pussy, this, that, this. I said, bro, you better never get that pussy. I said, man, you better stop playing with her. Stay away from this shit. He said, man, he don't call dude. You know what I'm saying? He don't call dude by his name. He call dude BK. So if you know this though,
You talking about Blackie?
man, hey, just
Man,
listen.
I'm going on mute. You need me? I'm right here. Go ahead. I'm going on mute.
Oh, you know what I'm saying? He don't
Oh,
call
you
dude.
got nothing to do with that.
He don't call dude by his name. He call dude BK. He say BK is a focused drug addict, functional. He said every time Kills got mad, Kills would go on a shopping spree and give all the shit to him that he didn't want. So when you go to MTV Cribs, Kill say, man, sometimes I go through these bouts where I get very upset and I go shopping and I just give away all my old shit. I thought to myself, damn, this nigga was right. Now, I'm talking about before some shit was stolen, some shit y'all.
Yeah. I know what
This
you're
nigga
talking about.
freely gave this shit away. This ain't no shit that's stolen. This some shit don't mean nothing to nobody no more. Well, I seen it though. Now they say the nigga will go to sleep in the middle of the street and still get up and go and bust jugs and hustle and everything. And they say that same nigga hang with shorty that work at O'Reilly's. But what was I at before I got into talking about that shit again, JoJo?
Why you
Man.
whispering? You sure you don't take the sherm? What is it called, JoJo? The
He
sherm?
ain't on no goddamn sherm. I guarantee
You
he
be
ain't on no.
there teaching me all this shit, and I don't know what
He
none of
ain't on
this
no
mean.
goddamn wet daddies.
No, no,
What is wet daddy?
no. Listen, Angie.
Goddamn, I'm
I
Debo.
was,
Keep talking.
I, I, was-
Goddamn, there's too
I
much
was
going
arguing with
on.
the real motherfuckers about some real shit they had.
Listen, bro. If you scared to say their name, you talking
No, I
about
ain't scared to say their name, dude.
Bruce Kelly, and I ain't gonna say that other individual name. But go ahead, man.
Yeah, that's how I'm gonna leave that. You know what I'm saying? But in the streets, they don't call him Bruce Kelly. They call him BK. They call him BK. I was the first nigga to come on YouTube and call him BK. They've been calling him BK ever since, if you really think about
I caught it. I caught that a long time ago when you
I
said
ain't
it.
calling
it.
nobody nothing.
Yeah,
I
man.
don't know what's
Look,
going on.
look. I got some real shit, bro. Like, I ain't into defaming no motherfucker, nothing like that. I don't got no beef with that man. You know, like I said, you got Levi want to go around here and say, you said this about him and that about him. I did, and I said it to their face. They ain't not halfway about me. When I woke up, that man was in the hotel lobby. I got to talk to him by myself, face to face. And I ain't seen these people that call themselves snaking me out. I ain't never seen you with BK. Cause I know for a fact, the motherfuckers I just left know BK. They know that nigga front and back. Man, what was I talking about before that?
Hell no. Debo, so let me ask you this. Do you smoke weed every day?
It ain't even, it's not the weed. It's not the weed, right? It's not the
Why no,
weed.
I'm asking you, do you smoke weed every day?
I smoke 2 blunts a day.
Oh my God.
So I smoke about 2 grams a day.
I don't know how much that is. And so let me ask you, so do you
Hold on,
be
wait. You got a scale in your house, right?
yeah, but ain't weighing no grams.
All you gotta do is click it from the what you put it on for your food or whatever that you gonna put your shit on.
Man, I
Put
don't
it
give a
down to where it say a G at, right? And then when you get on that G, I buy 28 G's for about
mm,
$80. I normally buy 2 of those at one
80
time.
bucks a week. Talking about you $160 a week.
No, I buy $160. That'll give me a month worth.
Oh, okay. Well, so let me ask you this. So when you smoke the weed, do you
If you
come
first
down
gotta
or
go
do
look,
you
you gotta go
just get
to
keep
you gotta
going?
look, you gotta go back to the scale, the G, when you put it on the G, not the OZ, but the G.
See, but I
Uh
don't give a fuck about none of that.
the
I'm not
reason
trying
why
to
I'm
weigh
saying
nothing
that is I'm
in.
saying I smoke 2 G's a day, so 2 grams a day.
I don't know what that is. All I'm
So
asking
if you
is,
use your
you,
scale, look, hold on, you can't
Deep,
have
I
no,
don't give a
you
fuck
can't
about
be,
the
hold
amount.
on, you can't be telling me that you got college education. We talk about measurements right now. The measurement is a gram. 1 gram a day is, you know, point 0.5 is a blunt. I
But
put
I don't measure
I put a
weed, so
gram in the blunt.
that's not gonna compute to me. All I want to know is, like, do you ever come down? That's all I want to know.
Do I ever come down? Yeah, yeah. But
Oh,
let me tell
okay.
you what Tupac has told me. Right, it's hard to see the world through sober eyes.
Hmm? Oh,
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
that's some real shit. No, that's some
It's
real
hard to
shit.
see the world through sober eyes.
I'm gonna give you that. I'm gonna give you
yeah, you
that.
gonna give him that because you be on the cups. So
No, no,
Hey, you
no,
yeah,
know
no,
when
no,
they
no. It ain't got
when
nothing
they
to do
shot
with no
Tupac,
cups.
when they shot Tupac, that nigga rolled up a bloody blunt and was smoking it, talking about call my mama. You know, uh, I came in the shit right, knowing when I made that board, they will all come out. I knew they would come out. I knew they would come out. I never knew that the DCFS worker would tell me I could hit her up whenever she's free.
mm, the DCF.
Yeah,
What?
man. These motherfuckers in DCF workers talking about brainwashing, kidnapping. Y'all done went from the well-being checks to the DCF workers, bro. Look, check it. Look. You might think I'm dumb,
I think you
but
high.
mama didn't raise no fool.
No, man, listen, I'm gonna say it again. You might think I'm dumb, but mama didn't raise no fool. The other day, you played a repeat live, right? I watched the repeat.
Oh, Diva. Oh,
This,
okay.
this, 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 this. I know what make them come out. I know what make them
Ain't
come out.
nobody finna hear Lord
Hey,
about you talk about them
hit me
people
up.
all
No,
day.
I ain't got nothing to say about them people. Nothing that you will understand. Nothing that you will understand. So I ain't got nothing to say about them people. I'm just talking in general. So why you getting your panties in a bunch?
I ain't getting my panties in the bunch. But Debo, all the
Can
time,
I just
Lord
tell
have
you something? Can I
mercy.
just tell you a revelation?
Go ahead with your revelation.
I went up to the mountaintop. I seen the burning bush. I came back after I took them on the party bus, and they was worshiping golden cattle.
Golden cattle.
Man, I'm done. I ain't
So
finna
I'm
fuck
so
with this
goddamn
nigga.
lost. And
I know
just
where
won't
he
be
at,
lost
man.
because
I
I
know
got just
exactly where this
Oh
nigga is,
man!
man. You
Oh, he
stupid,
out of
Oh
man.
pocket.
shit!
No,
Oh
you
yeah,
stupid. I'm on
just
top
ain't
of
got
you,
nothing
nigga.
to
You
say.
know I know
I'm
what you're
confused.
saying.
And listen,
You know
hey,
I'm on
rebellious
top.
Aquarius
You
and
know
Mrs.
I'm on top
Good
of you,
Luck
fool.
man!
and Jay Bennett.
Hey Jojo, tell them what I'm saying. Then
I
tell them
ain't
what I'm
gonna, I
saying,
ain't gonna
Jojo.
do it. I ain't gonna do it.
Tell them what I'm saying, cause
Joe, do you know what
They
he's
gotta
talking
figure
about?
that one
Jojo, tell
out.
them
They
what I'm
gotta
saying,
figure that
Jojo.
one out. They gotta
No,
figure that
no,
one out.
Jojo, do you know what he's
no,
talking
Jojo. I
about?
can't
You
go no
know
further.
goddamn well I know what he talking about.
No, tell them what
Well,
I'm
I
talking
know
about.
I don't, because
Tell
I
I
mean,
said, you know goddamn well I know what he's referring to, but I ain't gonna go there. That
Go
ain't
there.
in
We
I,
want
there.
to hear you go there,
No,
Jojo. We
no,
want to
I
hear you
ain't
go
doing
there.
it. No,
Go
I
there,
ain't gonna
so I ain't
do
got
it.
to
representing
say
the
it.
gold.
You know,
Who
I'm
said
under
represent the golden
wiretap,
lamb?
everything. Go ahead
Yeah,
and say it, Jojo. Say it.
that was
Say
a
it
hell
first.
of an analogy, boy. That
Say
was
it
a
first.
hell of
Say
an
it.
analogy, dude.
I'm so
What was
goddamn
the analogy?
confused.
What was the
Nigga, you
analogy?
know what
Tell
I
me.
know what it is.
Come on, can we get the analogy, please?
I ain't gonna do it. I'm not
Come
doing
on,
it.
man. I don't think that's
Come
fair to the
on,
people, man.
Tell
man.
me,
I'm not.
he probably don't know.
What?
Tell me, Debo.
I can't
Man,
Jojo,
say it.
you playing around. He probably don't know.
That's why I'm passing the torch at this moment,
man, I
asking
ain't
him
gonna do
to
that.
just tell
Shit.
me what you think it means. Tell me
No,
what you think it
okay.
means.
I'm finna tell. Where is this goddamn private chat at? Why you
No,
get to
no,
this
no. We
Click
don't
private?
on,
want no
look at,
private chat.
if you're on
We
your
don't want no
phone, I don't
private
know if you
chat.
can see private chat on your
It say
phone.
chat.
Listen,
Is that the chat button?
listen,
Do
listen,
it say
Do I
listen.
hit
private
the
chat
chat?
by it?
No, it say chat. See, I don't fuck with this shit like that, but I'm finna show you I know exactly what he's talking about.
No, but we
Okay,
want you.
it should say
No, we want
private
you to
chat.
go on record. We want you to go on record, though. Go ahead and say what I'm talking about, man.
I
Okay,
don't
let
know.
me see. Can I
Jojo,
find
just
this
text
private
me if
chat?
you can.
I'm finna hit this private chat. Where is it?
Okay, hit the private chat so you would tell me. I
Okay,
don't
what
know
this
what
shit
the fuck
say?
you
They
talking
say, well, oh, there it go.
I ain't gonna look at the
Well,
private
yeah,
chat.
you
I ain't
better
gonna even
look
look
at
at
it.
it. I ain't gonna
about.
look
I'ma
at it.
look.
I ain't gonna look
This
at it.
nigga here is stupid, boy. This nigga
'Cause I'm
stupid.
nosy as hell. I'm
Bam,
supposed
there
to
it
get
go
this
right
shit.
there.
Okay, now he found the private baby ass. Oh, Jojo, you got knocked off. Was that it?
Man, it was deeper than that. It was deeper than that, man. You
You
know what I'm
see what he
saying?
said?
Yeah, but it's deeper than that. You know what I'm saying?
That's not what you talking about.
It is all combined. It's all
Oh,
combined. You know, I'm gonna say it again, man. You know what I'm saying? I took these motherfuckers, bro. I took these motherfuckers, right?
what
I
the
took
hell?
their to the party bus, right?
I'm done with it, bro. I'm done
When I
with it.
got to the where we was gonna be stationary, I told them, "Hey man, I gotta go take a piss." I went to go take a piss. I seen a burning bush. I seen a burning bush. When I came back to tell them what I saw in the burning bush, the motherfucker was worshiping the golden cattle.
I don't know how y'all put that together. Papa Dan, you know the hell he talking about? Because I even with the supposed answer, I'm
Hey, did you
still
look
lost.
in a? Hey, did you look in the private chat, dude?
I did.
Okay,
Moses.
there, there you have it, then. Shit.
Moses went through. He took them through the Red Sea. When he took them through the Red
Yeah.
Sea, even though it almost closed on them, when they got to the other side, he went to the side and said, "Let me give thanks to God." When he got up there to give thanks to God, he seen the burning bush. When he came back, the motherfucker was worshiping the cattle. God damn it. He said, "No, motherfucker, I just seen God. God just did this for
Oh
us." They
shit,
said, "No,
man.
the cattle. We about to make a golden cattle."
Man,
God
don't
damn
you don't hey, don't you ever tell me I ain't on point on this shit,
you
bro.
motherfuckers, man. Y'all be sitting up here thinking, look, man, look at all this shit y'all threw at me. You think I ain't blessed by the
Miss Good
game?
Luck. I see your comment.
You think I
Oh,
ain't blessed by the gang? Y'all throw all this shit at me. I
man.
never get on here talking about my relationship with God, because my relationship with God is
Hey,
personal.
Lisa.
Y'all
This
niggas get on
nigga
here
here, boy.
professing
Boy,
your
boy.
relationship with God for a cash out. For a cash out. You feel me? I drop my shit off at the shop, man, just so I can
You
make sure.
crazy, bro. You
Just so I can
crazy,
make
dude.
sure that I'm where I need
Well,
to
let me ask
be.
you this. Let me ask you this. Did you look at the goddamn private chat?
For me?
Yeah. And I want to
D
say
Luck.
something about that. I want to say something
No,
about
no,
that.
no, don't, no,
Let me say something
Uh-uh.
about that, and I ain't gonna get too personal. You know what I'm saying?
no, man,
But
don't
at
say
this point,
nothing, bro.
look, man. My homie robbed the bank. I swear to God, my homie robbed the bank. Big, he one of the vice lords. We grew up together. We had a couple little fallouts. You know what I'm saying? You saw that nigga DJ. He brought the other nigga on his channel. The nigga pulled out the gun. Nigga, I had to get on the screen, tell him I beat him underneath the car. You know, that was a true story. I beat that nigga underneath the car for real. After I beat him, I beat his ass toe to toe. You know what I'm saying? It was nation business. I beat his ass. When I beat his ass, I, put my arm out, picked him up off the ground, told him, basically don't play with me like that, nigga. He, man, blah blah blah. It went like that, you know what I'm saying? You won. As I went to walk away, the nigga tried to hit me from the back. I beat him underneath a cop, like I got on the screen on DJ Tyson Live, and I told him. That nigga didn't dispute that shit. I beat you in the car. How you gonna shake up with me, Vice Lord, after I just beat your ass? And then when I turn my back, try to snake me. You lucky we ain't kill your bitch ass, nigga. Now look at you strung out on some YouTube shit with some stranger. But it's all good though. It's all good. None of that shit bothers me. The point being, motherfucking, when you got people, same way you got that Negro there, that widow there, and showed his motherfucking ass for no goddamn reason, for some that didn't have no principle behind it at all. When I made that board, I knew that it was gonna ruffle people's feathers. I knew what would come behind it. I tried to keep my self at a minimum. Now, true enough, I did get my dick wet with shorty ass. You know what I'm saying? But who gives a fuck? I never thought you were on the YouTube page after shit. You know what I'm saying? I never thought that would be some type priority shit. I didn't. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
I took the whole brunt of all this.
She said,
I took the whole brunt of all this
oh my God.
with a smile. You know what I'm saying? People think that, think about it. The average motherfucker would have broke by now. How you gonna break me when you ain't make me? How motherfuckers gonna come on YouTube and say they can made me, I did this for me, anything for me? If you didn't add to me as a person, I'm talking about as my soul. If you didn't add to me as a person, when you leave away from me, what did I lose? I shouldn't take credit for time I took out of my family and my kids to put R. Kelly first. How many times I've been on the internet telling you I come before R. Kelly and so do my family. But what about the days that I put R. Kelly first, before myself, before my family, multiple times? I hear niggas get on Angie platform and say, you can't take nothing from him. He did this, he did that. You can't take nothing from him. He did
Oh
that.
Lord, I know it
He
was
did
going
this.
there.
I
Oh.
ain't going there like that. I'm just saying. I'm just saying what they said.
Well, let me
You
let me say this. Let me say this before you get on to all that. Listen, this is what you got to understand, and this is what I've learned about this YouTube ass shit. These people are not appreciative. Okay,
I
and
don't
I'm not
mind that.
talking about the people you. I'm not talking about your situation, whatever. I'm not. I'm just talking about in general, what have you. These people aren't. You know, a lot. Not. I'm not talking about everybody. I'm just talking about, but how these motherfuckers was raised and how they live their life in real life, whatever. These motherfuckers aren't appreciative. This YouTube shit means more to them than
Ms.
anything.
Walker. Ms.
Hold
Walker.
on, wait a minute. Hold on, I'm not finished. And you know, you have people that have real connections and shit like that, but that YouTube shit, it supersedes. Nobody is appreciative. Nobody is
Nobody.
none of that.
I'm
You know
telling
what I'm
you.
saying?
What I'm
And the
saying.
mistake you
I,
made, like me, the mistake I made, I was thinking that these motherfuckers, you know,
Ms.
would
Walker.
be like
One
people.
thing that
Hold
they.
on, I'm not finished talking. Would
Okay.
be like the people that I know in my real life, right? That is not the truth. These some motherfuckers that I'm trying to tell you that you will fuck around and catch a case for because you want to go knock on their motherfucking door and bust them upside their motherfucking head. These are some of the
No,
lowest
listen,
of the low. And I
listen,
don't wish to be
listen.
fucking with
Let me
nobody. When
look,
I
look,
tell
look,
you,
look.
I unplug
Everything you saying,
everybody behind the scenes.
everything you saying. Listen,
No, I'm not
everything you
interested.
saying. Listen, Miss Walker. Everything you saying
If it's YouTube, keep it on
is
YouTube. I'm
look,
not fucking with
look,
nobody,
Miss
huh?
Walker, Miss Walker. Everything you saying with me, what's understood don't got to be explained, but I understand you got to explain it to the audience. Most of the people that do what they have, what I have seen people do to you, they didn't eat off your plate. They didn't get your courtesy. You know what I'm saying? They didn't call you to park their cars or help them with a hotel room. Imagine if you had that
But
on
you
there.
don't know what. You don't know what.
I
You don't
don't.
know about
I'm
that.
so,
I mean,
I
not.
don't. I'm just
Yeah,
saying.
right. Okay.
I'm just saying. The people around me, in my opinion, that call themselves doing the same shit I see done to you. See, let's go back to when people were saying Angie Walker is using you. You remember that?
Somebody was saying I was using you.
Yeah. Hey, Jojo, you remember that? She using me for views. Your dumb ass going on her platform,
Yeah, I
and she.
remember that.
Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do.
Who said that?
The
It
same
don't
people
even
that.
matter.
The
It don't
same
matter.
people. Okay, look, we ain't gonna
It
say
don't
who said
matter.
it, but it's the same people that say why you let them on your platform.
Oh,
At first,
okay.
you started
Oh,
out.
okay.
You started out saying she using me for views, and I'm dumb as hell to keep going on her platform, and blah 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 blah. Now you flip it to what we all have heard. Why you let him get on there and this. Bro, if you give a fuck about Angie Walker, hit that motherfucking super chat. Hit her super chat right now. If you don't want Deboski on the screen no more, hit the motherfucking super chat right now. Otherwise, shut your bitch ass up. Keep stirring the pot. Keep looking for somebody to join into your own personal beef.
Well, you know what? I know that, and I don't know what situation you're talking about, but I know that a lot of that goes on. Because when they trying to stop something, or they don't like somebody, they come with some stupid ass
Man,
narrative or
look.
try to push
I
some,
ain't seen
you
your.
know, and then end up looking
I
like a
don't give a
lying
fuck
ass
about
fool that
none of
don't
that.
make no
I'm talking
motherfucking
about the
sense.
super chat.
I don't
That,
listen to all of
no,
that.
no,
You know what
no,
I'm
no,
saying?
no. Look, look,
I,
look, 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 look. I done seen you put too much time into your channel. If these motherfuckers want to be recognized, let me see the super chat. Why I ain't seen your name on the super chat on the screen?
no, that don't have to do that. I
No,
don't,
because you're not looking at it like that. You know why you're not
right.
looking at it like
I
that?
don't, and I don't ask
Because you
somebody
know
for
why you're not
shit.
looking at it like that? Because you just doing you, being you. You don't owe nobody for who your mama and your daddy created.
Right. I don't owe you
I
no
don't owe nobody
explanation. I
either.
don't owe you shit. Because you
I don't
know
owe
what?
you shit.
People don't give me the same motherfucking curse. And it has made me a hardened person. You know what I'm saying? Because I have adopted I see a lot of y'all don't put up with nothing. Too much of shit. Y'all don't let nobody come in that motherfucker cussing y'all out. Y'all don't let nobody don't come in that motherfucker that don't like you and you don't like. Y'all don't Some of y'all don't give back shit. Some of y'all they don't do shit. So I'm that way. Now, I ain't doing shit. I owe you shit. Don't ask me no motherfucking questions. If you want, find something, look it up. Or whatever. Don't ask me shit. You understand what I'm saying? I mean, not shit.
And then JoJo, a motherfucker tell you, right? You walk up in the club and you buy the buyout for 3 hours. If
Hey,
you buy
Daniel,
the
what's the
buyout
question,
for
baby?
3 hours at an R. Kelly get together and you jump on Angie show and you say, man, I bought the buyout for 3 hours. How can I go live and say you ain't do it from the heart? How can I go live and say you did it because you wanted to get some clout off R. Kelly? What how did this happen from somebody that didn't do shit? I think the respect level of what people contribute. You know what I'm saying? I promise you, I could have bought another old school off the time I put into R. Kelly protesters. I promise to God. And going back to Shorty and how you brought yourself out. If you weren't saying I raped you, took something from you, made you feel uncomfortable, what was the point? What was the point? What was the point? Motherfuckers get accolades for dumb shit, say free one nigga and lock up another nigga. How is this? How is this? Deboski getting handcuffed at R. Kelly court date. I mean, wake the fuck up. Real shit. If I would have left from this picture right here that's on my screen with my homie, the same homie that's gonna be around me like he was, motherfucking, if I would have just left from that and went home instead of Darlene April calling me to come back to talk to some motherfuckers who were some fucking informants, pretty much. If you got Latoya X in here talking about she got a 13-year-old son by R. Kelly, I don't believe this shit. She got pictures with Jay-Z talking about she sucked his dick and shit. What the fuck? And man, I ain't about to argue over this shit no more. I ain't going back and forth, none of that shit. None of that shit.
Y'all motherfuckers gotta wait. Look, when you got a person like Siobhan, what's her name? Wilson, whatever your name, lady. Fucking man, you a fraud, bro. And I'm gonna tell you why you a fraud. You integrity. If you met R. Kelly, you sitting here sprinting. Why would you lie on me? Why would you lie on my name? Tell me that with a straight face. I'm the couple that Jasmine was about to get up with, as I'm the nigga who mugshot they been showing on YouTube getting arrested for violating the order of protection. Cause if I'm that nigga that's on the mugshot, I went to prison for 1 day. I was there from November to January. I seen Surviving R. Kelly in jail.
Hmm?
Yes. I seen Surviving R. Kelly in the day room. I told the motherfuckers to put on a football game. Them niggas talking about the fucking pop the majority rule on the vote. That's how Survivor R. Kelly came on the TV. That shit pissed me the fuck off, and I was in jail. Why? Before that mugshot y'all done splayed all over the internet. So how could I be there when Dana J at the Sprinter? When the fake fucking gay nigga, yeah, you a gay nigga, bitch ass nigga, you know who you is. I ain't gotta say your name. You just seen me days ago, cause your bitch has the 5-0. Now, motherfucking, y'all chasing the Sprinter down, y'all all in the motherfucking gym. If I promise you, if I wasn't in the fucking God working mysterious ways, if I wasn't there waiting to go and do that 1 day I had to do, so I had to wait. I got there like November 14th or something. They let me out January 18th. I had to go do 1 day. But I had to wait in the county till my bus load came to go and do that 1 day. Motherfucking, if I was down there, y'all niggas would have never, man, you could think I'm joking, whatever. I promise you, y'all wouldn't have been there out there in front of the fucking Trump, hiding behind those sprinters, no goddamn pull-ups, none of that shit. I would have asked y'all why the fuck, if we already seen this man go to court, why we still hanging around? What the fuck is you doing? All this, let's meet up and just run after him for what? I would have asked y'all, what is y'all doing? And then y'all would have made me feel like, who is these people? And I need to see who is these people and call some more motherfuckers out for y'all ass. You know, to be honest and put it in short, your ass could have got beat up, body slammed, and jacked. Y'all talking all that shit about John Russell. Why that nigga can't get the same shit like every other nigga deserves, which is the presumption of innocence, and to prove it otherwise. And if I tell you that I gotta work for him, give a fuck about that nigga. That nigga ain't make no motherfucking bump and grind. If, according to you know who, the midget, if I can get pussy off R. Kelly from a protest, show me where I can get pussy off Don Russell. Show me where I can get some pussy off Don Russell. Don Russell wouldn't even be in this shit if it wasn't for you same cocksuckers that call DCFS to my house. How you call DCFS? How you tell DCFS T Baby a prostitute? You comfortable with that? You lay down there and sleep thinking you got back at me with that? Half you motherfuckers on your last leg, man. This fight is gonna be your legacy.
Everything you did to me is gonna be in my documentary. I'm gonna drag you through the mud. See, one thing about me, I promise you, I just came down to R. Kelly court day like you see on this picture. Me and T and my homie. I don't roll deep. I don't need a squad. I will fuck you up. I will fuck you up. You can say whatever you want to say. Say that shit 15 feet away. Beat the wood. That ain't my motherfucking table. Stand outside my car, but don't you disrespect this car. You like on that Tupac song. Picture me rolling. You can admire, but don't look too long. Yeah, nigga, you can admire, but don't look too long. I can't let you niggas trick me off the street. You know why? Because I'm an alpha male. I intimidate you. You let that woman come on YouTube and exploit herself. I know she regret it. I know you regret it because at the end of the day, I was a gentleman, and that's something about me. Like for real, I'm a gangster and a gentleman. I can't tell you what I will do no more because niggas will go get order of protection. If I'm so bitch made and scared, why can't I have free will to walk up in the court date? Right around everybody that say they gonna blow my head off, everybody that say they gonna whoop my ass. Why can't I just have free reign to be around you? I didn't go get no paperwork. But since you wanna play police ass games, I'm not gonna play street games with police ass niggas. Wait till you see what's coming down the pipe, Miss Walker. You ain't Miss Walker. When you see the shit coming down the pipe, you gonna be like, what?
Lord have mercy, Jesus.
Who the fuck put Sense in Deboski ass and told him to fly? I believe I can fly.
Oh, Lord help me, Jesus.
I believe I can touch the sky. You harass my family every night and day. Now I'm about to put that shit away. Hey, look, I dare them to get on here and talk about T Baby. If I'm just sitting on here blowing smoke, right? Because I ain't telling you nothing, Miss Walker. If I'm just sitting on here blowing smoke, get on here and talk about T Baby. Get on here, talk about these boats. Get on here and tell me I'm a bitch ass nigga and what you gonna do to me. Get on here and do it again. You'll never do it again. You'll never do it again. You know why you ain't gonna do it again? Cause mama ain't raised no fool. Every time y'all approach me, what do I talk about? Nothing. I go live every day and say what I gotta say. Why should I say anything else? I'm right here. You know what I say. I go live and I say it every day. If it's okay for you to sit in the courtroom, it's okay for me to sit in the courtroom. It's okay for you to get a police report. It's okay for me to get a police report. Hey, loyalty. The enterprise, when I go get police reports, they just support me. They just support me. You know, so if you see them around or whatever, it's just because they support me. I don't give a fuck what y'all make in the fourth quarter. Think about it. Think about it. When I came on the scene, it was Team Kills and Team Truth. I came on the scene with the Enterprise, also known as Kill Steppers. You see that shirt in the background of my picture? The Enterprise. We ain't flipped, changed, folded, none of that shit. I done watch The Farm, Kale's Angels, My Brother's Keeper, to the Dream Team. I done watched Seen Truth, go to Oak Cove. I done watch YTF Enterprise Family, go to YTF. Meanwhile, I've been standing with the same shit I've been standing on. Integrity. If R. Kelly get out and hang around y'all, think about it. Y'all niggas was there when he went to jail in the first place. All y'all was at the gym. All y'all was in front of the trunk. If the nigga get out and y'all niggas around, yeah, to me, he just asking for it. Now, I just want to know when R. Kelly supporters, right, do well-being checks, call DCFS, say that a woman is weak, timid, brainwashed, and can't speak for herself, haven't ate in 4 days, lock Deboski up, and free R. Kelly.
Question. Don't you think that when YouTube infiltrates your real life, that you should treat YouTube differently?
If YouTube infiltrated my real life,
Yeah.
then you would have seen me with a speed bump and how I move. You haven't seen me with a speed bump.
You're
You
not
seen me.
listening to what I'm saying. You're not listening to
Yeah,
what I'm saying.
listen. No,
Okay.
I hear what you said.
Hold on. Because
Okay.
you done been to court back. When I say YouTube, I'm not talking. I'm talking about the elements on
Okay,
YouTube.
go
I'm talking about
with
the
the
people.
elements.
Hold
Give
on,
me the
Devo.
elements. Give me
I'm
the
talking about the
elements.
people.
Give
I'm
me the
talking
elements.
about.
Give me the elements.
I'm giving them to you. Wait a
To
minute.
me,
You got to listen. Listen. You got to listen.
you already
I'm
said
talking
that.
about the
I'm talking
people,
about. Tell me something that pertain to me.
but you're not listening. You're not listening. What I'm saying, I'm not saying, I'm not giving nobody no fault. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that YouTube has become these people life. It's a part of our life, right? But YouTube have actually become the main parts of people's lives.
No, not my life.
Well, yes, your life.
Because
But let me tell you, you done been arrested about YouTube. Not saying nothing. I'm not saying nobody did anything. I'm not saying you
hold on.
did something. You're not
Wait.
listening. You're
Okay,
not listening because you're not getting what I'm saying.
I get what
You
you're saying.
thinking you are on the fence
I'm
because you
gonna let you talk.
automatically think I'm saying you
No,
did
I don't.
something.
I don't.
I'm not
No.
thinking nobody. I'm not
I'm
saying
just saying,
nobody did something. I'm
don't you think
saying
that YouTube has affected your life to the point
not
where you
affected. Not affected. Listen what I'm saying. YouTube have infiltrated. What I mean is based on YouTube. These because you would never experience none of this shit had you wasn't been on YouTube. Same for me, same for whatever. Okay,
true,
anybody, right?
true,
That's what I'm saying.
true.
So you got these elements from YouTube, whether it be the people, whether it be, whatever happened, how do you what do you have to do to change that part of it? Because you would think just not fucking with the people,
Mm.
or they not fucking with you,
But
or
but
have the
but but
goals,
but but
you
but
would
but
think
but
that
but
would be
but
one
but
one
but
um one way to
let me
change it.
let me just I'm respecting what you're saying, but the difference between how you just saying YouTube, it everything on YouTube is cool. It's the people that been around me. You see what I'm saying?
But you met them off YouTube. You're not listening to what I'm
Right,
saying.
but
That's what I'm saying. So
listen.
all this shit with the YouTube, it start with
Look. Hold
YouTube.
on, wait. So you
Yeah.
get what I'm saying. I never knew that I was walking down the street with a baby killer. Okay, let's start there. Okay. I never knew that I was walking down the street with a man. If you go back on your lives, said you read the paperwork. My baby mama got to meet me on the side of the road because I don't play no games. I never met people. Through YouTube, I've been in a circumference of people like this: monsters, terrorists, low down, dirty dogs. So the moment I met these people is the moment that I crossed into a fucking dangerous field. I crossed into a dangerous field. You know, I met, I fed some church going people. Rode to R. Kelly house with some people that was there for injustice. But in the midst of that, it was some devils and demons and people fighting their own personal problems. Wives fucking their bosses, uh, uh, running over babies, crazy stuff that I didn't even think about that you bring in around me, energy wise. Energy wise. So before this energy came into my circumference, it was just on YouTube, something that I could just, nobody really in my house watch YouTube. Nobody around me really watch YouTube. So all that shit they be talking about, Sarah Remy, da da da, nobody give a fuck. But when you start getting DCFS calls and motherfuckers talking about you a vice lord and you sell drugs and all this stuff that can be verified. I'm a working man. Like, I'm a real working man. You people try to say you ain't got no businesses, you this, that, this. All my stuff can be verified. I file taxes on everything I do, even the shit I gave away to you. You dumb motherfucker. So, to go through these phases, people on YouTube kept it up on YouTube. People that I met in person has did the most damage when being upset. You got people that's convinced that I was with some minor at 14. First, you go from I adopted this minor to I didn't adopt a minor. I've been with the minor since they was 14 years old. When I can go through my own record and show where I was at when this person was 14 years old and it don't even pan out. But you is somebody that been around me and seen me with this person having psychological issues. You got people that husbands allowed them to stalk me to the point that they'll show up with a woman to stalk me. You didn't come here to whip my ass. You didn't come here for no beef. You came here because your woman wanted to see me.
Debo, can I
Deboski
get
here.
back to my question? Listen,
I'm
let
gonna
me get
shut up
back.
after this. I'm gonna shut up after this. Deboski in the Enterprise is talked about more than R. Kelly. Facts. And it started with people who I met through YouTube in person. So I can't, think about it. I know I pissed Okove off. I know I pissed Angelo off. I know I pissed Teen Truth off. I pissed a couple people off. But why do these specific individuals take it upon themselves to be concerned about my baby mother, women around me, where I'm going, what I'm doing, my kids, etc. How you just grow from this small exchange to saying, when I see you, I want you to stand on it. I'm so mad and I'm so pissed off from 2020. None of that is reality. The reality is you met the cream of the crop. You met the cream of the crop and you are a bottom feeder. You a bottom feeder. You a blood sucker. You a vampire. Look how many people will say they made this about me. Or they contribute this about me. Are they the reason for this about me? Or how I made this about me. Anything to take away from who God made me. Why can't I be my mama's son, my daddy's son? Why can't I
Oh,
be?
people, I just want to answer my question.
Okay, what's your question?
God damn. I'm trying to ask you, is if since this YouTube shit have infiltrated your life, because granted, now think about it, because I know with me, right? Right, I don't know nobody but these motherfuckers on YouTube,
But
which
yeah,
don't matter to me.
but
Hold
look,
on,
look,
wait a
look.
minute, wait a minute. Ain't no
But you
look,
can't.
cause you've been
You
talking.
keep on.
Wait a
I'm
minute.
shutting up, but
No,
what
shut up
what
now.
I
I'm
thought,
trying to ask you a
what
question.
I thought we
No.
got something understood about was I met some of these people, and it's the people that I met.
Can I finish my
Okay,
question? You don't even know what
go
the
ahead.
fuck I'm trying to say.
Okay.
Damn. What I'm saying is this. Okay, I know for me, when the YouTube motherfuckers and whatever cause, ain't no problems or whatever, but I just don't like all kinds of bullshit more than the people, my regular people, my friends and family and shit like that I know. When they becomes a more of I don't call it a problem, I'll call it a situation more than the regular people. Don't you think at that point that you should disengage from
No, let me tell you why.
the
Let me
situation
tell you
that's
why.
causing you
No,
problems? I'm
listen,
not
listen, listen,
finished.
listen.
From the situations that's causing you problems. I'm not telling
No,
you to get off
no.
YouTube. That's not what
Listen,
I'm
listen,
saying.
listen. Hold on. Wait.
I'm talking about
Hold on.
back away
I
from
don't.
the
You
cigarette
can't.
night.
You
Stop
can't think
talking
about.
about it.
Look. You can't think about it like that. You know what I'm saying? Now, I
What?
seen JoJo. Yeah, listen. I seen JoJo in a nice ass car, right? When he made me mad, I kept on fucking with him about that nice ass car, right? Now, if you have people around, right, that do shit that don't affect your shit. See, it'd be a different thing if I felt that way about his nice ass car, then I put a brick through his window. He only know me through YouTube. See, you gotta put you met me through YouTube, now you're coming at me through YouTube. In reality, you gotta put that in the salary pay. You know what I mean? Because this ain't no YouTube shit no more. Because you're going from disgruntledness, unhappiness, or whatever you want to call it, and you're going after me in real life. The question that you should ask is, what could make you want to be this discombobulated, upset, to come after me to the point that you're swearing that you're willing to make me stand on hurting your feelings again, or whatever else they got your butt wet, to the point that you are saying, I'm gonna kill you. If
Debo, I ain't got time for all that.
what I'm
I'm
saying is,
saying what I'm saying what you saying, but you're not listening. You're not
I'm saying,
listening.
I'm
You don't
saying,
listen.
I'm saying,
What
I'm
I am
saying,
saying, I'm saying the
everything
same
that you're
thing.
telling me,
Now
everything you're
this
telling
YouTube
me though,
shit
everything you
has
telling me,
become a part of
everything you telling me,
your
listen,
life.
everything,
Now this
no,
YouTube shit
look,
has become a
everything,
part of
no, look.
your real
When you
life.
cut off
It's
YouTube,
causing you
Miss Walker,
more
look, Miss Walker,
problems
when
than
you
in
cut
your
off
real
YouTube,
life.
no, when you cut
Huh?
off YouTube, when you
I ain't
cut
saying you
off
cut.
YouTube, when
Uh-huh.
you cut off YouTube, it's over. Is your windows getting broken? Have you got a well-being check?
Dude, that's what I'm talking about. You're not listening. You so focused on whatever you trying to say and your narrative. That's not
No,
what I'm
no. What
talking
I'm trying to
about.
say is that
Oh
some
my
people
God.
respect.
Just fuck it.
No, what I'm trying to say is some people respect that it's just YouTube. I'm telling you, it's some people out here that's psycho that will reach out from
That's what I'm
YouTube.
trying to tell you.
Okay.
Damn. And no, when you cut off, when I cut off this shit, it just don't stop on YouTube. That's what I'm talking about. I am saying, since it has gone beyond just staying online to where it's in your life. I'm pretty sure this YouTube shit at this present time causes more issues than shit that's going on in your regular life.
True.
In your regular life, the people ain't nobody got you going to jail and going to court and whatever.
And get,
I'm saying,
and get
when do you
detained and all that shit.
yeah, when do you be like, okay, I'ma stop dealing with all this shit? I ain't say get off you. I ain't say get off YouTube. That ain't what I said.
One
I'm gonna
thing,
definitely stop talking about it. I'm gonna
after
stop talking
today,
to these people.
this why I'm talking like I'm talking, and probably over talking you. I'm sorry. After what I've been through this week, all this stuff that people think that they can do because they upset with your opinion, to the point that they take it off YouTube and go out and reach out and to your personal life, that's a crime, man. And how many times can you yourself say you have seen people use YouTube to reach out to me in my personal life? Now, I go and read somebody's paperwork. Paperwork is public. But when have you ever seen me driving past somebody's job, threatening them at their table, following them from their car, doing well-being checks on their house, calling DCFS? You haven't seen me do any of that. And people that have did all of that stuff, you left a paper trail. Not only did you leave a paper trail, but you have already, one thing dude tried to do in the end on your live, but it was too late. He came on and said, "We not a gang. We're not a gang. This is not a gang. Da 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 da." I'm gonna tell you something, and you know, I just want you to know that I got sense. Like, I swear to God, my sister is a lawyer. My mama didn't raise no fool. Once a motherfucker did what they did, for instance, and I ain't gonna go through the whole dilemma and walk you
Please
through
God don't. Come on, Debo.
any of that. But once a motherfucker went and did what they did, right? It was what it was. Now, when you yourself took it upon yourself to secure this individual and stand in front of a government building with a firearm, I don't know if you thought that this was for R. Kelly, this is for Deboski, but this is a federal crime. One that you bragged about, talked about, admitted to. Now, I know you might think I'm joking, but I'm not joking. Now, let's go back to the individual while we was on first base in the first place.
Hold on. Before you say all that, because you've been getting into something else. What I'm saying is this. You don't even have to, people don't even have to go that far. Anytime you try to go after somebody's credibility, lie on them, say all kind of stuff, those are footprints in this atmosphere. And if you're a professional person, hold on, if you're a professional person, you own a company, you could own a motherfucking daycare, you could have license to do this, whatever.
Hey, look, Ms. Walker, I'm trying to tell you
is
something.
messing up somebody. That is trying to attempt to attack somebody's lifestyle, the way they make money and what have you, just because you don't, and somebody you waiting on the check. So so nobody don't have to bust your windows and all that type of shit. Debo, be quiet sometimes.
Look, I'm trying to tell you something. Listen,
you can tell me that when I'm finished.
Okay.
What I'm saying is, when people just doing all that, try to, you know, drag you, all this type of shit, whatever. Though it's an offense for that too. Okay, so nobody has to beat your ass, break your windows, go as far as calling.
Nobody care about that.
Listen, people taking people and whatever. People putting out some slanderous, malicious shit and whatever. It's a law for that too. And if you're a professional person, you own a business, you have license, you have all kinds of things. designations and shit
Listen,
like
man.
that,
Deboski
that
ain't got
is
no
just as
license.
bad
Deboski
because
ain't
you're
got shit.
trying to go after something the way somebody make money just because
Look,
you can't or whatever, whatever your feelings are.
Miss
So
Walker.
you don't have to go through all that.
Look, Miss Walker. Listen, please.
You don't never listen.
No, listen to me,
You
cause
don't never
I
listen.
ain't never told you what I'm trying to tell you. Please listen. I'm trying to tell
Damn, you need to listen
listen. No,
sometimes.
listen. This, please.
God
Please.
damn.
Damn, I gotta override you this time, sweetheart. Cause this shit gonna hit the fan.
You
Listen
can't
to what
override me.
no,
Say
no,
what you got to say.
this time round. Before it even come down, I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm a cold motherfucker. If I let you get out your body off YouTube to where you did anything to me in my real life, and I can prove it, how much can you prove that I did to you outside of YouTube? How much can I prove that you did to me outside of YouTube? This whole T-Baby shit, oh my God. I thank God that T-Baby never said nothing. I thank God that T-Baby never said nothing. Nothing. Motherfuckers' ass is fried. Y'all overstepped YouTube. You overstepped it. You when you overstep it, you brag about it. You go on YouTube and brag after you do it. You commit a crime and then you go on YouTube and brag about you did it. Now, right. Before I was distracted by Miss Walker, I was trying to tell you something, Miss Walker.
What?
Yeah, I was trying to tell you
Well, you're
something.
distracted by me. I've been trying to talk for
You
I
gonna
don't know
distract
how
me
long.
again? But I gotta tell you this, right? So you know, right? I got talk in the mumble jumble because I can't get in the rumble and the jumble, but you know, right? Then do it when and took me in the corner, and when he took me in the corner, and then
I don't know what you're talking about.
hey, listen. I'm gonna say it again so you can listen. Dude took me motherfuckers out of the corner when he took my motherfuckers in the corner, and make people around just ain't gonna gun that on me. You feel? I'm gonna say it again. Dude took a motherfucker to the corner and when he know motherfucker in the corner, you ain't gonna gun on me. Make me wait a minute, ain't no gun on me. You feel?
You know, it seemed like you said waiting on a motherfucking lifetime check.
Now I'm gonna say it again. Dude took me to the court. And when them to the corner, you ain't no gun on me, ain't no gun on me. You feel?
Oh, yeah.
Now, from day one you did. From day one through the third party. You did? Through the third party. Oh my God. Then the third party said she was scrapped. The third party said she scrapped. Third party said she scrapped in front of the government boy. Third party said I had to slide out the side door, didn't they? Then the third party said I had to slide out the side door. Then the third party said I was scared. You damn right I was scared. You damn right I went out the side door. I'm scared than a motherfucker. Oh yeah. Now, did the grandpa I was with make you slide out the side door? Did the grandpa I was with go live and threaten you? Fried. And I want to tell you this, man, like how deep this shit is. I'm gonna throw you a bone, Miss Walker, because I love you. I'm gonna give it to you here exclusively. Perpetrating a fraud is a crime. You remember that? Remember when I was on here and I was telling motherfucker, you a cop? Is you a cop? No, I'm not a cop. So I said, you perpetrating the whole fraud then, huh? I ain't say nothing after that. Go back to the live. I ain't say nothing after that. You are on video in front of a courthouse. You went on YouTube and admitted to your conduct in front of a courthouse. You said you had a weapon. You was in uniform of a police officer. I got, hey, look, when they saw you in video waving them handcuffs, saying that you would shoot me and cuff me, the look on their face, oh my God, oh my God. It was 10 times better than that cocksucker shit. If Deboski can't go in the courtroom, a whole bunch of more motherfuckers ain't going in that bitch.
Lord have
Now,
mercy.
I tell you the brunt and the moral of my shit, when you say whatever you want to say on YouTube, do whatever you want to do on YouTube. But when you go off YouTube into somebody else's life, yeah, Miss Walker, I got discomfort from that. And yes, Miss Walker, I felt fear from that. And yes, Miss Walker, I'm scared to this day. Yes. Because these people have took it off YouTube into my personal life, with they brag about, which you have seen, and which is why I have to take the necessary steps to protect me and my family.
Lord have mercy, Jesus.
How much did Deboski reach outside of YouTube into anybody's personal life? Was I at their table? Was I at their Airbnb? Was I outside their cars? Motherfucker talking about somebody called PPP loan on them. The dumbass should have took that shit, nigga. That ain't got nothing to do with me.
Debo, so why don't you answer my question? Don't you think that you should disengage from all of that and not
No,
talk about this
this is
stuff no more and none of that?
no. This is the time to
No.
no, yeah. This is the time to fully engage.
Mm.
I dare anybody, you know who, you motherfuckers that jumped on the panel so eager to threaten me and talk shit. I dare you to do it again. I dare you to speak ill. I dare you to drag, belittle the queen, the real queen, T baby. I dare any one of you to do it. If I'm lying, do it. Click the link in the chat. Get on here. Tell me all that tough shit. Tell me how T baby wasn't this and wasn't that and didn't eat. Come click the link and say it again. I bet you won't. I bet you won't. I swear on my kids you won't, without repercussions and consequences. Y'all think to yourselves, I'm some ignorant nigga from the street. That's where you fucked up at. Because you did everything you did outside of YouTube, and you have nothing on me outside of YouTube. I got you. I got look, the well-being checks, the DCFS calls, all of this is going to come back on you. It's gonna come. Hey, DCFS lady liked me. She told me text her, I can call her whenever she free. How you send DCFS and they saying I can call? She said I can call her. She looked like she hang in my neighborhood too. She said I can call her whenever she free. She know everything about y'all. The jig up.
When you talk to the DCF people,
DCFS came today.
for what?
Said they want to do a inside check of my baby mama house because T-Baby a prostitute. I smoke blunts in front of the kids. They unkept. All the things that one particular individual wrote on my wall just 6 days ago. And I very much appreciate it. You know why I very much appreciate it? I'm not going to even tell you. You just walk right into to where I need you. Keep on jumping out of your body. Keep on thinking you can do what you want to do because you mad about YouTube. You about to find out.
This is crazy.
I got enough of outside of YouTube in my personal life to literally after all y'all got real authority involved that's upset about the time they spent in your bullshit. Now they know where it came from, how it got there, all this. I beat T babies, she ain't ate, Sarah Remy, my kids, bro, all that shit was documented way before. Now they know it's about to be some repercussions on your actions. You think because you mad at me, you can pull out a gun on me, threaten my life. You think because you mad at me, you can call DCFS, do well-being checks. You calling that karma? That's not karma. The shit that's about to happen to you is gonna be the real karma. You always gotta remember when y'all see me in public and you yelling and screaming and telling me what you gonna do to me, I never say nothing. I don't say shit. When you do your well-being checks, I never did that shit. When you do your DCFS calls, I never did that shit. One thing you should always know in the back of your soul, because most of you over 40 years old, is revenge is best served cold, and the chickens is gonna come home to roost. I promise you that.
Oh
I'm,
Lord.
I'm calmly, calmly taking my time. I'm not the type of person that you should even think about doing something to without. I heard a motherfucker say, I might catch him out with T Baby and I be with my guys and we get down on them. Why do that if you ain't gonna kill me?
Oh Lord.
I'm just
What?
saying,
Why you got
listen,
so
listen,
much?
look. I
Ooh.
show up with my guys, my head lopsided. I'm like, you and your guys did this to me. Where do you think this finna go? Where do you think this finna go? When I told you I'm a done, I'm really a done. I'm a young done. I'm young old school. You Negroes and the shit y'all done been doing, you only expose yourself, especially every time you took it off YouTube. See, when I took it off YouTube, I did what I had to do because I want a motherfucker to respect me as a man. Other than that, I ain't do all these fake, fictitious well-being checks and DCFS. I ain't do that. No, I took it off YouTube on some. I'm pulling up on you. I'm getting down on you. I ain't do all this yelling in the street, beating on wood, DCFS. Bro, all that shit right there is a portfolio. I thought I was the unstable motherfucker. Y'all niggas the real unstable motherfucker because I got a whole from 2020 October. One dude made 81 videos about me. He up to 102 now about me. You can do the months. If you last saw me in October and you have 84 solid videos about me from the last time you saw me. You got one dude taking a motherfucker into a situation with them people, but the people around you from the moment you got this have been threatening my life. The people that showed up to court with you have been threatening my life. The people that's around you write posters like the DCFS caseworker have, which in an order of protection court, the burden is low. It's very low. I can show that the same thing you wrote on my wall is the same thing that's in this DCFS statement. A nigga like Dana, you should pay very close attention to what's about to happen. And all this, you want to see me face to face, you're going to get that opportunity. I'm really nothing to play with. That's why I picked up all this weight. So I can make sure motherfuckers went from they gonna whoop my ass to they gonna kill my ass. Cause you know you ain't gonna lay a hand on me. You know you're not gonna lay a hand on me. And the moment you took me to court is the moment you and the people you put on your order of protection, their addresses, shouldn't have had no more contact with me. Period. What do you call that? What do you call that?
But Devo, when will you
I
stop
don't know what
talking
you
about
call
it?
that. I don't know what you call that, but I know this. I wrote a police report about it. I know this. We about to be back in court again. I know I got an appeal on the way. And I know at the end of the day, if I don't go in there, a few of us ain't gonna be able to go in there. And that's how I'm gonna play this shit. Cause I don't play street games with police ass niggas. Period. I don't give a fuck what happened on your live. That didn't happen with the Negroes that been threatening me, beating on my table, calling DCFS or doing well-being checks. So that Negro who that exchange went down with, it's one thing for you to think I got a weapon. You got to prove that that's a weapon. It's a whole nother thing when you make a threat. I don't have to prove that you might make good on that threat. I only got to prove that that threat made me uncomfortable. And a lot of y'all that jumped on Angie Walker channel that night made me uncomfortable. A lot of y'all that jumped on DJ Tyson shit after that court date made me uncomfortable. And I think the judge and the system need to reevaluate everything that went down. Straight like that. See, I know in your mind you might think, Debo, ain't YouTube did this to you? Didn't YouTube do that to you? No, because I knew when I put them people on the board what the fuck I was doing. My house is spotless. Had a bitch come do a fucking inspection on my house and she give me her number. What the fuck? You want to be in my house?
No,
Hey,
I'm not.
hey, look. You know, I ain't no bogus nigga, man. Well, trust me, I screenshot that shit, boy. Motherfucker on some, you can hit me up anytime you hit you up anytime for what, bitch? For what? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-mm.
But y'all call DCFS. Now, Dana J, when you got them pictures of my baby mama house before she bought it, you believe that the same way you believe them VIN numbers on some old ass cars. They got everybody believe it. I got a Ford when I got a Porsche. Nothing in my name though. Why would y'all know? Or how would you know what's in my name if you weren't looking for it? Everybody that said ain't nothing in his name, you about to be wrapped up into this whole conspiracy. It was a conspiracy to harass me and my family. Y'all about to be put into that conspiracy. I'm a YouTube blogger. Y'all met me through YouTube. You met me at my protesters. You met me at my events. You haven't seen me since 2020. And I can show from 2020, October is the last time you seen me. I can show from then to now, you have made contact with me and my family over and over and over and over and over. That's a fact. I bet you when the trial starts, T-Baby walked right up in the trial with the red carpet. With the red carpet. With the red carpet. I bet you motherfuckers don't go live talking shit about me, T-Baby. They won't do it from now all the way through the trial, all the way through forever. They'll never do it again. They'll never do it again. Think I'm lying. If I'm lying, they would have clicked the link. I bet you they won't. And to the motherfucker that put these people on that send-off mission, you know who you are. You know exactly who you are. I ain't mad at you. I ain't mad at you. Just know I rejected you then, and I'm rejecting you now. You the devil. You want all the respect of a woman, but nothing feminine about you. Your mouth is foul. Your energy is negative. You allowed these people to do this to my family when you met me on a personal level. Did you think that shit would break me? I've been on hunger strikes in prison. Can't shit break me. Niggas talking about somebody scared of you. What prison y'all been in? Tell me that. Fuck these street shit. What prison you been in? How long you do that? You walked on the yard. Where? Where? But all of a sudden you a gangster. You want to impress women on YouTube, but you can't impress women in your household. Then you want to call the police to mine. You worrying about women in mine. What they doing, if they can go, if they ate. I'm surprised you females, niggas and husbands, allow you to stalk me. That nigga gotta know somewhere in the back of his mind you wanna fuck Deboski. That's why you stalking them. Pretty soon I'm gonna see a lot of y'all in court for your actions. Think about it. The judge told me to my face. I didn't ask her. I didn't want to know. She volunteered this information. She said, you can say F your mama. That's what she said. I didn't ask her. She leaned over. She said, you can say F your mama. You can say he's ugly. You can say he's a bitch. You just can't threaten him. Now, outside of that recording that y'all played over and over that was on a group chat that I thought was secret, and it was used against me, and I understand it. The game is fair. It is what it is. Outside of that, where on YouTube do you have me threatening any motherfucker? I don't give a fuck if I showed you a prop gun. A prop gun is fake, but your threats are very real. Now I'm going on that note. I'm
Okay,
about to see a
Debo.
couple of you motherfuckers in court very soon. I dare y'all bitches to go live and talk shit about me. I dare you go live, talk shit about me, talk about T-Baby. All hell to Queen T-Baby. They will never be able to drag T-Baby name again, y'all. They will never be able to drag T-Baby name again. Dana J, you got one more time to play with Sarah Remy. One more. Hey, Dana J, they told me one more time on your ass, nigga. I dare you to say anything about Sarah Remy. Anything. And I dare the motherfucker that been all this T-Baby couldn't eat, all this shit. I dare you to do it again. Any of y'all. Any of y'all. We gonna see what's the truth and what's the lie. You told a lie to harass, to stalk. Every time that you went off YouTube was a crime. How many times did I go off YouTube? Whatever happened with me and DJ, he knew what it was about when he drove past my job. I told him what it was about. I meant what I did, and it is what it is. Now, what's up with all you Captain Saver motherfuckers that want to involve yourself in his bullshit? Why are you breaking out my windows? Why are you doing well-being checks on my house? Why are you calling DCFS? Why are you worrying about T baby? You gonna have to answer for it. Bro, I dare you. And this is my last words. I dare any one of y'all to talk that shit about T baby, talk that shit about me from here on out. I dare you. And you know who I'm talking about. The bull dagger, the R. Kelly's supporter, security guard. I dare you. Click the link and talk that shit again. I bet you won't. I bet you won't. The jig is up. Ain't nobody about to keep allowing you to slander and harass them outside of YouTube. You can say what you want to say, but when you take that shit outside of YouTube, that shit is a crime. You got dumb motherfuckers recording themselves throwing bricks at my car. You got dumb motherfuckers recording themselves outside of motherfucking courthouses with weapons. You got dumb motherfuckers talking about they leaving from one state to another state with a firearm. Yeah, man, buckle up, man. The ride y'all wanted to put me on is the ride y'all about to be on. Shout out to DCFS for showing respect to my family and my kids. Shout out to DCFS for subscribing to my YouTube page, man. Straight up. And that's what it is. I ain't got too much more to say other than buckle up. Real shit, buckle up. That last time when you played that 11-hour live the other day, man, I stayed up. I jumped right in my car, pulled right up, got that shit done. Didn't waste no time. I stayed up the whole night. Rolled right there, never went to sleep. Never went to sleep. And after the DCFS shit, the fucking lady gave me a copy of the goddamn report. So now I got the report with your motherfucking words on my wall. And I'm gonna put that in the shit that you already got told coming your way. Why? Because you a fucking creep that obviously think that you can get away with the shit you take outside of YouTube. Everything you do outside of YouTube is a crime. You can get on here and say what
A
you want.
lot, not I don't know what you're talking about, but a lot of the stuff that you do on YouTube is a crime too. I don't know. I'm not saying
No,
that with you, like,
it is. It is only the judge looked me right in my face. I didn't ask this lady this. She said you can say F your mama. I didn't ask her that. She's like, listen, let me tell you something, Mr. Gunn. I was like, okay, what? Because at this point, she was like, it's kind of messed up that both of y'all came in this for one cause and your freedom of speech and that's what y'all want to exercise and it came to this. She's like, let me tell you something. You can say F your mama. You can say F his kids. You can say he ugly, but just don't threaten him. From then on, I knew exactly what she meant. You can say whatever you want. You can walk a whole line on freedom of speech. But when you make a threat, and I have made a threat, and I ain't making no more threats. And I done seen motherfuckers do that shit plenty of times. And and something else too, man. Just for good measures, Bozo, your ass done, man. Real shit, your ass done. If I can't go in the courthouse, ain't nobody going in that motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? I got one for you too, bro. You just came on my live and showed me a motherfucking semi-automatic weapon, bro. So yeah, your ass done too, bro. Matter of fact, when I get my ass up, don't worry about it, cause Friday I'm putting the spice on this shit, cause y'all send DCFS to my house. So yeah, I got a motherfucker come and say, hey, yeah, I'm gonna put that on there, and then I'm gonna rearrange that shit, cause Dana, when you showed me that gun on your live, yeah, don't worry about it. Your ass fried too.
this is
Too.
crazy.
Yeah. Don't worry about it. If D-Boski ain't going in there, ain't nobody going in that bitch. I guarantee you this, T-Baby be able to go in there. I don't give a fuck. If T go in there, I'm good. The Enterprise gonna be in there anyway. You can stop one, but you can't stop us all. Now you got a whole bunch of angry ass women looking at you, knowing you a bitch ass nigga. But yeah, I'm gonna jump up off here, man. I gave them enough sauce.
No,
I
I
gave
ain't
them
lying.
enough sauce. See they ass in court very soon.
Right, NYC. That's what I was talking about. She said, this is what I'm talking about right here. This has consumed y'all lives. Egos, enviousness, vindictive behavior, jealousy. Shit is sad as fuck. Wow. All over who ain't shining in RSK shit. Competition. That's how the public see it. Yep. Yep. All the way around. This is some crazy, crazy shit. I'm telling you. When this shit got you sinking low enough to meet a motherfucker where they are, it ain't even worth it because, well, sometimes it's worth it. But beyond all this, let me tell you something. Some of these people, they have gone as far as they can go in life, and that's just it. I mean, ain't shit. Ugh, gosh. Mm-mm. Only thing you can do is change your motherfucking. What I was trying to get him to see that y'all know I'm doing something to see that this shit has caused more problems in your life than in a lot of people's life than what goes on in your regular life offline. And that's crazy. That's crazy. I'm talking about strangers? Who the fuck does that shit? Who the fuck does that shit? And for what? What is the reason? Can't get an answer to that shit either. The outrage is definitely selective. It is the weirdest shit in I'm telling you, I've never met no motherfuckers like this. And guess what? I'm gonna have to Michael Jackson and roll that shit back, slide it back, whatever, and make it like I don't ever want to meet motherfuckers like this again. Cause it's crazy. The craziest shit I ever seen in my goddamn life. And I'm just saying, I want him to understand how to disengage from this shit. I ain't say go off YouTube. I'm saying, but definitely disengage from a lot of this shit. Because it depends on, who you are and how you are. Is it worth it? If it's not, now he's just saying that the Department of Children and Families have been called to his house. Oh, goddamn. A lot of these people have lost a whole bunch of shit. Me, I don't like the slander part. I don't like that. That'll get you fucked up. But a lot of people, depending on who it is, they've lost a job, their houses, their friends have been harassed, their families. People call the goddamn jail on you, send the letters. All kind of crazy shit. I was just trying to simply get him to realize when that shit starts to travel into your real life, or if you could just, maybe none of that's happened to you, and maybe you just a crazy motherfucker that done sat up here and let this shit consume your ass. It's consume your daily thoughts, every motherfucking thing, because something wrong with you. That type of shit. It is unfucking believable. And these people stay consistent with that bullshit. I was just trying to see if you understand, maybe at this point, well, you done been locked up behind some, and when I say behind some YouTube shit, because had you never been involved in YouTube, none of this shit would have, a lot of shit will never happen to you. Because it's not happening in your real life. Maybe you should disengage and just, hey, I can understand that might be hard to do. You ain't got to run away from no shit, but you can definitely just not run to it. You know, be standoffish. Be like, I'm in a world of my own. I mean, because before you know it, you be look here, you be picking up the phone trying to spend the bank, trying to fuck a motherfucker up. You be like, what the fuck? Or you be in a situation like here. He was in, getting arrested, going to court. Now the people don't come to talk about the kids. Like shit. And for a motherfucker push you up to do some shit about somebody's kids and stuff like that, make sure that you got all the right information. That the person is unfit. That the person is uh you know, causing harm to a kid, or the person ain't, all this shit that you supposed to have. Don't take nobody's word for it. Because I almost got caught up with some shit like that. Taking somebody's word for some bullshit. Like, don't do that. And they'll come to your ass because they know you can get it done. Like, what the fuck? Nope. I don't be nowhere near around it. I don't be around type people. I don't no association with none of that bullshit. Because some of us, I'm trying to get some work done while I'm sitting up here. Because some of us is far too serious for that bullshit. Anybody got time for them hee-haw games? Anybody got time for that? Nobody got time for it. But hopefully, and when Debo's head is laser focused on some shit, there's no breaking into his thought process, his concentration. But hey, but one thing what comes with that is that if you don't talk about people, if you don't fuck with people, whatever, to think that nobody is gonna talk about your ass or fuck with you anywhere, everywhere they see your motherfucking ass, anywhere they get a chance, whatever, you must be in a fucking fairy tale. That's crazy. That is crazy. I don't know where the fuck we are. I don't. When you hear me and JoJo be making that joke, be talking about what planet we don't land on, and we be talking about the spaceship, and he done found a way to put a second seat in there, so we can get the fuck out of here. That is crazy. Let me see how many more minutes. I got 4 more minutes. I don't know if Danny's still in here. Danny, you still have a question? Let me see. Oh yeah, thank you, Zoe. Please hit that goddamn like button. NYC, you must be changed your name because your ass is a blue person. I don't like what shit. NYC changed their name. I feel like all these grown men and women need to evaluate their lives. All y'all families are affected now because of stupidity, right? Most notably are the kids y'all exploited for YouTube. Yeah, that's crazy. Let me see. I feel when all the bloggers are focused and not on the BS is what attracted me to some of us, not the slander. Right. Yeah, that. And see, you'll understand my position on that motherfucking slander because you think about it, those are permanent motherfucking footprints and shit like that. And if that's the way you motherfucking eat or what have you, people, people before you get some contracts or before businesses fuck with you or before you get hired at real companies and shit like that, real contracts, the motherfuckers do a goddamn social media search. Let me tell you how I know. Well, everybody should know that. But for some of the job placements that I do, because remember I was up here just talking about when I was doing the Neutrogena shit and the one of those race car girls and all that type of bullshit like that, banana boat and all that type of stuff. Now I place people in those jobs for that particular company, right? And some of the damn companies, before I place them people perform a goddamn social media search because they're going out there representing their companies, pushing their products, whatever the assignment may be. They searching for that type of shit. Like, what the fuck? It's hella crazy. Well, some people that don't have a career and just got a job and shit like that, you'll never get it. They don't give a shit. Let me see. In the grand scheme of it all, everybody loses, period. No winners. Black race set back 400 more years. Take a bow. All right. I feel you. I feel you. I got about 2 more minutes. I feel you. Let me tell you something. I don't know how JoJo does it. I really don't. Later on today, he be snoring hard and shit. I don't know how his ass do it. Done been up since work up all this entire time. Probably sleep now. Got to get up and let me see. Probably have to be up in maybe 2 hours. Maybe wait a minute. No. Maybe an hour and a half to go to work. Ain't no goddamn way. I'm up here fidgeting around trying to get this last little bit in. So when I get off here, I can take my ass to sleep. But yes, honey. But anyway, I sure appreciate y'all ass this morning. I did a third shift. I don't know why I like third shift. I like third shift. Today, I heard it. I think if I'm not, I think I saw that there's supposed to be some goddamn paperwork coming through. Hopefully, I'll be able to go last. Make sure y'all do all these things. And over here, honey, we give everybody a chance to get it off their chest. We don't control what's in the goddamn chat or what's in the panel. Only, about them parents, about talking with the fuck your mamas and fuck your parents and all that crazy ass shit and all of that. Other than that, we don't control all that shit. It's crazy. Hey, Indy's Finest, how you doing? So, I'm going to check out. Yes. Thanks to the panelists, the host, the hostess, and the guests, and everybody else. Make sure you love somebody, love yourself, and make sure you do something good for someone else. Until the next live, I'll see ya. Bye.